Hello. Good morning and welcome to the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby for day 3 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Leicestershire, second against first, although you wouldn't know it. Leicestershire 398 all out, Derbyshire 189 all out. And the big news, if it is indeed big news, is that despite having a lead of 209, Leicestershire certainly don't want to bat on this pitch last. So they're going to bat on it third and not enforce the follow-on. Interesting. Possibly the right decision. I think having bowled Derbyshire out for 189 and having a lead of 209 rather suggests that they'd enforce the follow-on. Having had a good night's rest, they could have beaten them, Richard Ray.
They could, but it's also probably the only way they could possibly lose the game as well. I don't think it's a cautious decision. I think it's pragmatic. It's interesting, as you say, but from Leicestershire's point of view, expected. I think the pitch isn't going to improve, in the opinion of most observers, certainly those from Leicestershire, and as a consequence, batting perhaps towards the end of today, or given what happened yesterday, could be batting. Could yet finish today. But, you know, a lead of 350, if they were to get 150 or even 200, 400 ahead, then it is hard to see Derbyshire. Well, if they get 400 to win the game on this track on the last day, they deserve it. You know, well, they deserve a victory.
The title. They're not going to do that.
I'm inclined to agree. So it's, yeah, there'll be some who say, grumble about it, say it's a bit overcautious, but I think it's...
I'm not surprised.
Perfectly
Certainly
understandable.
I asked Reese last night, did he expect to be batting this morning, and he said he would be staggered if Derbyshire were batting this morning.
That says it all. That says it all.
But they have to bowl considerably better than they bowled on day 1. They have to bowl like Reese bowled yesterday morning, in actual fact, when he picked up, what was it, 5 for 12 in next to no overs. That's how they have to bowl.
Be interesting to see how they start, but it is going to be Blair Tickner.
Yes.
Walks to the wicket with the cares of the world apparently on his shoulders. Well, Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, Leicestershire's openers, can only improve on their first innings efforts.
Well, 8 deliveries they lasted between them in the first innings, at which point everybody thought, hang on a minute, what's happening here? By the end of the day, we weren't really wondering that anymore. But this pitch, we may have mentioned it before, it has been used prior to this game. It was used 2 weeks ago for a game against Worcestershire in the Blast. It was then used last Friday for 2 T20 Blast matches in a double header. And now it's day 3. And it looks very much as you would expect. It's a mess. It was a gamble by Derbyshire. They obviously thought it was a gamble worth taking, but the gamble only pays off when you win the toss.
Yeah, they still have cards to play.
Do they?
You never quite know.
Yeah, we might be playing cards tomorrow afternoon.
Tickner then from the racecourse end is into Rishi Patel, who is forward to a straight delivery. Thick inside part of the bat, the ball squirts out to mid-wicket, where lurks Zach Chappell. Reese is swinging his arms vigorously to all parts at mid-on, from which we can conclude that he will indeed look to follow up his first innings efforts by opening the bowling from the city end in due course. 2 slips and that sort of fly gully who was there in the first innings, as Tickner is into Patel, who is forward. It's bouncing down, he's no idea where it's gone, and it bounces just past the off stump. Came forward, played it down into the ground, it went high up into the air and it bounced wide off the stump, but could very easily have bounced down and on top of the stumps. It didn't, so Rishi Patel gets a little fortunate break as he attempts to score his first run of the game, or looks to hopefully score what would be his first run of the game. Tickner with that prancing pony start to his run-up is in and bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before, but his appeal was belated. Slips went up quickly, perhaps did a little bit too much. Let's have a look at the replay. Did it hit him outside the line? Yeah, it was going down actually. It did too much. That was my first impression. And Tickner's appeal was ever so slightly belated. It was semi in response to that from behind the stumps, but it seemed on, and it was going on to miss a leg stump. Certainly that was the opinion of umpire Pratt. He shook his head. In goes Tickner and bowls. Patel squirts it down to the fly gully off a thickish outside edge, takes half a step forward. Budinger realises that short leg, I say short leg because it's nigh Donald down there at that flat. Oh, is it? He's got the pads on.
Yes, he has, and it's David Lloyd.
Beg your pardon.
So they're going to change their short leg. Yeah, no, Nye.
It's been Nye for the first innings, hasn't it?
He's at cover without them, and I was just going to mention that. I should have mentioned it slightly earlier. That would have.
But it is another Welshman.
Yes, yes.
A mustachioed Welshman.
North Welshman.
In goes Tickner and bowls, hits the glove of Rishi Patel, and he is going to be off the mark because it's dribbled down towards fine leg. Long leg runs around to field, and Rishi Patel is up and running for the game, and he takes off his he just loosens his gloves actually. He was shaking his hand as he came running down the pitch, but he obviously isn't hurt too badly. He hasn't taken his glove off to examine his sore fingers, but he does indicate with his right hand, as batsmen cannot stop themselves doing, what the ball did, i.e. it climbed on him a little bit. So Budinger, who got a beauty second up from Blair Tickner in the first innings that removed his off stump, faces the New Zealander again. In he goes. Bowls, and Budinger is pushing out wide of mid-on. Chappell is there now, and he has to run to his left. So Budinger, like Patel, is up and running. Leicestershire 2 without loss at the start of their second innings. Remember to add 209 for their lead. Wish it was a nice 200 would have been helpful as far as we're concerned, but we can add 200 and then add 9, can't we? But we can look at the scoreboard too, but it's kind of cheating.
I don't mind cheating.
It's like doing the easy bits on Sudoku, isn't it? Trying to keep your brain active.
I've never done a Sudoku.
Have you not?
No.
I can only do the easier ones.
This just looks too complicated, really. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Lewis Reese is going to bowl from the City end, from where he had all that joy yesterday. 5 for 12 in 7 overs, 6 for 56 in total, but 5 for 12 yesterday morning.
As a consequence, he's done media duties both days so far, hasn't he, Lewis? Bless his heart.
Well, we did ask for Wayne Madsen, or Wayne Madsen was asked if he'd do them yesterday, and he said, well, Reese has just got 6 for. So they all said, well, yeah, but he spoke to the media yesterday. I said, well, he didn't speak to Radio Derby because I didn't do any on day one. So he very kindly came out and basically said the same things that he said the day before about how poor they'd been on day one, how well they'd fought back, but they've got to be better, essentially.
We had a similar issue with Rehan Ahmed.
Yeah.
But happily we had a couple of Centurions to speak to as well. Spoke to Peter Hanscom. What it was like to keep to Ahmed.
Yeah. Keeps him on his toes. He must have sore backs of his hands must be sore the number of times he took the bails off. In comes Reese and bowls, and he almost chops on Budinger down into the ground. I mean, that was as slow a delivery as I think I've ever seen Lewis Reese bowl. And I did hear a whisper this morning, and bear with me on this. I did hear a whisper that he'd said to somebody, I think I'm just essentially going to be bowling spin on this pitch today, rolling my fingers
cutters,
over the ball, cutting. All of them are cutters, and just letting the pitch do the rest, which basically tells you what this pitch is like.
He's right.
Here he comes again in bowls, and that, well, just about reaches Budinger. He goes forward. I think we're going to have people under helmets and all sorts in a moment because Jack Morley's rushed off to collect one, and it looks as though he can't put his helmet on with his sunglasses strapped to the back of his head. Blair Tickner, he's going in at, I think, at leg slip. That ball again, just doing a bit because he's running his fingers over the. I assume he's cross seaming it.
do not know what to do with it, do they, the batsmen?
No.
We're not used to this.
What's going on?
I want something at 80 mph plus, please, that doesn't move too much.
That's exactly what the ECB wanted, isn't it? Medium pacers, bowling spin. In comes Reese and bowls, and he's just basically swung at that one out towards mid-wicket. I think that might be the way forward. He picks up a single, does Budinger. 3 without loss, 212 the lead. I declare now if I was them.
The least convincing swing that I've seen from Sol Budinger for some little time. Just wonder whether Reese might think a little bit about an in-out field, because I wouldn't be surprised if Patel tries something similar.
You just get the feeling it's a sort of pitch to adopt the Aaron Donald approach, which was basically swing at everything and see how many you get. He comes in around the wicket, edges it into the ground, and then through the legs of Slip, who is Blair Tickner.
It was only just short of him.
Yeah, but I don't think he had the energy to get there, did it really? As he sort of pushed at it, and
yeah, foot short. Yeah,
a long way. Sure, he's gone closer. Of course, he has.
Will he get down on his knees again?
He'll be in the batter's pocket in a minute. Rishi Patel waits with trepidation as this next delivery goes past the edge of the bat. Lewis Reese joins in about 30 seconds after the initial appeal, and then has his hands on his head. I didn't think that went anywhere near the edge of the bat.
Neither did I. I thought it was several inches away. Let's
far too much, I think. Of course, the bat's going to be hidden behind the.
We can't see for umpire Chantry.
Umpire Chantry's head, with the low camera at the far end. He didn't join in straight away. It didn't feel like to me. And Aaron Donald has still got his hands on his head mid-off.
I suspect the umpires might need earplugs today, because there's going to be an awful lot of appealing going on.
We might turn the effects microphone off at some point.
I don't think Brooke Guest thought it did either, because he offered the ball to the stumps and then he appealed when he saw.
Patel waits. This one's up in the air and caught by Wayne Madsen, and well, the first wicket goes down. I think we may see 20 wickets today, so stand by. Leicestershire 3 for 1 as Rishi Patel goes for 1. Another wicket for Lewis Reese, another catch for Wayne Madsen. The lead is 212. This is not going to last very long.
Rather than sort of prop forward like that, they might as well have had a firm swing, because that was dreadful, really. This going at it hard hands in defence.
You're going
to give gentle. It completely is. It completely is.
On both sides, I'm not suggesting it's Leicestershire, but here comes. Well, it's going to be called Rihan Ahmed's match, I'm fairly sure, in the history books. And here he comes, bounding out. Nothing wrong with this pitch. Got a century earlier on. Let's do it again. He was sort of squared up a bit, Rishi Patel, by that leading edge. Simple catch for Wayne Madsen. And Lewis Reese has 7 for the match. So he'll be hunting 10, no question about it. That was the last ball of the over as well, incidentally. So 2 overs gone, 3 for 1. This is going to be carnage today.
It feels that way.
Absolute carnage.
It really does feel that way.
And you're all welcome to listen to it on the BBC Sport website and app, and on BBC Sounds if you're out and about on your little digital devices. Just move that dial around to Sports Extra 3. We're on 1 Extra, Radio 2. We're everywhere. The entire eyes of the nation are on the Central Co-op County Ground today. Well, not all of them, obviously.
Well, can Blair Tickner bowl gentle cutters?
No.
I don't think he can. I don't think he's got it in him, really.
And neither can Zach Chappell, really. You know, this is the perfect pitch for the man who's just brought the drinks on, Ben Aitchison, for me. Top of off stump kind of bowler, so you'd imagine he'd got the roll the fingers off. Anuj Dal would love it, wouldn't he?
Leg slip has gone in as Tickner is in to Budinger, who defends the fullish ball that is straight on towards Midland leg, pushes it out to mid-on, and there is no run. Ahmed does a little dance, yes. We didn't speak to him last night, having spoken to him at length after his century on day 1.
Knowing you'd almost certainly have to speak to him at the end of day 3.
Well, one feels he could have another role to play. He, like Reese, could end up with a 10 for, which would be his first. In goes Tickner and bowls outside off stump, just outside off stump, steered very pleasantly away by Budinger to the cover boundary for 4. There was no great follow through there. Used the pace of the delivery and got it away well in front of square. I thought it'd gone a little bit squarer than that. In fact, he'd got it almost through extra cover. And he picks up 4 valuable runs, moves on to 6. Leicestershire on to 7 for 1. Equals 216 ahead. Which feels like quite a lot of runs from what we've seen so far.
Probably enough.
The plane leaves East Midlands Airport, heading east.
The wind's changed direction.
Tickner with a short extra in now, bowls to Budinger, and he bowls a no ball. Leicestershire will take those 2 runs with gratitude. The ball is pushed by Budinger out towards Madsen. Second catch at that short extra for Madsen, and he will never ever have an easier one than in that he took in the previous over. Just popped up. I'd have fancied myself there. Might have panicked a bit because I'd have had time to think about it.
I'd have backed you.
Might have clung on as it lobbed gently towards me. In goes Tickner and bowls. Budinger is quite elegant in defence, like so many left-handers. Pushes it out into the offside. Madsen again. The fielder, just the one slip, interestingly, for Tickner now. So leg slip has gone out, and he's going to have a go around the wicket. So we might have a short leg.
No slip at all. No.
None at all. We're going to have Madsen at that shortish cover position, shortish extra, and we're going to have a shortish mid-wicket Caleb Jewell. We have the deepish sort of fly gully David Lloyd as Tickner is in, bowls straight, pushed out towards Lewis Reese, who's got a little bit of work to do at mid, off to the left-hander. He does it, picks up, throws at the stumps, but in a slightly half-hearted way, knowing that Budinger was going to make his ground. He did. The throw missed. It was backed up by Jewell, and Budinger takes 1, moves on to 7, 10 for 1, the Foxes. We have the cloud cover that we had yesterday. Woke up this morning, there'd clearly been a bit of rain overnight. Over in Stamford there had been.
None here. No.
But none here?
No, it doesn't rain here.
The desert that is Derby at the moment.
But the wind is now coming from the east, according to the Derbyshire Falcons flag.
It is, yes, it's swapped around. It is cooler, isn't it? Over the wicket goes Tickner to Ahmed, who drives very pleasantly past mid-off for 4. Well, nowhere near the pitch of the ball, but he trusted his eye, and why wouldn't you when you've got an eye like his, and punched it away. Leant forward, minimal foot movement, but what a pleasant start to his innings. Not from the bowler's point of view, but it was a super piece of timing.
I'm not sure how much of Blair Tickner we're going to see today.
I agree.
Precious little. And the fact that David Lloyd's already got the fielding pads on there, they're planning for spin.
In he goes, bowls again to Ahmed. Sorry, it was short and very, very slow, and Ahmed, having gotten over his initial surprise, sort of got up on his toes and tried to swat it away through the leg side. Didn't time it, and it bounced gently down towards Wayne Madsen. Blair Tickner stands behind the stumps and looks askance down the pitch. Has a chat to umpire Pratt. I wonder what the conversation is all about. But he's bowled 2 overs now, Blair Tickner, and what have you spotted?
Alex Thompson
warming up already.
Already out at mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket.
And he's conceded 13 runs from those 2 overs, and that might be his work done.
I don't think he's run his fingers over 1.
So,
As opposed to this man, who has run his fingers over all 6 of his previous deliveries, and he comes in and bowls to Budinger, who drives a foolish ball up towards Tickner at mid-off. No, not Tickner at mid-off at all, it's Zach Chappell. Because Tickner's at...
I don't know how much Chappell we'll see, to be honest.
No, I don't think we'll see much, unless he fancies himself as a spinner.
Does Lloyd bowl his little seamers at all now? Just off, just spin?
Yeah, his knees won't let him. Here comes Reese again, bowls, and that one is defended slightly uncertainly by Budinger. And they've got 2 players who never bowl, Caleb Jewell and an Iron Donald. Harry Kane has bowled 2 or 3 overs this season. He bowled 1 over to swap the spinners around at Bristol, I think, with his off spin. I suppose it might, if they get down to, with the greatest of respect to Harry Kane, things have not gone well as Reese bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, slightly outer half of the bat, to Caleb Jewell, who's now wearing a long sleeve sweater. So cold is it here in England compared to Tasmania. He was wearing a sleeveless top when he first came out, but he's gone for the long sleeve. Have a snood on in a minute, perhaps a bobble hat. He's just practicing some catching. I thought he was looking for the sun. It is not with us at the moment. As Reese is in again, that's turned into the leg side. Is that a catch?
Yep.
He's hidden David Lloyd from me, who's at short leg, by the large presence of Blair Tickner. That went straight in and straight out then, presumably. He's on the screen for the replay. Delivery went in. It was clipped into the leg side, and it's straight in and straight out.
Couldn't have been better placed by
No,
Budinger, could it?
No.
Low down into his hands.
So Budinger dropped as Reese is in again and bowls, and this one's turned into the leg side for a single as he moves on to 8, out to Kame, 15 for 1. Can't afford to miss any. I mean, they're not, in all probability, the odds are against Derbyshire winning this game by quite heavily against them winning this game. They'd have to roll Leicestershire for less than 100. It's possible on this pitch, but then of course they'd have to get 300 runs on this pitch. They can't afford to drop any catches. As Reese comes around the wicket to Rian Ahmed, who edges it in between slip and wicket keeper for 4 runs. He was trying to guide it down to a wider third man, I think. As he went back, it just slipped off the edge of his bat, down to the boundary. He moves on to 8, 19 for 1 at the end of the over. Was he trying to guide it?
He was.
Yeah.
Whether there, you kind of wouldn't be surprised with Rahane. Anything is possible, but my word, he was playing with fire if he did that on purpose. That was an astonishing little glance.
There's
But
Tomo.
anyway.
There's Tomo. What did he bowl in the first innings? 38.1 overs, 1 for 119.
Yeah, he's picked up the last wicket, didn't he, in the end? Bowled well, really, for the most part.
He's got to
Without much luck.
put it in the right place, as everybody does, but they didn't do it often enough. Either of the 2 frontline spinners that Derbyshire are employing in this match. Jack Morley had a difficult first innings, 16 overs for 61.
Yes, if you're gonna have a pitch that's going to offer you help, you've got to hit it.
Well, yes.
Actually, bowled quite a lot of
There were a number of full
balls
tosses.
that didn't land on the pitch.
Caleb Jewell has just offered a word of support to Alex Thompson. Blair Tickner's gone in at the kneeling down position at slip. Oh gosh, this is madness. Good fun though. I would like to. This is the kind of pitch that you might have turned up on a Thursday night in the Foss Evening League after they'd shooed the cows off.
Perfectly normal club cricket, isn't it, really?
Nothing wrong with it. Get on with it, boys.
Thompson then round the wicket to Budinger, who's studiously, carefully forward to the straight delivery. Good Tomo is the shout as it is pushed out to Jewell now, who's at the short-ish extra. So we've got those 2 slips. Madsen at a genuine first slip and Tickner on his knees at second. In goes Thompson, drops a little bit short, And Budinger can go back. The turn is quite slow and guide it quite carefully down towards backward point, deep backward point. The sweeper, I think, is Harry Kane, runs round to field. And Budinger takes 1. He moves on to 9. Ahmed, who's faced 3 deliveries, has hit 2 4s already. The first, a beautiful sort of punch through the offside. The second, if deliberate, the most outrageous glance between the keeper and first slip you can imagine. But
you would sort of want it to have been deliberate,
yeah,
don't you? You do. You want it to have been
genuinely
deliberate.
wouldn't be surprised if it was. Thompson round the wicket. He's going to have a reverse sweep at him and miss it. It bounces and turns and is taken by Guest, who flicks off the bail. But Ahmed's back foot was in his crease. I don't think this is going to last too long, but it might be entertaining while it does. Thompson in. Bowles. He's going to try the reverse sweep again, and he's connected this time. There is the man down there at sort of 3/4 of the way back, wide third man position, sort of deepish backward point position to the right-hander, who was in the perfect position to field the reverse sweep. Ahmed joins Budinger on 9, 21 for 1. First wicket having fallen with the score on just 3. Thompson steps in and bowls, brings Budinger forward, thick outside part of the bat, guides it past the sprawling Tickner, but running across from backward point is the not padded up and Iron Donald. So no single to Budinger. Thompson bowls, back goes Budinger again. He's guiding it perfectly deliberately, gentlest of sort of guided cuts out towards backward point. Donald fields, and 2 overs have passed without the fall of a wicket. Thompson, 1 over, just the 2 runs conceded. Leicester 21 for 1, as I say, now lead by 230.
It's a big lead. It's only going to get bigger. What can Reese do here against Rehan Ahmed, who's doing a bit of gardening almost entirely pointlessly? I'm not sure the toe end of his bat being tapped down on the pitch is going to particularly change the nature of it. There are footmarks as far as the eye can see as Reese comes in around the wicket to Rehan, and that one is lifted over the wicket, scooped over the keeper. I think he got bat on it. He did.
There was a shout of catch it, wasn't there?
No.
Well,
I think he's hit it into his, or is it hit?
He's going to hit the helmet, I think.
It's hit. I think it's hit Brooke Guest's helmet.
Ah, okay.
Because they're not walking to Rehan Ahmed, they're walking towards Brooke Guest. So when the scoop was played, I wondered what it had hit, because it wasn't clean at all, was it? So it could actually have gone off his helmet into somebody's hands. It didn't, and that would have been ludicrously okay.
The signal seemed to indicate that.
But they're waiting for the physio, and he's still not coming out.
Is that a run or not a run?
I think it must be a run, sure.
Well, he played a shot, didn't he?
There was a sort of crossed arms, dead ball kind of thing. Perhaps they just decided, well, you run one, we'll call it a dead ball after 1 and bring the physio on, because here comes Ali now.
Shall I check with the scorers, see what they're going to record? The scoreboard hasn't changed.
Well, we're going to see. Well, we don't want to see the scoreboard, Matt. What we want to see is a replay from side on, really, just to double check that it actually looped up. Well, it clearly did, because here comes Ali to check initially Brooke Guest and then the helmet. Are we not allowed to show? Come on, give me some indication of the fact that are we not allowed to see replays of people being hit on the head? It may be a thing. He's going through the protocols and he's been handed his helmet back.
Yeah, it was a fairly gentle blow, although you could hear it. It was a sort of glancing upwards.
Yeah. Thumbs up from the...
And given Reese's bowling so gently, it wasn't exactly a
it's given
thunderbolt
Jack
delivery.
Morley and David Lloyd the opportunity to nip off to the toilet. They're back on the field now. So
yes, because they've only been out there 27 minutes. So
that extra coffee this morning, you might want to pop that one away for next time. No, Lloydie and Caleb Jewell often use the conveniences out the back. Look, we've got a match summary now. Come on, Matt.
Well, A run has gone on. It was
Yeah.
21 for one, wasn't it?
It was definitely a run.
And
Well,
Rehan,
Rehan Ahmed's at the other end now, so
yeah.
but he's on 10, and it's Sol Budinger. With a short leg and a leg slip. He's gone for the big wahoo. He's missed it.
That swung a little bit.
And it's just bail's taken off by a Brooke Guest. Nah, well, I don't think they were filming it. We're not going to get a replay of cricketer hit on head. Take it from us. It definitely hit his helmet. And here comes Reese again. Over the wicket to bowl to Budinger, who just dabs it into the offside. Of the two, he looks least certain. Salt Budinger.
And the run has gone to Ahmed.
Yeah.
So he did get a little bit of bat on it. Scooped it onto the helmet of Guest, essentially.
Hit his helmet and looped in the air.
Well, it did for a while, and there was a shout of catch it.
Would have been a catch, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Which I don't think is right, by the way, but
There was a shout of catch it.
It's about time that was outlawed. Here is Reese to bowl. That one is defended into the onside by Budinger. 2 balls to go in the Reese over. Yes, looping up off a fielder's helmet seems a little unfair, really. It also sort of encourages players to get too close, in the same way that batting helmets encourage players to play shots that they simply wouldn't have played years ago, for fear of directing the ball onto their head. As Reese bowls to Budinger, pushes it into the onside, picked up by Wayne Madsen, and there is no run. A former colleague of mine has made his way to Scarborough, where I'm informed it is not raining, so he'll be pleased with that. It's a long way from the outskirts of Burnley to Scarborough. That's not the easiest of roads to take. As this next delivery from Reese is clipped and caught by Wayne Madsen, and Sol Budinger goes for 9. Leicestershire are 22 for 2 now. Good catch by Madsen, who's picked up another one at mid-wicket. 9 to Budinger. The lead is 231. Leicestershire 22 for 2. I don't know. I can't.
It is in the mind, isn't it? Because I mean, the ball didn't, I don't think, stop on him in particular. It just was a mistimed shot, really, knowing the fielder is there. But anyway.
Final ball of the 6th over. Lead 2-3-1, as I say. Now we're coming to the meat of the first innings, though, aren't we?
Hill.
Yeah.
And Ahmed.
Hill and Ahmed, and then Hanscom.
And then Hanscom, as you say.
So nobody else scored double figures, so that theme has continued. Still, only 3 batters have reached double figures for Leicestershire.
Triple figures.
Or indeed, yes, or indeed triple figures.
Yeah, it was a full delivery. It didn't sort of have a chance to move as such, and he just didn't get on top of it.
Lewis Reese now has 8 wickets for the match. His match figures are remarkable, really. They are 8 for 63.
Yes. One would anticipate he'll be looking at his best ever, surely, match figures.
We look at the people who are just standing looking at the pitch, and not David Lloyd, Caleb Jewell is looking at the pitch at the far end. He'll be batting at some point today, I have no doubt. The other two who were looking at the pitch at this end were Zach Chappell and Jack Morley, and if they're batting today, then we can make plans for tomorrow, I would respectfully suggest.
Thompson's going to continue from the racecourse end. Good morning to Malcolm Starr, who's emailed from a wet and windy West Norfolk. Hopefully, he says, the Foxes will clean this one up and canter on to Canterbury next week. But he thinks he's seen better wickets on the Norfolk beaches than the one they're currently playing on.
I'll give him that. I'd call it a pitch rather than a wicket, but I'll give him that.
Round the wicket goes Thompson. Bowls to Ahmed. It does turn as he goes back, looking to chop it into the offside. He adjusts, manages to work it out to Chappell at mid-off. It is a curious field because there's nobody at extra cover or indeed cover. They're saying if you want to try and hit it through there, you are most welcome. Thompson is in. He does try and he hits it in the air. Reverse sweep drops a long way short, in fairness, of backward point on the boundary. Sort of wide third man stroke. Backward point. But, well, he timed it. He obviously timed it fairly well, but we've seen a few of those. And Ahmed moves on to 11. 23 for 2 brings the right-handed Hill down on strike. A very fine 155, was it in the end? Finished with 151 for Lewis Hill in the first innings.
No, it runs it beautifully.
And if he can manage a 20 or 30, then it would be not equally valuable, but it would be extremely valuable.
Well, those 3 first half centuries clearly have been the difference between the sides, haven't they? I mean, that and Derbyshire's atrocious bowling on day 1 after they'd got Leicestershire 0 for 2, which is why this game has seldom made sense.
It hasn't, has it? All sorts of changes to the field for the new batsman, the right-handed Hill. Short leg is in there, and a shortish mid-wicket, Madsen. Otherwise, no close field as in goes Thompson, tosses it right up. Hill is forward. An authentic forward defensive, getting to the pitch of the ball. Madsen walks in to pick it up. So we've got Reese at a slightly deeper mid-on, Chappell at a fairly conventional mid-off. Thompson is in, turned wristily along the ground by Hill towards short leg, while Lloyd makes the stop at the second attempt. Ahmed rehearses a one-handed reverse sweep, which he's perfectly capable of playing, probably. Thompson in, tosses it right up to Hill, and Hill does accept it as drives it out carefully, makes sure it goes along the ground. It hops as it gets to Zach Chappell, who had to move to his left at mid-off to field, and Hill too is off the mark. Excuse me, 24 for 2. Leg slip goes back in for Ahmed as Thompson goes in. He goes for the sweep, gets it very fine, but long leg gets around and makes the stop a little bit messily, but he does make the stop. At the second attempt has to sort of pick himself up, having sprawled to his right to make the stop, and so Ahmed takes on the sort of throw in the arm and makes his ground comfortably enough. Ahmed on to 13, 26 for 2, the lead to 3-5.
Next opponents for these two, Kent are making a much better fist of it. Second time around at Cardiff, it looks like it might have flattened out a bit down there. They were bowled out for 155 first time round, Glamorgan making 327. Kent are now 123 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing by 49. Northamptonshire, where Derbyshire are next week, in the face of Middlesex's 625 for 8 declared, are 148 for 5. Still trailing by 477. Gloucestershire 202 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's 557. All those games available, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app. And who knows, on Sports Extra 3 this time tomorrow. Here is Lewis Reese bowling to Lewis Hill. And the first ball is almost again like he has to wait for it to arrive. Hill just sticks his bat on it straight into the ground and carries on, as you would expect. Play underway in all 4 matches that remain in the First Division as well. Worcestershire in a spot of bother against Warwickshire in the second innings, I think. Oh, that one has beaten Lewis Hill. They're not in a spot bother at all, I'm talking nonsense. They're 47 without loss in their second innings, leading by 196. Yorkshire 425 for 6 at a now sunny Scarborough against Yorkshire against Surrey at Scarborough. Nottinghamshire declared on 578 for 8, Hampshire 98 for 1 down in Southampton, and Sussex batting for the second time, having been dismissed for 204 in their first innings, as Reese comes in, and that one he goes for some kind of pull into the leg side. It gets a bottom edge down into the ground, and there's no run. So Sussex 10 for 1, still trailing Essex by 290, Essex having made 504, and in the test match, India now 285 for 5, as Reese is on his way in again. From the city end, bowls to Hill, who goes back, turns it, tries to turn it square or behind square. That would be preferable with a short leg in place, but it actually goes in front of square. And as a result, there is no run. That's the boost defenders are in action as well today, whoever they are. Some strange scores on this website. In comes Reese again. He has lifted it into the leg side, and he will get 4 runs, Lewis Hill. Nice shot. They now want a square leg. Let's just chase that ball. 4 to Hill. It moves on to 5. 30 for 2. He's yet to reach double figures, but he will. In fact, they're not having a square leg, because Jack Morley, who's just retrieved the ball, is going back to sort of fine leg. Oh no, now he's going back to square leg. There we are. I thought he might. And Alex Thompson is going to go where Jack Morley was, and there is no short leg anymore, because David Lloyd has now gone into a close-ish point. There's also a backward point, as well as a slip under the helmet. Although he's just holding the helmet at the moment, Blair Tickner, rather than wearing it, in conversation with Caleb Jewell, while Wayne Madsen has a conversation with Aaron Donald and Lewis Reese. Donald at mid-off, Chappell at mid-on, Harry Kane in the covers, Wayne Madsen at extra cover. And here comes Reese around the wicket to bowl to Hill, who turns it into the leg side. Reese jogs across to pick the ball up. It was the last ball of his 4th over. 2 for 11 his figures now. Leicestershire 30 for 2 with Rehan Ahmed on 13, Lewis Hill on 5. They lead by 239.
Just tee off is one suggestion. So a Leicester supporter, get them before they get you. Foxy Phil, swing like a rusty gate, lads.
It seems like a plan.
Followed by, just one normal day, Leicestershire, please. They don't really do normal days this season.
Well, they don't do day 4s either, so
no,
not often.
Not always for the right reason, but happily this season, for the most part, for a good reason. 239 the lead. Thompson still not too sure about the field. Tickner goes a little deeper at leg slip, as over the wicket goes Thompson to Ahmed, who's dancing down and on driving, got to the pitch of it and thumped it straight back past the stumps, and no chance at all for Reese, who is a good halfway back at mid-on to get across and cut it off. So Ahmed's approach at the moment is working. 17 off 10 for Ahmed. Thompson is in to him. It bounces and turns and jumps up, and the attempted defensive push misses it, but it thumps into the pad. Now Blair Tickner, that well-known expert in spin, has got some advice for Alex Thompson, who sort of walks back as if I don't want you to hear it, Blair. But anyway, he is going to hear it.
The leader of the bowling attack, I think he likes to.
And now he's running back to his leg slip position. Nothing has changed that I can see. In goes Thompson, and an attempted reverse sweep by Ahmed, reaching out well wide of off stump. He makes no connection. It goes into his pad and trickles out towards short leg. Third man is coming a yard or two as Thompson is in an attempted sweep, a conventional sweep from outside off stump, this time by Ahmed. Again, there is no connection. Again, the ball thumps into the front pad, well outside off stump, and trickles towards short leg. Shot a ball at the moment from Rehan Ahmed. Thompson is in, he goes back and cuts wristily, and he's got that in between the fielders, and it's going to go to the boundary just backward of point for 4. Sweetly timed, it was just short enough from Alex Thompson for Rehan Ahmed to go back and cut it. I suspect he's quite enjoying these conditions in a strange sort of way, Rehan Ahmed.
It's a no-lose.
Yeah, exactly, he's got licence to try and play a shotter ball then, as in goes Thompson, bowls to him, a little paddle sweep on a full delivery, gets it around the corner down towards fine leg, who picks it up at the second attempt, and Ahmed takes 1. The throw wasn't the greatest, and it wasn't taken by Guest. Hill had to duck out of the way, but there were plenty backing up. Ahmed on to 22, keeps the strike. It's going to be quite interesting to see how he tries to deal with Reese, but he's moved on to 22, extremely valuable runs, and the Leicestershire lead, well, I was going to say has crept up to 248, but 22 or 15, it's marched up to it, really.
Indeed. Going along very nicely. 4 and over.
Reese 2 for 11 from his 4 overs. Can't be blamed.
He's going to bowl the next over, as you might expect. He's just got a slip now, no short leg, anything like that. There's a man out on the deep square leg boundary, man at short fine as well, as this one is just clubbed back down the ground for 4 runs by Ahmed. That was very much out of the baseball manual. Lewis Reese, I don't think, realised where it had gone, because he looked quite surprised. Yeah, he's just pointing out towards the offside side. Well, I thought it went out towards extra cover. It actually went just to the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end. Remarkably. He picks up another boundary, his 5th, 26 to Rehan Ahmed. Leicestershire 43 for 2, leading by 252. Reese is in again, and he goes back and just chops the ball into the offside. Straight to Wayne Madsen.
Straight off middle stump.
Yes, well, you're right. I think he's enjoying himself. I'll swing the bat, connect with a few, see where it gets me. Very much out of the Aaron Donald handbook. Which means that if every Derbyshire player does it and they all make 25,
exactly,
they'll still lose, but it'll be entertaining. Here comes Reese and bowls to Ahmed, who hit that into the air and is caught by Zach Chappell at mid-on. He was aiming it out into the offside. Lewis Reese has his 3rd, that's his 9th of the match, and Leicestershire are now 43 for 3 as Rehan Ahmed goes for 26. Well, he wasn't aiming it there, and if he was, he needed to hit it a little bit harder, quite frankly. But a comfortable catch for Zach Chappell. Had to move a few steps backwards, but always had the ball in front of him. And an 18 ball 26 with 5 fours is probably exactly what's required in these circumstances for Leicestershire, who now lead by 252. Relative failure, and yet still double figures. Yes, I think he was trying to drive it out towards long off, perhaps got the inside half of the bat, and Chappell taking a comfortable catch in the end. Lewis Reese now with even more remarkable figures of 9 for 71.
What are his best? I can find them for you. Best match figures. Don't worry, because he's bowling at the moment, so they'll be up on the screen.
I indeed wasn't going to worry. His best figures in an innings are 7 for 20.
Yes.
I decided not to worry quite early in that conversation. His best bowling in a match is 10 for 97, so he's every chance.
Every chance.
Every chance. 5 times he's got 5 wickets in an innings, and only once has he got 10 wickets in a match. That might have been earlier this season. This is where it was indeed against Gloucestershire. 6 for 52 and 4 for 45 would account for his best in a match. So he's having a good season. He's having a good season, full stop, apart from the injury, which basically kept him out of 2 games in the middle of the T20 Blast, and he didn't take any part in the T20 Blast either.
Figures notwithstanding, he has no time at all for the Kookaburra. Kookaburra, yes or no? No, he says. It produces rubbish cricket.
Yes, well, here he comes to bowl to Peter Hanscom, the new batter, who just guides that out into the offside. Alex Thompson makes a bit of a meal of trying to stop it and therefore doesn't. And they get back for a couple as Harry Kane comes around. That was out at backward point. Hanscom off the mark straight away, 45 for 3. It's pointless cricket. Well, it isn't pointless, but it's a pointless exercise.
It's, I don't know. Yes, I take your point about what it's designed to do.
Yes.
But it makes for it's a different form of the game now, and the conditions change, and club cricketers the world over will be saying, "Well, this is part of the game. This is what's involved."
Reese bowls to Hanscom, who edges that into the ground, just shy of Blair Tickler slip. Soft hands, nicely done. If he meant it, which he probably did. 45 for 3. Yeah, we are forever hearing words integrity. The integrity of the First Division. Let's reduce it to 8 so everybody plays each other twice. Let's have some integrity. But we'll change balls. Here comes Reese and bowls, and that one is a ball that just sits up for Peter Hanscom to pull into the leg side a long way in front of square for 4 runs. I'm entirely sure that was the ball that Lewis Reese was trying to bowl there, but Hanscom moves on to 6, 49 for 3 now. It just basically bounced and almost bounced straight up. Almost as if it, again, baseball, they put them on those little poles and hit them off that, and it was just a hit-me ball. We're going to see a change of spinner at the racecourse, because we're going to see Jack Morley, who didn't bowl particularly well in the first innings, to see if he can rectify that at 49 for 3. And then today we know that Nottinghamshire are going to have a new bowler bowling for them who hasn't played in the first tip. There's no integrity there. So, but then again, we don't know what we're playing for next season, do we? So there's no integrity there either. The cricket and integrity in that sense simply don't go together. The format, and you've been doing it a lot longer than I have. I've been doing it 10 seasons now. When I started, we had some 50-over cricket at the start of the season, and then that moved, and we had the T20 was there, and that's moved, and then, it's just nonsense. Pick something and stick to it, and you hear them say, well, once we pick this new formula, which will be about the 9th new scheduled formula that I've seen, we're going to stick to it. But they're not, and they're not, and slowly the county game dies, which I think ultimately is what the custodians of the game really want. It appears from the outside. I'm sure they would argue that they don't want that, but...
And then we get 10 regional franchises.
10 franchises, playing possibly 6 red ball games when it suits, and lots of T20 cricket, a bit of 50 overs when there's a World Cup coming. I think the counties should basically break away, personally, once they've got the money.
And yet the cash cow are the test matches. Test matches need players who can play for 4/5 days with a red ball. Oh, well, I suppose they could change that, couldn't they? They could eventually play it with a...
You see, at the moment, August isn't going to bring players through, is it?
No.
They're not going to want second teams and youth teams and all the rest of it. They just want to cherry pick the best of the ones that are produced.
Jack Morley then from the racecourse end to Lewis Hill bowls, and Hill gets a fullish delivery that he can wait for and play firmly out towards mid-on, where Reese, the destroyer, is awaiting, and take a single. So Hill on to 5. It was Hamish who said that previously about that ball stopped dead in the pitch, and that delivery that saw the end of, well, didn't see the end of Hanscom, but it did sort of rise vertically at fairly slow pace.
Put backspin on it.
It was sort of like that. Morley is in, bowls a little bit short. It hurries through though, and on the back foot, Hanscom is hit on the pad, but it's going on down the leg side, despite the fact it hit his right pad. For me, yep, going on down. In goes Morley and bowls. Hanscom leans forward. He's overpitched it slightly. Can work it to mid-wicket and take 2, really, because there is no mid-wicket. Reese has to run up from mid-on. He has to run around the ball because, of course, he's left-handed. And so Hanscom can pick up a couple. But the Leicestershire captain has started far more briskly than his wont to do, indicating that he too is of a mind to get what he can while he can. Morley is in and bowls. Hanscom is looking to turn it down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. Guest doesn't take the ball cleanly. Foxy Phil, lol. Steady Fletch, he says.
What?
About
People know my views generally.
He's laughing. In goes Morley and bowls, and again it's a little bit too full in that Hanscom can stretch forward, get to the pitch of it and smother any spin. Morley looks down at the ball in his right hand. Stands almost behind umpire Pratt, then steps around him and bowls to Hanscom. It's a full toss and Hanscom can whip it away to square leg 4. It dribbles over the ropes in vast empty acreage out there. And poor Jack Morley continues not to be able to find the right length as much, well, or line, but particularly length. That was a full toss that Hanscom gratefully put away. He moves into double figures onto 12.56 for 3. The Leicestershire lead now 2.65.
The last ball of Jack Morley's over. Just the impression, this is not based on anything really other than what I've seen with my own eyes, just seems to be a boundary ball. As well as he's bowled up to that point, if you're going to go for 4 off the last ball of every over, you're going to struggle, and he's just struggling at the moment for whatever reason. Jack Morley, since he took that 6-wicket haul against Gloucestershire in the first innings down at Bristol, I think he's got 1 wicket. We're going to see Lewis Reese continue. Wayne Madsen, you can just hear in the effects microphone directing his troops hither and yon all over the place. David Lloyd's picking up his helmet. Looks very weary, David Lloyd. Back in action after the hamstring pull. Made a little impression with the bat, sadly, and clearly isn't going to be doing much bowling with the fielding pads on. 56 for, I thought we were about to start playing cricket then, but we're not because they're still talking. But it is 56 for 3. Lead 265. Something has been brought out. Looks like a protector to me in the right hand of Ben Aitchison. So it means, or is it a gel? It could be. Here is Reese in, bowls full, and Hill turns that one into the leg side for a single. No, it's a drink or an energy gel. I want to use one of those as a protector. 57 for 3. Slightly ineffective. Lead 266. After Leicestershire decided against enforcing the follow-on because they don't want to bat on this pitch last, and I can't say I blame them. They probably don't want to bat on this pitch full stop, but such is the way of cricket. They almost, well, they have to. Well, it's a horror, an absolute horror. I assume we're going to play on this in September as well. Might as well just play on this one. against Glamorgan.
There are some village grounds I've played on when there is just the one
Yeah,
pitch.
yeah, give it a roll.
Play on all evenings throughout the summer.
You're not missing anything because the short legs come out. David Lloyd is going to point. Caleb Jewell is going to mid-wicket. They're unfortunately +2 on the over rate, which isn't helping anybody turn this into any kind of spectacle at the moment. We've had one delivery and it's taken over 2 minutes already. In comes Reese around the wicket, balls to Hanscom, who is trapped a leg before wicket. I wasn't sure if he'd got an edge on that or not. Big appeal from Lewis Reese, who now has 4, and Hanscom goes for 12, and Leicestershire are 57 for 4. The lead is 266, and the game moves on apace.
It sort of stopped and straightened. And Hanscom sort of looked back down the pitch and sort of put his head to one side and thought, well, not much I could do about that. And there kind of wasn't, really.
No, no.
Reese could
All 10.
get all 10.
All 10.
Really, here.
I just thought that.
I've seen it done before.
Have you?
Otis Gibson for Durham against Hampshire back in 2018.
Well, you are older than, you're older than me, aren't you?
Earlier, actually.
A lot older than me.
Yeah, I am, and that was.
I don't think you are.
Possibly. I feel like.
Well, he's now got 10 for the match, of course. So the second time in his career he's taken 10 wickets in a match. Lewis Reese, the first one was earlier this season against Gloucestershire. It was the other way around when he took 4 in the first and 6 in the second, wasn't it? No, he took 6 in the first and 4 in the second, which is what he's got now.
Watch this one. Just pitch leg, but straightened onto leg as well.
Yeah, he sort of just shrugged his shoulders and off he went.
Yeah.
Yep, fair cop.
12.
Pitch has got me.
He got into double figures though.
Yes.
Like Rahan Ahmed.
Well, they have to now, don't they? Now we're into the players who didn't get into double figures again, starting with Ian Holland.
266 the lead. They want it to be over 300. You would have thought.
Over 300. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
because
right.
you never know if one of the Derbyshire players does tee off and does connect.
Holland waits, Reese bowls, too many tens. The first ball he faces into the leg side, down towards Jack Morley, who doesn't pick it up cleanly, but they were going to get through for a comfortable single in any case. 58 for 4. If the if the innings continue to diminish as they have, 398, 189, 58 for 4. Heaven only knows what Derbyshire are going to score in the 4th innings. I'm all out for 26. They're 267 in arrears at the moment as Reese bowls to Hill. That's short and wide. It's pushed out into the offside. The stumps comes from Harry Kane, but Holland just about made his ground. He's got that much padding on. Notice he has a big chest guard. I'm not sure that he's going to need it really.
That more or less stopped as well, didn't it? Popped up.
59 for 4.
Leicestershire do need to learn, though, from this. They opened with Logan Van Beek as well as Ian Holland when they were bowling in Derbyshire's first innings. Reese is in and bowls. Forward goes Holland, defending carefully out towards point, and it is not a fast bowler's pitch, as Blair Tickner's absence from the attack indicates after just 2 overs, and Foxes they will open with Ian Holland as and when they get the chance to bowl, but they might also be advised to perhaps even open with a spinner, but Ben Green you would have thought might be an option. In goes Reese, bowls very, very, very slowly. Holland drops the ball down at his feet. Reese gets a pat on the back. And why wouldn't you when you are sitting on on innings figures of 6 overs, 4 for 24, and match figures into double figures now for Lewis Reese. 59 for 4, the lead 268. Should be enough in the circumstances. But as I say, they will want to get it over 300, that is for sure, ideally around 350. Feels a long way off at the moment. Applause for Reese, who gives a thumbs up to the little knot of Derbyshire supporters below us. Jack Morley, he'll be desperate to make a positive contribution, steps in round the wicket and bowls, brings Hill forward on off stump, pushing it out into the offside. Tickner quickly on to it. Holland again has to get the afterburners on, called through by Hill, but Ian Holland did respond, scurried through, made his ground. Tickner, who is just established as a dead ringer for Paul Chuckle at the moment, and the haircut and the bushy tash. Great body language from Tickner. It's expressive, put it that way. You never have any doubts what he's thinking. In goes Morley and bowls forward. A little bit too full, so getting forward, Ian Holland can get to the pitch of the ball and just smother it out into the offside. 60 for 4. Morley swings his arms, goes in and bowls, swept for 4 by Holland, just the wrong line. Morley turns rather resigned, well before the ball had crossed the ropes down there at mid-wicket, swept well in front of square by Holland. He moves on to 5. Gentleman emerges from a very little temporary permanent. Oh, it's permanent stand, that really, isn't it? It's got, is it concrete? It's
got a concrete base, but the rest of it's temporary-ish.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows of blue seats.
Moved from where the new big stand, which is also relatively...
New permanently temperate stand.
Yes, yeah, there's a lot of those. I think it's the future.
64 for 4. 273 the lead. Morley is in. He was playing that well in advance, Ian Holland. He stepped forward and a little ramp down the leg side, using their T20, the T20 skills that they've developed. Quite a lot of the batsmen here. Ahmed was, and now Holland is as well. Holland having developed his, to a certain, well, mostly actually in America, where he's spent the last 3 weeks, seeing parts of his native country for Washington freedom, and presumably earning swags of dollars. Again, you're not missing any cricket because all sorts of field changes going on at Wayne Madson's behest. Harry Kames going back to deep backward square. No mid-wicket. Reese at mid on. As Morley is in, bowls a full toss that is slog swept for 4.
Well, he's waited until the penultimate ball of the over this time. Come on, Jack. Not entirely sure what's happened to him. As I say, he did really well against Gloucestershire, 6 wickets in the first innings. And again, it was ultimately drawn. Derbyshire clinging on at the end. Although they did put themselves in a position to win.
1 ball to go in his second over for the young left armour. Steps in, bowls to Holland. That's a better delivery, but doesn't really turn too much. Turns to umpire Pratt, takes his cap and his sweater in with his eyes cast down. 2 overs for 18 for Jack Morley, and 2 of the boundaries have come from full tosses, and weight of the world on his shoulders as he walks away down towards long leg. 70 for 4.
It's the 2 left arm spin. I mean, Lim Travaskis looked like he was at the weight of the world on his shoulders after the first 2 overs that he bowled. As you quite rightly said yesterday, they were decent. Then he bowled 3 that were. Then he came back though, picked up a wicket and looked much chirpy, which was nice to see. But Jack hasn't reached the chirpy stage. yet. Lots of discussions going on up there. A quick message from Gary Hickinbottom. And Gary, you're never a bother. Derbyshire Disability take on Yorkshire at Darley Abbey this Sunday. The winner wins the North Division. So all support would be welcome. If you're still listening, Gary, just tell us what time it starts, and then people can make plans and perhaps get down to see you at Darley Abbey. Be a good game, that.
Down? Is it south of Derby somewhere, or
just
where is
north,
it?
I think.
Okay. Sounds lovely.
Yes. My Derbyshire geography and knowledge is poor, but I'm fairly sure it's to the north of Derby. I'm going to get inundated now. That's the kind of thing that people pick up on, isn't it? So I'm just going to double check. As you say, I'm sure it's beautiful. It is to the north. In comes Reese to bowl to Hill, who just turns the first ball of the new over into the leg side. David Lloyd is windmilling his arms, despite having the fielding pads on, which could take a while. In fact, it's probably, according to this, yeah, it is north. Of course it is. Thank you, Google Maps. 71 for 4. See, that'll take time out of the game, and he takes his pads off and he comes on to bowl. Rather annoyingly. In comes Reese again and bowls to Holland, who pushes this out towards Wayne Madsen. Got to the point where we almost don't want anybody else to take a wicket, with Reese having claimed all 4 so far. Is that wrong with me? 1 o'clock.
I'm trying to think whether anyone has done it since Otis Gibson did it for Durham. He was the first for about 12 years. Richard Johnson
did it on
for
this
Middlesex.
ground.
Had done it previously.
On this ground. Reese bowls and goes past the edge of Holland's bat. Yeah, because Richard Johnson had his photograph taken in front of what is now the members' pavilion when it was the players' pavilion. I've seen the photograph. I'm fairly sure this is the one where he didn't have the ball because they couldn't find it, and Griffith wanted him to bring the ball out and show it to him, but of course, well, he could have brought any ball out really, but
I'd be unique, surely, to have seen them both if he does take 10.
Yes, yeah. This one is just guided around the corner. They're going to go through for a quick single as there's a horrible misfield from Alex Thompson, and they go through for a second. Different fielding pads are on the boundary's edge, everybody, so if you need a cup of tea, now's the time to make it, because I rather fancy that we're going to have a slight delay after this. Martin Anderson has them under his
Surely not.
His left arm. The over rate is +2, but that only changes at the intervals, so they may well get back to level at some point.
We've had how many today? 13.4 in an hour and 10 minutes.
Oh, it's pathetic. Here comes Reese in bowls. That one is pushed into the offside by Holland. That is genuinely very poor indeed.
I mean, we've had 4 wickets, yes, but even so, a lot of those overs have been bowled by spinners.
We had a very lengthy delay
5 of them.
when the ball hit Brooke Guest's helmet.
Yes.
Which was a little, I know he has to be checked, but it took a while for the check to be carried out. It's not as if the ball's been flayed to the boundary 100 times and they've had to go and fetch it from the health club. We've got another change in the field now as Ben Aitchison, who's on the field in place of Blair Tickner, who's just walking down the steps, goes out to the mid-wicket boundary, and David Lloyd, who was at point, moves around to mid-wicket. Jack Morley, I'm not sure where he was, but he's at backward point now. And Reese is in to bowl to Holland and beats the edge of his bat again. It isn't Blair Tickner who's off. My apologies, it was Zach Chappell. End of the over. 73 for 4. Holland has 13. Hill has 10. The lead 282.
Barely misses off stump. Just straightens on Holland as he reaches forward.
Lloyd is removing some pads. In a moment, somebody else will be putting pads on, I fancy. But I'm not sure who it's going to... Well, ordinarily it would have been an Iron Donald. Is that an Iron Donald, or is it going to be Caleb Jewell, who has fielded in there? I'm just having a look. There are pads going on and coming off in all directions. It is an Iron Donald who's going to be under the lid. Don't get those fielding pads mixed up. Of course, David Lloyd's legs are a lot shorter than an Iron Donald's. He's got the long underwear on. Very nice. Now he's got his trousers on. Aaron Donald's almost dressed as well. He has taken his shoes off though. That will take us a little while. Shoes off. Good grief. Change it on the board now to -5 and get him to get a move on. 14 overs in an hour and 11 minutes.
There will be time to finish the game, I suppose. The West Indies used to make that point, didn't they, when they were criticised for their over rate in the days of 4 extremely fast, hostile bowlers who used to blow sides away. They said, well, if we did bowl 16 overs in our games, it'd be over in 2 days flat, which was a fair point.
This could be the same here.
When there were grumbles about their over rate.
David Lloyd's got 2 sweaters on. He's removed his long sleeve sweater. He's still got his. Has he got a sweater on still? I'm not sure he has actually.
Do you think? Oh, they can't take Reese off, so Morley isn't going to. It's not a change to put Morley on at the other end, so it is a bit tough on the young man. But 2 overs for 18, they can't afford 3 overs for 27 or 30. Really.
I think he has got a sleeveless on. Yes, he has. Top lip being kept nice and warm by that moustache of his.
How long since the end of the last over? And still we have
Tuesday, wasn't it?
endless changes to the field.
See, they could have been doing this while they were, couldn't they? Everybody get into position.
They knew
and
which
when he's
batsman
ready,
was going to be on.
Yeah.
They knew who was going to be bowling.
When he's ready, we can just crack on.
While you're changing your pads, let's set the field. But New Jewel comes across to mid-wicket. Still Madsen is still, and so everybody steps back from the creases again, because long leg is being moved a few feet wider. Finally, Lloyd is in and bowls to Lewis Hill, who leans forward and blocks it back up the pitch to Lloyd. And now we have the umpire moving from square leg to point. Jack Chantry at least jogs. So he's in position by the time Lloyd is ready to bowl his second delivery. Does flattish, turned calmly by Hill out towards that deep backward square. Stroke long leg. Comes into field and one is taken. Morley it is down there. Left arm throw. Brings Holland down on strike, so we have yet more field changes. They're both right-handers, incidentally, but clearly the feeling is that Tickner goes from leg slip to short third, and now we have a inexplicable pause before Morley is moved 2 feet to his right at long leg. In goes Lloyd, and an attempted little paddle sweep by Holland. Didn't get anything on it, comes off the pad, rolls out to square leg, just backward of square. Brooke Guest wins the chase to pick it up, emerging from behind the stumps, obviously, so a leg bye is comfortably taken. Tickner returns from short third to put on the lid and go back in at leg slip. Lloyd steps in, bowls a little bit short, turned around the corner. It bounced up on Hill, but he managed to turn it between leg slip and short leg. Morley came running into field and Hill takes one. Hill on to 11. Holland has 13, 75 for 4. The lead 2-8-5. Lloyd, Morley's being, I bet he's got loads of little scrape marks down there where he's been told to field. Lloyd bowls. And Holland is forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch towards David Lloyd, who waits for it to arrive, which it eventually does.
Disagreement between the scoreboards, which is never a good thing.
76 on ours, as in goes Lloyd. Bowls a full toss that is driven away for Chappell. His pursuit, that of a man who doesn't really believe he's going to chase it down, and he is correct in that lack of belief. 80 for 4 then. Holland 17, Hill has 12. The lead 2-8-9. Another full toss from the spinner.
Yes. Or 288, depending on which scoreboard and which website you look at.
I think the big one did miss a Hill single, but I may be wrong.
He's on strike now, and they've got him on strike. Well, both of them have got him on strike. Yeah, and either way, I don't think it's going to make any difference ultimately. Lewis Reese is going to continue. He bowled a 7-over spell to begin with yesterday. No, on day one. When was that? The day before yesterday. He bowled 7 overs yesterday, 3 maidens, 5 for 12. He's bowled 7 overs, 4 for 27 this morning. And thereby, thanks to David Griffin, I'll come back to that in a moment, he's going to be bowling to Lewis Hill, who bowls a full toss. It's catching, and that one's been driven out towards the extra cover boundary for 4, and Hill moves on to 16. 84 for 4, lead 293. By getting the 10 wickets in a match so far, it's only the second time it is the second time he's done that this season. The last time it was done twice in a season was Dominic Cork in 2003. Not that Derbyshire haven't been very good recently. And the last time it was done here was by Kevin Dean in 2002. Good morning to both, if you're listening. Here comes Reese and bowls. This one's down the leg side, nicely taken by Brooke Guest. It looked like it was going to go down the leg side from a long way out, so he was able to move to his left. Blair Tickner turns around and glances at the scoreboard. The over eight's now gone down to +1, which is still slightly farcical. And Hill on 16, Holland on 17 at the non-strikers, then Hill's on 16, waits, and Reese bowls to him. He goes back, punches it into the offside. It's fielded by Wayne Madsen, and there is no run. Kent inching closer to parity at 145 for 2. They're 27 behind Glamorgan. Gloucestershire 239 for 2. Still trailing Lancashire by 318 at Cheltenham. As in comes Reese again around the wicket, bowls to Hill, who defends straight back to the bowler. The Northamptonshire 185 for 5, trailing Middlesex by 444 runs at Merchant Taylor's. Worcestershire could beat Warwickshire at Edgbaston, which would be terrific for them and their hopes of survival. They lead by 232, 1 down in the second innings. Yorkshire are hell-bent on batting forever, as this next one is defended of a fashion by Hill into the offside, backward of square. He got himself in a little bit of a tangle, but managed to get the bat down on it. And, through to the feet of Jack Morley. And just as I say, they're hell-bent on batting forever, they declare on 517 for 6 against Surrey at Scarborough. So 652 for 2, still 248 behind Essex, second innings. In goes Reese again, and this one is punched off the back foot to backward point by Hill to Morley, who does the fielding. The over comes to an end at 84 for 4 or 83 for 4, take your pick. And Hampshire 128 for 2 against Nottinghamshire at Southampton, trailing by 450 runs. 293 the lead here for Leicestershire, who didn't enforce the follow-on despite that lead of 209. No surprise. Holland has 17, Hill has 16. 4 wickets for Lewis Reese. And we now have David Lloyd, the very much part-time off-spinner bowling from the racecourse end.
Good God, it was 2007 that Otis Gibson took all 10 against Hampshire.
And you were there?
And yes.
You don't look old enough. I thought you were still at school then.
18 years ago. Where's it gone? And previously, Richard Johnson. And that was in 1994.
Still spoken about in these parts.
Lloyd is in, bowls to Holland, who stays on the back foot and rather shovels it off his stumps towards short leg. Lloyd tosses that one up, but gets to it on the full Holland and can drive it away out into the offside for 4. Well, Morley bowled a couple of full tosses that got put away for 4, and Lloyd has now done.
Reese bowled one in the previous over.
He did.
if you take the pitch out, it's quite easy to bat out there, isn't it?
It makes life easier, that is for sure.
So there's 16 runs that were entirely unnecessarily given away.
Lloyd drops short a little bit there, so Holland can go back and just push it into the completely vacant covers. And in fact, so vacant are they that Thompson has to run in from the sort of point boundary, and Holland can take a very simple 2 and move on to 23. This partnership is maybe becoming slightly significant as Lloyd bowls, Holland forward. Don't tell me it's a no ball.
Bowled a no ball.
But he's only got a 5-step. Well, it's not a run-up, it's 5 steps to the crease. But no ball it was, and that takes the Leicestershire lead over 300. 301 now, 92 for 4. The partnership up to 45. Lloyd is in, drops short, so Holland can go back and turn it out towards mid-wicket. Jewell is there at mid-wicket, but he has to scramble to his right to field, and the single is taken. Holland on to 24. The scoreboards now agree. They are in synchronicity.
That's twice you've used that. That's very good. You used it yesterday.
Do you know what? I think it's in my mind because the Police had an album called Synchronicity, and Stuart Copeland is on a sort of talking tour. He was always good at talking, wasn't he? The former drummer of the Police.
He's the American one.
Indeed. Lloyd is in. Hill turns it past short leg out towards backward square, and 1 is taken. I just saw a poster for it the other day.
Yeah.
He's coming to Stamford. I'm not going to go and see him because he annoyed me when he was talking when he was in the Police, let alone subsequently. So
I was trying to think of something witty to say. Thank goodness there isn't a poster about something else.
Forward goes Holland, and Lloyd rather disconsolately takes his cap from umpire Pratt. Morley conceded 18 from his 2, and Lloyd has conceded 16 from his 2. So 34 from 4 overs from the 2 spinners. Thompson 3 overs for 15, and much for Wayne Madsen to think about. 94 for 4, I beg your pardon, to lead 303.
I think his best bet is to bowl Lewis Reese from both ends. Or a Lewis Reese equivalent, and of course there isn't one. I don't know of anybody out there who bowls at the pace of Lewis Reese, apart from Lewis Reese. And the man who's just left the field. Well, he's a bit quicker, Ben Aitchison. Here comes it's a full toss from Reese. It's clipped into the leg side. He was looking for the Yorker, wasn't he? Probably. They pick up a single. Hill moves to 18. 95 for 4. Low full toss on this occasion. The ice cream van's back. It's parked slightly differently today, more visible. The wind's changed direction once again as in comes Reese and bowls to Holland, short and wide, and well, cut away for 4 out to the cover boundary. Holland moves on to 28. 99 for 4 now.
50 partnership. No, not quite. Yes.
42.
Oh, not even close.
No, you carry on. Don't
Sorry. 57 when the first. Yeah. Not even close, Richard. There we go.
Come on, son.
I'll just crawl back into my hole.
Well, I know that because that is also on the scoreboard, which is very useful for people like me. Here comes Reese again and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot out towards the cover fielder, who now is on the boundary. Harry Kane, who has to come in off the rope to do the fielding. Holland moves to 29, and the 100's up for Leicestershire. 100 for 4 after 17 and a half overs. They're going along, despite this pitch being like it is, at more than 5.5 and over here. And there appears to be little that Derbyshire can do to stop it. Reese is in. That one's paddled around the corner. A nice stop by Zach Chappell, diving to his right. Capless with his sunglasses on.
It's a heck of a look.
Just Checks out his elbow after that tumble. Hasn't been used today, and it would appear unlikely that he will be unless Reese finally runs out of steam. It's Reese's first game since before the start of the T20. He's in around the wicket again. That one is turned into the leg side by Holland, no run. I think he might run out of steam at some point. I know he's hardly, with the greatest of respect, Lou, and I did mention it to him again last night. Funny how the slower bowlers were getting the wickets jibe from earlier in the season. That might even have been that Gloucestershire game when he picked up 10. He's got quite a long run up, but he doesn't really ever get moving particularly quickly. He's in now, bowls to Holland, who turns it into the leg side. Lloyd just walks past it, allows Caleb Jewell, his opening partner, at some point later today, you would imagine, to pick it up. And the over comes to an end, 101 for 4. 7 runs off the over, though, that time. And when Lloyd removes his cap, so he's going to continue. He'll get a third, despite conceding 8 runs and over in his first 2 overs. Leicestershire 101 for 4. Holland on 29, Hill on 19. The lead is enough. 310. But a lot of cricket left in this game, so no real pressure on Leicestershire to declare at any stage, really, you wouldn't have thought.
Lloyd bowls, brings Hill forward, pushing the ball out into the offside. Getting to the pitch of it, Hill, 151 in the first innings, 19 now in the second, so he has had a match to remember. Lloyd tosses that one up, and it is a half volley outside off stump that Hill drives away to the man on the backward point boundary, who's Alex Thompson. You sort of feel that the spinners, maybe this says something about spin at the moment and the quality of spin bowling in the County Championship second division, because you would think there'd be spinners sort of wheeling away at both ends, but
there will be later.
You would imagine so. Lloyd is in, bowls, Holland goes back, turns it around the corner. There is sort of bounce and turn, but Lloyd raises his eyes to the heavens as playing it comfortably enough off the pitch. Holland turns it down to fine leg / long leg for 1. He moves on to 30 off just 27 deliveries. Lloyd into Hill. Oh, not another no ball.
Oh, come on.
This is unreal. It is a no ball.
Yeah.
How? Sorry. How? But it is. In he goes. Bowls. Foolish outside off stump, because he was almost looking at his feet there in his determination not to cross the line. He peers back down at the crease. It's pushed by Hill very comfortably out to deep point, and 1 is taken. 106 for 4. And Madsen and Derbyshire not at the moment getting it right. There's just sort of changes after each ball, but it feels as though they're slightly, because the bowling is inconsistent, having to try to plug gaps that keep appearing in other places. Lloyd in, bowls, and slightly full, but pushed firmly by Holland out towards mid-off, and I'm going to take a huge chance here and say I think that is the 50 partnership.
It is.
Hey, I got there. I was a touch premature. Like 3 overs ago. 107 for 4. The lead 316. Lloyd steps in, bowls. That's a little bit better. And it's turned comfortably by Hill along the ground. 2 short leg. End of Lloyd's over. He, again, head down.
His
the body language.
His body language is awful, isn't it, David Lloyd's? I'm afraid. He's just having a tap on the back there from Wayne Madsen, which rather suggests that might be the end of him for the time being. And he takes his sweater as well.
3 overs for 22. Where to whom does Madsen now turn?
Well, he doesn't bowl himself very much anymore. In fact, this season he's bowled once against Northamptonshire. He took 1 for 32 in 4 overs. But I think that was a run rate issue. an over rate issue.
Morley is going to have a go from the... So Reese is done for now.
4:38 from his 9 overs. Lewis Reese, for the first time today, I will commentate on a different bowler. Lead 3-1-6. Leicestershire looking to take 22 points from this game. Derbyshire would love to take 10. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to. Lloyd leaves the field. You're not missing any cricket, of course, because there isn't anything happening out there at the moment. But he's clearly not going to field there, is he? He's just polishing the ball, and Aaron Donald in his fielding pads, and he's clearly not going to field right behind the umpire. Here we go. Ian Holland on strike. He's got 31 off 28, 107 for 4. In comes Morley, and back goes. Perhaps he's been bowling at the wrong end. Managed to pitch that one quite nicely, and it's played back to him by Holland.
But he did bowl at the City end in the first innings.
Oh, did he?
Quite a bit.
Did he? Not quite a bit, because he only bowled 60.
Well,
he bowls. That's a good do, yeah. He put his whole body into that delivery, it seemed to me, and it pitched and bounced and span.
Spat almost, didn't it?
Holland waits. Morley's in, that's quicker and flatter, and reverse swept for 4 runs. Caleb Jewell was not going to catch it. And Holland picks up another boundary. He moves on to 35, does he? Or does he move on to... Yes, he does. And 111 for 4. So that's the way to deal with that. Just reverse it. That was Holland's 6th boundary. 111 for 4. In comes Morley again. He's driven out into the offside towards Harry Kame on the cover boundary. Single is taken. 112 for 4. Give us a wave out there if you're still awake. Oh, no, nobody's listening. Morley bowls to Hill, who gets very studiously forward to defend it to Blair Tickney, who now finds himself at extra cover with Wayne Madsen in at slip, the Derbyshire skipper. And Jewell is at backward point. This one is cut away short. Delivery from Morley. Hill picks up another one, moves to 22, and it's all very straightforward at the moment for Leicestershire, whose lead is up to 322 at 113 for 4. Hill 22, Holland 36. We've had a full 20 overs in an hour and 35 minutes, which suggests there is going to be spin again from Alex Thompson at the racecourse end, but they're not going to get anywhere near 32 overs before lunch.
Despite the fact we've already had 9 overs of spin. 9 of the 20 overs have been spin.
That's gone to +1, the over rate, but surely it can't stay in positive numbers.
I would imagine it would be level at least, but...
And then Derbyshire have only got 2 bonus points. Well, we don't want to lose either of them. Not that they make a huge amount of difference, but it's slightly embarrassing if you start losing bonus points.
So, Thompson, 3 overs for 15. He's going to persist with this round the wicket attack, with 2 fielders out on the boundary on the leg side behind square. In he goes, drops very short, and Hill raises his eyes to the heavens in irritation because he had all the time in the world to club it away through the offside. Tried to do so, but he managed to pick out the man at extra cover. Missed out. Thompson is in, that's a better length. Hill is forward, smothering the ball with a closed face of his bat out towards short leg. Thompson in, bowls down the leg side. Hills goes forward, then he steps back and lets the ball hit him on the back pad and bounce out towards short leg. Yeah, who's 14 at
Ben Aitchison?
Yeah. Thompson is in, bowls outside off stump. It goes on with the arm. Hill goes back, sort of tries to cut a little bit vaguely at it, and he misses. It goes through into the gloves of Guest, who that sort of little cry of triumph at ball beating bat. Not really an appeal as Thompson is in. That's nicely flighted just outside off stump, and Hill wasn't sure whether to try and go forward or back. It didn't really spin though, and he just dabbed it down towards backward point. Nicely flighted, as I say, by Thompson. Put downward into the batter's mind. Steps in and bowls, and that's a decent shout for leg before, and he's gone. Hill half forward. Certainly height wasn't the issue. The only issue for Neil Pratt was really whether it had pitched outside leg or had it straightened enough. For me, it looked pretty adjacent. Let's have a look. See. Yeah, absolutely. It pitched on middle, straightened, and Hill has to go. So Thompson, well bowled, young man, makes the much needed breakthrough on the part of Derbyshire. Hill, his match with the bat anyway, has come to an end, but a valuable knock from Lewis Hill. He made 22 and put on a 50 partnership for the 5th wicket with Ian Holland.
Yeah. It just means that Derbyshire might only have to chase 400, of course. Liam Travaskis comes out as now he's crossed the rope. They can show the replay on the big screen. That replay is not going to, it's neither use nor ornament.
Great celebration. Oh, a bit of a celebration.
There we go.
A high five.
Everybody out there now gets to view the very good decision. Particularly like an Aaron, there was no point in showing that one either. Particularly like an Aaron Donald's appeal, because he's got a terrific view at short leg. The ability to see around corners. It was the last ball of Alex Thompson's 4th over, 1 for 15.
Wicket maiden then.
Was it?
He was 3 overs, none for.
But again, you see, there's an issue.
15.
The first maiden of the innings. They bowled one maiden before tea on day one, I think. They bowled one before lunch today, which is
So
very exciting.
21st over of the innings. That was the first maiden.
Very overrated, I always think, maiden overs. Ben Aitchison's now left because David Lloyd is back. He's at mid-on. It's Jack Morley from the city end. Bowls to Ian Holland. A short delivery, goes back, guides it out to Kame on the cover boundary for a single. Moves to 37, 114 for 5. The great thing is, having not enforced the follow on, this game may well just come to its natural conclusion at some point, either later today or tomorrow. I wouldn't rule out the whole day tomorrow for the conclusion of the game, though, if I was you. Listening. I wasn't talking to you, sorry. You can do what you want. I've got a couple of meetings I could go to in the afternoon.
I'll be seeing family for the first time for some little time.
Yeah.
Nice to meet them off the trains or planes or automobiles.
Here's Morley over the wicket to the left-handed Travaskis, who just clips that one into the leg side for a single. Caleb Jewell trots around the square leg to do the fielding, and Travaskis off the mark from the first ball that he faced. 115 for 5, and now the field changes again. I know it's left-handed and right-handed, but
yes, now it will really go slowly, won't it?
I'd be surprised how slowly it can go. Morley in bowls, defended by Holland. To Tickner. New T-shirt today. Asda have got a sale on. Here comes Morley again. He's dropped that short and it's been crashed into the offside by Holland, but only for a single as Kame does the fielding in the distance. I've no idea.
The word athletic is on the back, Fletch, which is Athletic Unlimited.
Yeah.
So, well, there you go.
4 new T-shirts bought earlier in the week in the Asda sale. XXXXL. The reductions were remarkable. Morley bowls. Is that no?
Shot. No, he didn't hold it.
No, he didn't hold it. He shook his head as soon as he hit the ground there. It was sort of flicked. I'm not even sure if it hit the bat. If I'm entirely honest, it might have come off the thigh pad of Liam Travaskis. It was a fine effort by Blair Tickner, left-handed, but he didn't cling on. As in comes Morley again, and Travaskis defends.
I wonder how many sweatshop hours have gone into the...
Well, I don't.
No,
I don't.
Absolutely not.
I don't think you could buy the cotton for what I paid for it. Certainly.
Oh.
But there was some real. I mean, some reductions on reductions. You know, we're talking £4 and stuff like that.
Right.
Obviously, just wanted space in the warehouse for next year's.
There you go, folks. Nip down
Other
to
supermarkets.
other discount supermarkets
Yes, are available. But,
are available.
I find their 4XL is a perfect fit. Might be over egging it.
Well, the word athletic might be a tad, but
it allows me to breathe at least.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Very
smart.
Thank you very much. I'll have another one tomorrow.
Consigned one of mine to the dustbin. They have a sort of journey, my T-shirts. They tend to be sort of souvenirs of races that you get and things like that, so that they start as a valued sort of memento, and then they're worn for a bit, and then they become a sort of bicycle rag, and
then you
they're consigned
do
to
some
the
painting
bin.
in them.
You know, about a 10-year cycle, I find.
Got a really nice Iron Maiden top that it's just a bit too warm to wear at the moment.
You'll gather there's no cricket, which is why we're jabbering on
No,
again,
but
because there's
hardly
endless
been any
changes to the
cricket.
field again. Round the wicket goes Alex Thompson and bowls to Ian Holland on off stump. Holland is forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to the tall, solidly built Staffordshire man. 1 for 15 for Thompson. Bowls an attempted reverse sweep, and it does connect, but there is that man at shortish third, about halfway back, and he picks him out nicely. Ian Holland bounces straight to the fielder. Is that Jewel there?
Yeah.
And there is no run. Thompson is in, tosses it up pleasantly, and it does turn a touch and lured into the drive. Thick inside part of the bat for Holland, squirts it out towards mid-wicket where Madsen is the fielder. Thompson steps in and bowls. Again an attempted reverse paddle really by Holland. He's got it wide of Guest on the bounce. Jewell has to run around from that halfway back towards third position to a very fine third man to field, and Holland takes a single, moves on to 39, 117 for 5. The lead now 3-2. I'm waiting for that scoreboard to change, 3-2-6, because again the scoreboards have decided to disagree.
Well, Holland's not on strike.
No, so it just hasn't updated yet.
Yeah.
So it is 100. I was right, 117 for 5. The lead 3-2-6.
Come on, Jane.
Thompson is going to stay around the wicket to the left-handed Travaskis, who sweeps in the air, should be caught, and Chappell has hung on.
Wow.
That was an extraordinary catch, and there are hands on heads out there. I can't quite believe it either. It looked as though he'd made a horrible Horlicks of it, circling around trying to get into position, a top edge sweep, and Chappell reached up in the end above his head and took it just inside the ropes and managed to hang on. That was an extraordinary catch by the sunglass wearing Zach Chappell. Brilliant catch in the end. And well, Travaskis has to go, and Thompson has his second wicket, and it's 117 for 6.
That was absolutely bizarre because he was in no position at all. Zach Chappell, it looked like he'd come in too far, and then he basically just stuck up a right hand and hoped for the best, I think. The lead's 3-2-6, which is too many already. Well done, Jane. I thought that was the last ball of the over, I've got to say. So the whole thing is just falling apart. But we might get a view of that. I wonder if they've managed to capture that. Oh, they might have done, you know.
No.
Oh, nearly. That. I mean, it's tricky when it's coming towards you. Come on, but it's a good effort, boys. This one won't show us anything other than the reaction of Liam Travaskis, who. Look at Donald. The reaction of an Aaron Donald who just put his short legs on his head. There's one ball to go, in fact, in the over.
So, effectively 326 for 6 now, Leicestershire. I said earlier that they'd want to get over 300. I have a feeling that they'd prefer to get over 350, really.
I think they want 400.
Well, yeah. I mean, has their approach been the right one? 117 for 6?
I think so. Yeah.
Going for the shots just constantly, really.
I haven't got any problems with it at all. It's not going to get easier, is it?
It shouldn't do.
Not like Cardiff. Apparently it's flattened out completely.
Thompson round the wicket, bowls, and immediately Louis Kimber attempts a reverse sweep and bottom edges it into his front pad. Why do they want to hit with? I don't know. Sorry, well bowled, Alex Thompson. But if he's bowling around the wicket to a right-hander, yes, there's a man out at deep square, but surely the safer attempted shot would be the conventional sweep. You're going to have a much better chance of getting on top of it, you would have thought, keeping it down at least. The man was out. I mean, Chappell is out there for the reverse sweep on the other side, so go figure. I don't know.
He's looking at the scoreboard, Zach Chappell down below. He was desperate for another replay of that catch on the big screen, but he's not going to get it. So, will they last until lunch? Well, they will if they don't bowl enough overs. 11 minutes until the interval.
23 overs, so 26 is the most, isn't it, we're going to get?
I said so. Morley bowls a short delivery that does turn, but Holland reaches for it and pushes it out to Cabe on the cover boundary for a single. He moves to run a ball 40, which I think is the way forward. 118 for 6, the lead 3-2-7.
Kimber hits such a clean long ball. These could be his conditions, but
here's Morley bowls. He goes back and misses. And it only just misses the stumps. He made room for himself by stepping into the leg side and then discovered he could no longer reach the ball to hit it. Nicely taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Kimber waits. Morley bowls to him and that one turns and beats the edge of the bat.
He hasn't connected yet. Oh, he got a bottom edge to his first attempted sweep, didn't he? That's 3 balls.
Not through lack of trying, though.
No.
118 for 6. Out goes an Aaron Donald onto the mid-wicket boundary. There's a square leg on the boundary as well, and mid-on and mid-off are quite deep. Is he going to go straight? Well, he's going to, yes, well, just to the offside of straight, really. And he's gone all the way for 6 as well. So you said he was a clean hitter when he hits it. And that's exactly what happened there. Louis Kimber off the mark with a 6. 124 for 6, the lead 333.
Hit straight.
And Aaron Donald has just gone through his bowling action with his fielding pads on. That would be quite remarkable if he bowled.
Reese come back to long off.
Too late. In comes Morley, and at this time he goes back and drives it out to the offside. Nice tumbling stop by Harry Kane. Gets the throw in, but they get back for 2. Kimber moves to 8, 126 for 6. Players starting to get further and further away from the bat here. 2 on the leg side on the boundary, 2 on the off side on the boundary. Reese is just moving a little straighter at long off. In comes Morley, bowls to Kimber, who's beaten by one that turns past the edge.
Sorry. I can't help sort of gasping at the amount of turn now.
126 for 6. And yet, this one, I mean, used pitch, etc., etc., and it's going to get worse and worse, we know that. The pitch at Cardiff has done what the pitch at Cardiff did last year by the look of it, when Derbyshire were there. Kent bowled out for 155, Glamorgan made 327, and now Kent are 162 for 2 and only trailing by 6. So a game that Glamorgan were very much in charge of, and still are to a degree, is slowly turning. Northamptonshire are 6 down now against Middlesex, trailing by 415, and only 3 down Gloucestershire, 301 behind Lancashire. This game by far the most advanced.
Alex Thompson then. 8 minutes until lunch. Round the wicket he bowls to Ian Holland, who's forward on off stump, pushing the ball back up the pitch to Thompson.
Should be time for 2 more overs then, 8 minutes.
They're going to be 4 or 5 short, aren't they? Thompson is in. Forward goes Holland. Turns a touch, takes the thick inside edge, runs towards leg slip where Tickner fields. Some famous names at the Upton Steel County ground today. Come back to that in a moment as Thompson is in, drops horribly short, and it's pulled around the corner down to fine leg for 4. Well, it was an awful drag down, and it wasn't just short, it was down the leg side as well. And although there was a long leg, well, that was a bit of a gift really, and Holland accepted it gratefully. Moves on to 44, 130 for 6, the lead 339. England playing South Africa today in the Legends series at the Upton Steel County ground. Forward, I think it is a series, and whether it's a one-off.
There's a competition. There's all sorts of teams here. India and Pakistan are playing.
Why aren't we
as
in
well.
there? Legends.
Oh, yeah.
Of a sort.
Old men's league cricket.
Thompson is into Holland. It stays a little bit low and his hands start to go into the air, but it's slow onto the bat of Holland, who just turns it out to mid-wicket and takes 1. And South Africa play Pakistan at the ground tomorrow. That's the Upton Steel ground, that is. That should excite a lot of interest. And then on Tuesday, it's a double-header. A double-header, no less, as Long on retreats. 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side now as Thompson is into Kimber. There's an appeal for leg before and he's gone. Wasn't sure whether it had pitched just on the stumps, but umpire Pratt decided it had. Kimber went back, it spun on, hit him in front of leg, and he has to go. So another one for Thompson, a 3rd wicket. This is what the spinner should be doing. 131 for 7. The lead 340.
Yes, it doesn't fill with any great hope that all these wickets are tumbling, but that's 13 wickets since tea yesterday and 15 since just before tea yesterday, when Harry Kane and Wayne Madsen were out not long before the tea interval. 15 wickets have fallen.
When we'd had a session in which a wicket just didn't look like falling.
Well, Kane and Jewell looked comfortable, didn't they?
Very.
Jewell was the first of them to go after tea, off for 54, and since then it's been pretty much a procession of batters to and from the pavilion away to our left-hand side, with just a good night's sleep in between.
Just to confirm that doubleheader is
yes.
Australia versus Pakistan and India versus the West Indies in the Legend series. That's next Tuesday at the Upton Steel County ground. So England, South Africa today, South Africa, Pakistan tomorrow, and next Tuesday a doubleheader, Australia, Pakistan, and India, West Indies.
These are all, obviously they're double-header, they're all T20s, aren't they? Yeah, they've been at Edgbaston. The England-Australia game was abandoned after England had, I'm not sure whether they even completed their innings. Samit Patel was playing in that. asked him where next on Friday after the match, because he'd announced that he was leaving Derbyshire. So I'm facing Brett Lee at Edgbaston tomorrow.
Maybe not quite at 90 mph these days, but I bet he's probably lively still.
I don't think Summit's eyes would be quite as they were 25 years ago either. Jack Morley, 131 for 7. This could be the last over before lunch. That one is pushed out into the offside by Holland, who's a run of ball 45, top scoring in the second innings, and hasn't looked in an enormous amount of trouble himself, has he? Ian Holland. Well, those pitches in America can be a bit iffy, as this next one is off an edge to the right of Wayne Madsen at slip, and Holland moves to 46, 132 for 7-3-4-1. The lead. I don't know if they played in that pop-up ground at New York that caused so much consternation in the last T20 World Cup. I think they removed all the stands, so it's just a park with a cricket square in the middle of it now. Heaven knows what the Americans make of that. It's all about legacy. Here comes Morley again, bowling to Green. That's the first ball that Ben Green has faced. Pushes it out into the offside. Logan Van Beek and Josh Hull to come. They'll be hoping to take their pads off shortly and enjoy a little salad or something as this one turns. But Holland has nothing to do with it. Lifted his bat a long way away out of the way. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Come on, Jacko. There's got to be better nicknames, hasn't there? There is Morley. Bowls, attempted sweep, bounces up and possibly hits the grill. Yeah, there we go. He swept it into his grill, which means lunch, this will be the last over before lunch. No question about it, because we're 12:58 now. So, yeah, out comes the physio with his little bag of tricks. He'll ask Ben Green what day of the week it is, where he is, who he is. I know, and I never make light about cricketers or footballers for that matter who get hit bangs on the head, but that didn't look a particularly nasty one.
No.
It was a sort of top edge into his grill almost. So the check will be relatively swift, you would imagine. So Zach Chappell's just doing a few press-ups just for the hell of it. That's impressive though, isn't it?
Do you not do that regularly?
Never. No. Whereas Caleb
just
Jewell
wrap out a quick 20 press-ups in.
Has got his cap on his face, and he's doing some twists on his back. So across goes Blair Tickner to take the mickey, I fancy. The quiet one is the Australian, the noisy one is the Kiwi. It's entirely the wrong way round. And then Caleb Jewell gets back to his feet, as I would.
Slowly.
Very slowly, and in instalments. I'll just quickly rattle through those scores in Division 2. Absolutely nothing's happening here, by the way. Kent 171 for 3 in their second innings, trailing by just 1 run now at Cardiff. So they have lost a third wicket, but they're only 1 behind. Gloucestershire 258 for 3, trailing Lancashire by 299 at Cheltenham. All these games approaching lunch, of course. We now have ticked round to 1 o'clock. And Northamptonshire 210 for 6, so they're still 415 behind. Middlesex down at Merchant Taylors, which always comes up as Northwood on the which I suppose is where Merchant Taylors School is, but it is Merchant Taylors School. I know, because Andrew Radd can't remember the last time he went to Lord's, he tells us. Well, quite frankly, if it was the lunches he was going for, he's missed out.
No. Soup's okay, cake's okay.
The best thing about going to Lord's is the post-match interviews when you walk up the steps. Here's Jack Morley in and bowls to Green, who somehow manages to wrong foot Blair Tickner, who thought the back foot shot was going to his left and it went to his right, and that's the end of the over, and it's lunch here at the county ground, where Leicestershire are 136 for 7, which means they lead by 345. This game's just going to come to its natural conclusion, I think, now. I don't think there's any danger of Leicestershire declaring. 7 wickets this morning. There 3 for Alex Thompson, 4 for Lewis Reese, who has 10 in the match. 46 off 47, the highest score of the innings. That's for Ian Holland, and we'll be back in 40 minutes' time.
Any spectators who do not respect this request will be removed from the field.
this third day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Dave Fletcher for BBC Radio Derby and myself, Richard Ray, for BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators on what has been an extraordinary cricket match. Leicestershire about to resume in their second innings on 136 for 7. Which means they lead by 345 runs, having had a first innings lead of 209. All those 7 wickets fell this morning, Leicestershire having chosen not to enforce the follow-on. The pitch still doing plenty. 4 wickets for Reese to give him 10 in the game. 3 for Alex Thompson, the last 3 wickets to have fallen. There's a heavy cloud over the Central Co-op ground at the moment. However, there's blue sky behind it, so hopefully it isn't going to make too much of a difference. In goes Thompson and bowls very full to Ian Holland, who drives it out to wide mid-off. Ben Green is interested momentarily in the possibility of a single, but good work at mid-off by... Who is that there at mid-off, waiting for him to turn?
That's a terrific question. Well, it says in
Aaron Donald, but it didn't look like him as Holland drives that one past the aforementioned Donald to the boundary for 4 to bring up a pretty impressive 50 in the circumstances of 140 for 7. His 50 has come up off just, well, in fact, exactly 49 deliveries.
It is an Aaron Donald, but you're right, it didn't look anything like him.
And has been hugely valuable. In Holland, the Leicestershire all-rounder with a 50, a runnable 50, basically. Thompson is in, bowls to him, straight-ish, clips it off the back foot towards mid-wicket, where Wayne Madsen makes the stop. That takes Leicestershire's lead up to 349. So Derbyshire will require that 350 in the 4th innings to win the game. Thompson bowls, huge mow, and it's going to sail over mid-wicket for a maximum. Well, I suppose it was in the slot. He did reach for it a little bit, Ian Holland, but, well, he connected, and connected in some style. Thumps into the advertising hoardings in front of what is now basically the mostly used by the ground staff, isn't it? They used to, press used to be in there for a while.
Been everywhere.
Thompson in again to Holland, turned off leg stump down towards fine leg, where Jack Morley is the fielder. Throws in, intercepted en route by Blair Tickner. So just a single to Holland. He's taken 11 already off the first over of the session. And Ben Green, who only faced 4 balls, hit one of them for 4 pre-lunch. Looks around him, ready to take guard. Thompson is in, bowls to him. He sweeps in the air, top edge, but he's got it between the 2 fielders, and it's going to bounce over the ropes. Morley running up the ropes from long leg, came less energetically from mid-wicket, knowing he wasn't going to get there. Morley did his very best, but couldn't quite get there. 8 fours in Holland's 50, 49 balls, 8. But 15 off that Thompson over. That has not done his figures too much good. They're still pretty impressive. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 36 now. But Leicestershire's positive approach, if that's the right description, well, it worked in that over. They're 151 for 7 now.
And Reese, after his refreshing lunch, he is back from the city end.
I have to say yours didn't look quite so refreshing, consisting largely of biscuit.
Yes, I went for the biscuit option.
Well, I hope there was a different flavour. I hope you tried different things.
There's only so much chicken a man can eat, quite frankly. No, it's very nice. 151 for 7, it's free. I can't criticise it, really. Here comes Reese to bowl to Ian Holland, who's on 57. Oh, and he goes past the edge of his bat. There we go.
It's like a sort of gentle medium-pace leg break, that,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's just a different game when Lewis Reese is bowling. 4 for 38, 10 in the match. Second time this season, having done it against Gloucestershire earlier in the first game, which Derbyshire won. They're not going to win this one. They'll do well to draw it. I don't think they're going to do that either. As Reese bowls, just guided down to short third man by Holland, when it's fielded by Caleb Jewell. It is raining, or has been raining, at Edgbaston, which is over there.
I detect a note of optimism. Hope.
Well,
Hope.
it says ground delay, but I saw a message from Bradders, who was disappointed because Worcestershire are very much in the driving seat. This next delivery is chopped into the offside by Holland. He'll only get a single, as it'll be fielded by Harry Kame. Out at cover. No, we don't want. We want Derbyshire to draw this game through their own means, not through the rain. Although if they can't do it through their own means, the rain would be just as good. In all honesty, it's not going to rain. It would be very tough on Leicestershire if.
It's happened before, hasn't it? Was it 2 seasons ago when we lost the last day?
Derbyshire were probably on top in that one.
When Derbyshire was 7 down, was it?
Yes. Yeah.
Something like that.
Derbyshire also, in that COVID season, they went down to Chelmsford, and you could see the rain coming. And boy, oh boy, was there some rain when it arrived. And Derbyshire couldn't last as long as the dryness. Reese in, beats the edge of Green's bat, ball turning prodigiously for the medium pacer.
It went right over the top of the stumps for me. If we see the replay from behind the bowler's arm, I think it just went right over the top of off and middle.
There you go. Your wish. He came in, he bowled.
Pretty over the top of off. Bounced a bit high.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Green, and there's no run. 152 for 7 it remains. Lewis Reese one ball of his 10th over, 4 for 39. By far the best of the Derbyshire bowlers in the first innings, and he's done it again in the second. They just haven't got anybody else who can replicate that, unfortunately. I'm looking forward to seeing Josh Holt rolling his fingers over the ball from the City end later on. As Reese is in, back goes Green, cuts it to Harry Kane at cover, and the over comes to an end. The lead is 361. 152 for 7, 58 to Holland off just 55 deliveries and 8. That's a runner ball to Ben Green.
During the lunch interval, I showed you a photograph, brilliant photograph taken by Leicestershire photographer John Mallett of Ian Holland sweeping. What is notable in the photograph is basically the pitch has exploded where the ball has pitched, and it really does look like there's a sort of little grenade has gone off, doesn't it? In the pitch there's dust and soil and earth everywhere.
Nothing to see here. Sure
Which it is so sort of noticeable on the photo. I'm surprised we haven't actually sort of seen it in the.
Yes.
Even from this distance, you'd think you could see that, but it is an extraordinary photograph. I think John has put it out on the wires, but well, get in touch with me and I'll get you one if you haven't seen it. In goes Alex Thompson and bowls and goes through everything, and he's going to run away for 4 byes. Holland stretched forward, it turned past his inside edge. Guest was as confused as Holland, and everybody missed everything, and it's run to basically behind the stumps to the boundary for 4. Well, look at jeepers, that's turned about 50 degrees. It's almost come back on itself.
Well, Rian Ahmed is going to have to just rein himself in a bit here, otherwise he's going to be turning it for wides.
There's a few grins out there of sort of resigned smiles. That was extraordinary. Thompson in again, bowls and swept by Holland out to square leg, and Harry Kame jogs in and a single is taken. Did that make contact with square leg en route. I think Lloyd might have collected a little piece of that. Did seem to go very slowly.
He's not moving
to him, given how quickly, how hard he hit it.
He's just refusing to move.
Where did it hit him?
Don't know.
But hit him. His right
Right thigh.
knee, thigh area.
You know the turn from the previous delivery. It's like when the players warm up at the start of the day on a bit of grass, and you can get anything to turn there, can't you? And this pitch is turning like a practice pitch, which it may well become.
That was extraordinary. Thompson is in, sweeping again, just over pitching, and Lloyd's in trouble now.
Yeah,
He dived out of the way, but I think he got hit. He did get hit, and he's taken off his helmet
and his glasses,
and his hands are over his arm is over his eyes because he's in a lot of pain.
He was looking down, and he looks up.
Hit him. He bent. Well, it seemed to go straight. It just clipped his right knee, I think, as it went through him.
His right ankle.
Right ankle.
Good grief.
But he's been hit twice in a row now, and umpires are having a word, but that's kind of not to do with the pitch. He got to the pitch of the ball and swept, and it's just one of the dangers of fielding at short leg.
I'm just looking at Alex Thompson, who appears to have a smile on his face.
Well, but I hope he doesn't catch David Lloyd's eye then.
No, he is. He's a fairly cheerful soul. Alex Thompson. He's sitting up now. It's his right ankle,
thigh, leg,
knee, ankle. I don't know.
Rolling over.
I'm not a doctor.
Shin.
His trousers are coming off now. This is going to help the overrun.
Low down, yeah. I think just inside the pad as well.
He's removing the fielding pads.
If I was him, I'd walk off now in a right huff.
He'll have to come back to get hit on the head to be replaced as a concussion substitute, won't he?
Well, he's taking his pads off.
Yeah.
He's not going to be fielding at short leg in the foreseeable future.
I'm hoping that Blair Tickner's just holding them. Yeah, Lloyd's going off.
Limping. Don't blame him.
He's not had a particularly enjoyable time.
No, it's not
David
been
Lloyd.
David's best game so far, or most enjoyable fixture.
Well, not with his best season, really. I don't think he's had much joy. He hasn't had an awful lot of joy since he arrived at Derbyshire. Captain last season. Didn't win a game in the County Championship.
Now what's going on? The batters are there talking, the umpires are still talking. Well, they're just waiting, I think, for Tickner to take pads off after Lloyd, who's moving a little bit more freely now as he walks off.
It looks as though it's going to be Ben Aitchison, it is, who comes on to replace David Lloyd.
Holland is cracking jokes, which some of the Derbyshire players are laughing at. Harry Kane there, standing behind her.
So what they could be doing here is saying, right, well, for this next delivery, what we'll do is, but no, some of them are just having a chat. Aitchison's on the field now, so we should be ready to bowl. We're not.
We are in over 29 of the day at 5 minutes to 2.
We could be here at about 10 o'clock tonight at this rate.
We have 67.5 left to bowl today. We genuinely could. Well, I have been at the Upton Steel County Ground early in the season when play stopped because the sun had set, essentially. It went dark.
Not in July, surely.
Not in. What would hope not, but you just we could be here at 9 on that basis. What time is sunset? Oh, the floodlights are coming on. Which
Well, I tell you what, I've got a dinner reservation at 7:45 tonight.
Okay.
I very seldom have dinner reservations anywhere,
well,
and I'm not missing this.
Mackies do dinner reservations now, do they?
You know when they put the yellow stickers on the in the supermarket?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what time they put them on. 7:45. I need to be there. I don't want to miss the good stuff.
And now we have it.
And Aaron Donald.
This could have been going on, could it not?
Could it? I think you're probably
in terms
right.
of the pads being put on. Well, because they came off David Lloyd quite a long time ago. He's long since disappeared into the pavilion.
The over rate went up to +2 over lunch, by the way.
26 overs.
Plus 2. 7 wickets. 2
Yeah.
minutes a wicket.
But even then.
They're bowling too quickly. Slow down, boys.
And now we have the field changes. Of course we have the field changes. Donald's gone in actually at leg slip. There is now no short leg.
It's too dangerous.
Tickner's gone back to deep backward squared. There's a deep mid wicket and a long leg as well. Thompson is in, and it's turned around the corner by Holland, very nearly directly into the hands of an Iron Donald. And, well, hopefully it was a half volley from his point of view. Madson's hands are on his head. He thought it just turned straight to him. I suspect it just pitched before. It did just pitch before. In goes Thompson, and that is calmly turned by Holland, just wide of Madsen, who sort of accompanies the ball en route to Tickner, and one is taken. Good work by the replay boys there. Thank you, chaps.
Some of them, they occasionally get it.
I'll praise them if Fletch doesn't.
No, they're good lads. I'm not sure about Matt, but the rest of them are all right. Henry, he does look very little. I'll serve him right for gesturing at me there.
Thompson steps in and bowls. Green is forward, clipping the ball.
Is this still your over?
It is. It's been going on forever, hasn't it? Feels that way.
Well, we've now had 3 overs since lunch, and I've got to do my update, which is 20 minutes after the restart.
And yet the game has progressed considerably.
Yes.
In those 29 overs that we've had today, 7 wickets have fallen, and Leicestershire have extended their lead to 368. So where's your dinner reservation?
Somewhere in Repton.
Repton. That's kind of posh, isn't it?
So everybody
school
keeps
near,
telling me,
or in it as part of it.
The basic that I've been told
I
is
assume.
take your wallet by everybody.
Right.
So take a wheelbarrow full of cash. Here's Lewis Reese from the City End in and bowls a full toss to Ian Holland, who hits it for 4. Take the pitch out of the equation, and this is all right for batting on. I can't see a problem with it. Holland moves to 64. The highest score in the Derbyshire innings was 56, I think. Carrie came 54 to Caleb Jules, so he's now the 4th highest scorer of the match. Ian Holland was 64 off 60.
I have never seen a side bowl this many full tosses.
I don't think it's 22 yards. In comes Reese again. Bowls, this one does pitch, and it's turned into the leg side just for a single. 5 off the first 2 balls, 164 for 7. If he cracks on, I might be able to do the whole over. If he doesn't, then I won't.
Thinking of that character from the Fast Show, coming along, reading out the menu, and then finish, and a curly whirly. To finish at the Repton restaurant.
Reese is in. That one's defended by Green. I'd take that. I'm told they do enormous pizzas. I can't remember which.
Okay.
So I think I'm pretty much settled on what I'm having.
Beef Wellington.
If either of my...
with potatoes dauphinoise. And a curly whirly.
Here comes Reese, and bowls that's left alone by Green to go to Guest's gloves. Because Derbyshire are playing at Repton this season, which is good news. In the one-day cup against Worcestershire, about the 15th of August. It's the Friday around that date. So very much looking forward to that. I saw a day of a second team game there once. That's my only experience of cricket at Repton. In comes Reese again and bowls short. It's so slow that Green is through the shot 5 minutes before it arrives, and it hits the toe end of his bat and rolls into the offside where Wayne Madsen does the fielding.
It's one of those balls that basically stops and rises vertically and sort of
That was great.
hangs there for a moment or two.
In comes Reese again, bowls, and it's defended into the offside. And the over comes to an end at 164 for 7.
373 the lead. Fletch connects and disconnects to various sockets on various boxes to enable him to do his 2 o'clock update for BBC Radio Derby. Alex Thompson hands his cap to umpire Neil Pratt. All sorts of movement in the outfield as Blair Tickner runs across from the offside to deep square. He's pretty square on the boundary in front of the electronic scoreboard. Perhaps just behind square. He takes a step or two to his right. Kame is at deep mid wicket and Morley at long leg. Thompson is in. Holland is turning it. Thinks for a moment it's going to go wide of Wayne Madsen, but the ever athletic Madsen reaches across as he slides to his right, extends his right arm and makes the stop dot ball. Thompson is in forward. There's an appeal for leg before as it bounces, but it's very high, and the appeal is not echoed from behind the stumps by Brooke Guest. Bounced pretty high in the end. Thompson bowls onto leg stump though, and Holland can sweep it down to Morley along the ground all the way. At long leg, and one is taken. Holland's playing an extraordinary innings, really. We spoke about the proportion of runs scored by individual batsmen in Leicestershire's first innings when 3 centurions, but they still scored less than 400. The only time that has been achieved, if that's the right word, in the Championship. Oh, so nearly out there, Ben Green, as he drove at that one. Got a thin inside edge. It's running down towards fine leg, but it's stopped by Morley running back. And so Green has to settle for 2. But Holland has 66 now out of 167 for 7. So the same sort of thing happening on a slightly different scale in Leicestershire's second innings as well. Well, Thompson so nearly had his 4th wicket there, just missed the stumps. In he goes, bowls, down the wicket goes. Green plays it out to mid-off, not at all where he was aiming to hit it. I think he was looking to hit it into the leg side, but it landed short of Ben Aitchison, excuse me, at mid-off. No run. Thompson bowls. Green sweeps behind square. It bounces off Morley. They think about a second as a consequence, but Morley recovers quickly, and they obey the old dictum, or take note of the old dictum: never run on a misfield. They settle for 1. 168 for 7. Holland 66. Ben Green 12. The lead 377. Update complete.
Yes, satisfactorily.
20 seconds as ever. Perfectly timed.
Well, speeding up and slowing down, depending on.
Yes.
20 seconds is usually enough. Here's Lewis Reese. This is 12th over of the innings. 4 wickets already in that first delivery. Sort of swings onto the leg stump, and it's pushed up to mid-on by Ben Green. And there's no run. It's an Aaron Donald at mid-on. Derbyshire's fielders not particularly catching positions anymore. It's just going to drift along, I think, this now for a while until a wicket falls. As Reese is, oh my word, he's absolutely smashed that one as Green for 6.
Ice cream van?
In that general direction, yes. Alfonso Thomas is going over the fence to go and fetch it. He's been sitting on the T20 dugouts, which are in that gap between the grandstand and the members' pavilion.
It's gone past the ice cream van.
Yeah. Well, it'll roll a bit because it's tarmac and concrete and stones and all sorts of things. He's thrown the ball back. It's a big hit from Green. He moves on to 12, 168 for 7.
He's a big chap, Ben Green. Wide shoulders.
Would have played any T20 cricket on this ground, I wouldn't have thought.
No, probably not.
Don't think he played in that game that nobody talks about at Taunton, as Reese is in again, and he's beaten the edge of Green's bat on this occasion. He started his run up there Lewis Reese, while the umpire still had his arm out.
I was wondering whether he was actually going to brush it aside.
Yes, and just sort of carried on. Nobody seemed to care.
Ben Green wasn't too worried, was he?
Nobody was bothered.
Step away.
An enormous sight screen of sorts at the far end. It's sort of half of the permanent temporary stand and a bit of tarpaulin. As Reese is in, and that one's pushed out into the offside, fielded nicely by Wayne Madsen with his left hand. It's sort of in the wrong place, the permanent temporary stand, because you always tend to lose at least half of the seats in there due to it being a sight screen, which seems silly really, but there we go. It used to be here, of course, when it was behind the bowler's arm at the other end. As Reese bowls to Green, who just pushes it into the offside. Fielded by Caleb Jewell on this occasion. 174 for 7, 383 the lead. This partnership worth 43 off 41. Each of Derbyshire's players will need to score around about 40 for them to get across the line. On average, that won't happen. As Reese around the wicket again, bowls to Green, who's beaten by one that turns away. It's nicely taken by Brooke Guest, standing up behind the stumps, and it's the end of the over. So apart from the 6, he actually bowled 5 dot balls. Lewis Reese. It's been that kind of a game. 12 overs, 4 for 50. His figures now 174 for 7. Leicestershire, Holland 66, Green 18, 383 runs in front. Ridiculous what's happening out there. If you weren't watching it with your own eyes, somebody'd have to tell you about it.
Reese jogs down to long on as Thompson continues from the racecourse end round the wicket, bowls to Holland, who wristily turns it past Wayne Madsen, who doesn't kick at the air, swings his feet in a slight frustration. He wasn't able to get there. Tickner comes running in from deep square to field, and Holland moves on to 67. Leg slip for Ben Green. As Thompson steps in and bowls, Green sweeps in front of square but wide of Madsen. This time it's Kame at deep mid-wicket who fields. One is taken.
Still raining at Edgbaston.
But the wind is heading in that direction, suggesting it might just keep... Although the clouds looking at them are moving
I don't know.
across towards the east. In goes Thompson and bowls on off stump, just pushed out into the offside. Holland and Green sort of look at each other rather interrogatively before deciding, yes, there's actually a comfortable single to be taken. Jewell having a fair bit of ground to make up to get to the ball.
They are actually due to get back underway there at around about now.
Holland on to 68, 177, the lead 386 now. Thompson is in, Green is down the wicket, slogging it just over. Didn't get it all by any stretch of the imagination, just over Madsen. Runs out towards Kame at mid-wicket, looking to hit the ball much straighter. It turned, of course, and skewed it. Not so very far away from Wayne Madsen. Thompson into Holland, who sweeps, top edges it. It's gone over the man at leg slip, bouncing down towards fine leg. The young left arm spinner makes the stop. Jack Morley, something of a meal of it, but he did get there and gets his throw away. Holland takes 2. Well, Green, did they take 3 in the end then? Because Green, that was, I can't remember, he was on strike even. Green onto 22. I think they took 3 there. Holland on strike now as Thompson is in. Holland is forward, just nurdling it around the corner, nibbling it around the corner down towards Morley, who has a much more comfortable stop, just waits for the ball to get to him. Holland takes 1, keeps the strike. Well, that's why I was confused, because the scoreboard gave it to Green initially, and in fact it was Holland, so it was 2 off the previous one, and now 1. So, is the scoreboard, which one? There we go, thank you very much. They're deliberately trying to confuse us.
No, they're trying to claim that it had frozen, but quite frankly, that's a load of old nonsense. They just can't do it right.
Holland has 71 off 68.
That's a very moody-looking picture, isn't
It
it?
is. Like a 70s disco, isn't it?
I wouldn't know.
Were you too young in those days?
Sadly not.
Or were you on the door?
Reese begins a new over to Holland, who pushes it up to mid-off.
Looking more threatening than you felt.
Oh yeah, I've never
Trying to.
felt particularly threatening. Single taken. Holland moves to 72. It's a dark cloud away to the west, but I think we're fine. Looking at the rain radar, there's absolutely nothing, and I don't know how it even rained in Birmingham. As Reese is on his way in again, and bowls. That's pushed into the offside by Green. There is no run, so they are back underway at Edgbaston now. So just the briefest of brief delays, and of course we do have the hover cover, so it won't take them 2 minutes to get everything under cover.
Just deafen everybody.
Yeah, well, yes, we will turn the effects microphone off when they crank up the
50
engine.
partnership.
Indeed, of 50 balls. So that one is defended by Green. And there's no run. 51 balls for the 51 runs that these two have scored, I think, unless that one had already gone on. And Gloucestershire making a very good fist of holding up Lancashire, which is good to see at Cheltenham. As in comes this next delivery from Reese, and Green pushes it up to mid-on again. There's no run. So plenty of runs in the pitch at the college. I'm sure Scott and Ed are enjoying life from side on with no lunch and no shelter. Which is what it was like when we went there for the 50 over game. Here comes Reese again and bowls. That one is defended once more. In fact, Derbyshire start their 50 over campaign this season at the college, and then move on to Neath.
Oh, you have some nice trips.
No, I won't be there.
Ice cream van is doing roaring trade, it would appear.
Yes, they've been caught on camera, those two chaps there. And they slipped out for a paper. In comes Reese again, and that one is driven in the air over the head of the man at deepish mid-off and all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Not the tallest of mid-offs, Jack Morley, and not hit as cleanly perhaps as Green would have liked, but effective nonetheless in the end as he moves on to 24. Holland has 72, 186 for 7, 395 the lead, which I think puts Derbyshire in record territory for the highest successful run chase. It was against Australia in the late 90s. Kevin Dean, second mention of Deanie today, was out in the middle at the time. So even historically, Derbyshire don't stand a chance now, even though they didn't stand a chance, given that the pitch is as it is. They've not got much going for them.
Alex Thompson round the wicket to Ian Holland, just defends, straight delivery. And yes, the body language is somewhat resigned, with the exception of the irrepressible Wayne Madsen, who's still thinking and still pointing and still manoeuvring his field.
We've now bowled 2 overs more than we should have bowled at lunch. We're not ~2, mind. But it's +2.
Reese comes in from long on halfway, and the 3 fielders on the boundary all shift around one. And so does Reese, actually, from that sort of mid-on
I might go
position.
and sit over there as well.
It's like a little roundabout. They all go round one.
He's driving this straight down the ground to long on.
Thompson is in. Back goes Holland. Works it out towards mid-wicket. This time Madsen does make the stop. Holland's 72. Rather standing out at the moment as Thompson is in. Holland sweeps off the stumps out towards deep mid-wicket. Kame has to run around more or less to where he was previously and field, and Holland takes 1. 73 the lead. Now 396. Thompson steps in, bowls, leg stump line, so that will be swept for sure, and it is swept for sure, and it is swept very surely in the literal sense of the word by Ben Green out to the wide long leg boundary. No chance for Tickner at deep square to get across. He jogs to the old East Midlands demolition stand, now the Monarch stand, and that is the 400 target, isn't it? Now that will be required by Derbyshire to pull off what would be a pretty spectacular victory. 191 for 7, Green on to 28, partnership 60, better than a runner ball, but that in a way might give Derbyshire a little bit of the batter's encouragement.
Well, yeah, it might. Yeah. Doubtful, but it might.
Pitch is flattening, perhaps. We're not seeing any sort of little grenades, the explosions that John Millett captured. In goes Thompson and bowls a full toss, which is slog swept out to deep mid-wicket. Kame does get there, so for once one of the many full tosses doesn't result. Oh, it's a no ball. Oh, surely not.
I didn't see an explosion there, which was something.
So a full toss, no ball.
Lovely.
Well, that'll be 3 off it then, instead of just the 1. That's extraordinary. Poor David Lloyd bowled a couple of two no balls earlier, but for Thompson to do likewise.
Well, Lewis Reese has had no ball issues this season, but hasn't bowled one.
Thompson is in, leg stump round the wicket. He was bowling and swept nicely by Holland, who jog walks his single. Morley the fielder, 192 for 7. The lead now 401.
If it's any darker, this could be Zach Chappell's big moment.
Bring him on to get them off.
Because he hasn't bowled in this innings.
Thompson is in, bowls over the wicket. Stepping across is Ben Green, and the ball lifts his bat and he lets the ball thump into his pads, and it runs down to short third. And Green sort of takes a step forward before remembering that if you don't play a shot and it hits you, I'm afraid you can't run.
Looking at the scoreboard, just glancing at it really, the two batters, but as I say, this game will end organically. More than 150, almost 160 overs left in the game, and it did only take them 71 overs and 1 ball to dismiss Derbyshire the first time round, so they will not be concerned by time, Leicestershire, nor should they be, with Holland on 74 at just better than a runner ball. Green hurtling towards a half-century. Just keep looking at the dark clouds, but there's no real suggestion that they're going to get here anytime soon, really.
The light's a bit better than it's been for a while, actually, just looking out there.
Oh, I think it's really dark. There are 4 as Reese begins a new over, clipped into the leg side by Holland off the pads, and he's come back for the second as it's fielded there by Zach Chappell. We'll get back comfortably enough, and then I thought that there were 4 Leicestershire clad training gear. I'm not sure if any of those are currently playing in this game. 2 of them certainly aren't.
Nope. None of them.
Okay, well that's a waste of time then. 197 for 7. I thought they were going for a walk, which suggested that just carry on, boys, which I think is what will happen. As Reese comes in, arm bowls, the sweep shot from Holland, mistimed. Thompson fields, but Green calls Holland through for the single and gets home nice and comfortably. 2 more arrive. So going to be a new bat for somebody by the look of it. 12th man is fully equipped with
Apologies.
with new bats, or different bats, certainly, for Ben Green. Just a slight delay. Green, actually, fair play to him, went halfway to the boundary to swap the bat and is now jogging back out to the middle. So somebody's showing a bit of urgency.
They have bowled their overs at a good rate this. We've had a lot of finishes on time.
We haven't.
Leicestershire.
Here is Reese again around the wicket. Bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside. That was only the third delivery of this this over. Could have read another chapter of your book if you've got one on the go.
Funnily enough, one arrived yesterday. David Foot's memoir of growing up in Somerset and working on local papers and things like that.
198 for 7. Reese on his way in and bowls, pushed into the offside by Green, fielded by the bowler.
Which makes me sound like a cricket obsessive, but I'm not really. I don't read that many cricket books. But it's more about life.
You're a life obsessive.
Quite like it. On the whole.
Yeah, it's all right. Most of the time. As Reese is in again and bowls, Holland drives straight down the ground, but he hasn't really timed it, so he'll only get a single as it's fielded there by Donald, I think. Difficult to see in the gloom. 199 for 7. Green moves on to 30. Oh, it is very dark. You can barely see next door. David Griffin sitting very sternly with his arms folded at the bottom of the stairs where the players come down. John Mallett has made his way around to the club shop. Was that a full toss? Beaten into the ground and goes over Lewis Reese and then is chucked towards the boundary by the fielder. I will name him once I can recognise him. And they go through for 2. And Holland moves to 81. No, he moves to 7. Who was that? It was Holland, wasn't it? Moves to 79 and the 200 is up for Leicestershire. 201 for 7. The lead 410. I think it was Jack Morley who chucked it towards the boundary.
I'm afraid it was, yes. 70, this partnership now. Comfortably the highest of the innings.
Brains Trust is in session.
Pitch is clearly becoming a featherbed.
Look at that lead. 410. It's probably enough. Not many chase down in excess of 400. Derbyshire never have. They're unlikely to today either.
Thompson's going to go over the wicket to Ben Green. Long on, mid-wicket, backward square and long leg all on the boundary on the leg side. As Thompson steps in, tosses it up, Green sweeps and he's got it around the corner. Tickner fields, the ball rockets across the turf to him. A nice clean stop by the New Zealander and a good throw. Means Green can take only the 1. Lewis Hill has decided to join the Leicestershire party walking around the boundary. As round the wicket goes Thompson, bowls to Holland, who attempts to sweep, gets a sort of thick bottom edge, I think, and it goes nowhere really, just sort of bobbles to short leg. Guest comes out to field. Thompson tosses it up, invites the sweep, and he tries it, reaching for it. Holland doesn't get anything on it, goes underneath his bat, and Guest takes off the bails. Well, a little bit ugly. He nearly overbalanced there, Ian Holland. He didn't. Survives, remains on 79, better than a runner ball, only just. Thompson is in. It is now a runner ball, 79, because obviously that's his 79th delivery. Come on, Tomo. Somebody calls as Tomo goes in, tosses it up, and he looks for the drive, and is beaten in the flight to a certain extent there in Holland. It ends up rather slapping it back down the pitch towards Alex Thompson. Steps in and bowls, this time a little reverse paddle by Ian Holland. Doesn't get it past Caleb Jewell, but Jewell did have to move to his left of field, so Holland able to take one and move on to 80. In the context of the innings, hugely valuable runs. 203 for 7, which looked a long way off at 117 for 6 and 131 for 7. Almost respectable.
More than respectable.
The lead 412.
The lights are still on in Derby. Traffic moving quite freely on Sir Frank Whittle Road at the moment. You're not missing anything. At 203 for 7, Lewis Reese is going to continue at some point once the field is where he wants it. Caleb Jewell finally moves it to short third man, and Reese around the wicket bowls, and quite an aggressive looking drive from Ian Holland along the floor. Momentarily evades the grasp of an Aaron Donald, but didn't take a run. Next bat at Logan Van Beek at the top of the stairs with his pads on. And in comes Reese once more. Bowls down leg side, not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest on this occasion. Tried to flick it away, did Holland, but made no contact. And it remains 203 for 7, a 412 run lead for Leicestershire, the league leaders, who are about to extend that lead at the top of the table. It's time to book that open top boss. As Reese bowls, not sure that Holland knew exactly where that was going, but pushes it down into the ground in front of him. And there's no room. Perhaps he was just trying to give everybody the impression that he didn't know exactly where that was going. Kent are in the lead at Glamorgan now. 4 down, they lead by 23. Northamptonshire are 7 down, still 368 behind Middlesex. Gloucestershire fighting hard. As in comes Reese, full delivery, 2 full toss. Holland misses out rather, because he just sort of bunts it up to mid-off. It's fielded by Jack Morley. They do go through for a single, though. Holland moves on to 81, 204 for 7. So that Gloucestershire 311 for 4, still 246 behind Lancashire. What do you think once they get to the follow-on target? That game becomes very tricky to manage for either side. Reese bowls. This one is driven again by Green this time, beyond the grasp of Wayne Madsen, who stands with his hands on his hips, thinking, what on earth can we do here? The answer is not much, really. Green moves to 32, 205 for 7. The underemployed Zach Chappell on the mid-wicket boundary with his arms folded. In comes Reese, and that one is cut into the ground, fielded on the bounce by Blair Tickner, who himself has hardly been overworked in this innings. 2 overs for 13. Reese's 15th over comes to an end at 205 for 7, leading by 414. Holland 81, Green 32. The partnership 74. It's been mainly Reese and Thompson. They're the two with all the wickets. 4 for 63. Reese 3 for 61. Thompson, who is going to continue from the racecourse end. An ambulance goes northwards, certainly up the Sir Frank Whittle Road.
Thompson bowls. Green sweeps. It's in the air, but it's going to go wide of Tickner. Gave of his best running down the ropes and put in the sort of sprawling dive, but he couldn't quite get there. And Green picks up 4. He moves on to 36. Partnership 78. Now, easy batting on this, it would appear.
Looks like it, doesn't it, at the moment?
The key seems to be to sweep everything. Hitting most of them. Gentleman tucking into a burger there. Fletch looking on enviously. It's rather pink.
Might be the tomato sauce then.
Don't know. Again, you're not missing anything because again,
Well, nothing's happening, is it?
all sorts of field changes are going on. Leg slip is coming out. Donald to square leg. Tickner goes towards deep backward square. In fact, Donald's going out to the boundary, so we're going to have 4 men out on the leg side. 5, because long on is there as well. We have fine leg, deep backward square, square leg, mid wicket and long on. Thompson in, down the wicket goes Ben Green and clubs it over wide mid wicket / long on for 6. Another full toss. He sort of made it into a full toss, but it was too full actually anyway, so by the time he got there it was the perfect height for the big man to really clump it in the field. The spectators down there were in the game. I don't think they managed to make a clean catch of it, unfortunately. Thompson is in. Green sweeps. There's the most plaintive of appeals, belated appeals from Alex Thompson as it comes off his body, he having missed it, and runs on down to find third man, and the leg by is duly signalled. Green on to 42 with that 6. The score now with the leg by 2-1-6, lead 4-2-5. Thompson into Holland, who little reverse paddle around the corner down to the man at well, sort of 3/4 of the way back towards third man, Caleb Jewell. 1 taken. Holland 81. Thompson in. Top edged. This time it could be caught. Oh, there's confusion between the two fielders. Puts in the dive in the end and can't get there, and Irene Donald. And there's a lot of teapots out there. It looked like it was kind of going to Tickner, and it was, I think it was Tickner's catch, essentially. Donald running across in front of him, misjudged it, put in a dive, got his right hand to it, deflected it past Tickner. 2 was taken in the end. Green goes back and plays it for the next delivery firmly out towards wideish long on for 1. Let's have a look at this again. So top edge sweep by Ben Green. Oh, no, it kind of was between them, and Tickner hesitated. It's like he's running. He wasn't quite sure whether it was on or not. And, well, as it turned out, Donald eventually committed himself, dived, couldn't quite get there. And his right hand sort of knocked the ball past Tickner, and Green picked up a couple. He's moved on to 45 now. Holland 82, 220 for 7, the lead 4-2-9. When things aren't going for you, they just never seem to in any way, shape or form. I thought when Chappell took that catch pre-lunch...
that was a belter, wasn't it? Get rid of Travaskis.
The innings was going to come to a fairly quick conclusion. It hasn't.
Which is probably to Derbyshire's advantage.
Partnership now is 89 off 85.
What Leicestershire have got to be careful to do is not take too much time out now, because they've already got enough runs as Reese bowls a full toss and bowls him round his legs. Green has been bowled. It's another 5 for Lewis Reese, his 2nd of the match. Green goes for 45 off of 45 balls. Terrific effort from him. 44 balls indeed. And Leicestershire are 220 for 8 now. It was a terrific innings, though, wasn't it, from Ben Green?
It was.
I'm not sure he'd be massively thrilled by the dismissal round the back of his
round
legs.
his legs.
I can't quite believe it, but it is so.
Pitch wasn't really a factor there, I don't think.
It was slightly over-pitched, really.
It
wasn't
was. I don't quite know how it got through there.
No,
but
he seems to be
it
covering
did.
his stumps quite well, doesn't he?
Onto leg stump.
89 for the 8th wicket.
And the lead is 429, so Derbyshire's target at the moment, 430. Another look at it. Did it go between his legs? I think it did.
So it's through his legs, not round the back.
Yeah. Here we go.
But they got no chance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
two of them, between them. Wasn't the greatest shot that Ben Green has played. Played some good uns. And out to the crease comes former Derbyshire player Logan Van Beek.
Although he's changed his name, of course, since since he was here. 11 for 119, Lewis Reese's figures in this match now. His best match figures in first-class cricket. Congratulations to him for that. He was the pick of the bowlers in the first innings, and, well, would you know it, he's been the pick of the bowlers in the second innings as well, and he's managed to reduce what was already a very healthy average for the season even further. That was his 34th wicket of the campaign, and he's missed 2 games. In fact, he's missed 3. This is only his 7th match. And he's on his way in to bowl to Van Beek, who gets one high up on the shoulder of the bat, and there's a bit of a negotiation as to whether they should take a run. They eventually decide that they should. The ball is thrown by Caleb Jewell and hits the stumps, always does when it doesn't count. And Van Beek's off the mark, 221 for 8, 430 the lead. So his average is now 18 and 3/4, I would guess, with that 34th wicket of the season. Lewis Reese. Might have to speak to him again tonight. Why not? Just go speak to Lou every night. In he comes, bowls to Holland, who turns it into the leg side.
Well, he could be 78 not out or something as well.
Well, if he's not out, I won't speak to him.
Some players don't mind.
No, I never like asking, no. Once they get past 100 and they're not out, that's a different matter. But
They seek you out then, don't they?
yes, quite often. There are 2 extra covers. The extra cover twins. One's a Kiwi, one's a South African. In comes Reese and bowls. That's turned down towards short fine leg, where Thompson is fielding by Holland. 221 for 8 it remains. The wind is now definitively coming from the west. According to the flag, the other flag suggests it might be coming from the northwest. He pays you money and he takes your choice, really. Lights on, Reese in, and that one is guided down to short third man by Holland. Jewell is the fielder. They don't take his arm on, having seen him destroy the stumps with a throw 2 balls earlier. Also, final ball of Lewis Reese's 16th over then of this second innings. He's in and bowls to Holland, who defends. Reese fields off his own bowling, and the over does indeed come to an end. 40 overs to 56 to go, and Lewis Reese has 5 for 64. Gets the congratulations of Caleb Jewell as he walks past, and the applause which he acknowledges of Zach Chappell. Just a little thumbs up, and he'll get more applause, and applause from Harry Kane. He'll get a bit more when he comes down here.
Should perhaps have pointed out that this is Ian Holland's highest score of the season now, previously 74, but it's his 4th half century.
Needs to convert, really, doesn't he?
Well, it might be in the back of his mind. I think he'd like to now.
I'm sure he would.
What he doesn't, what Leicestershire probably don't need him to do is get a little bit becalmed and take another 30 balls to get there. Well, not that, given that there are 56 overs left to be bowled today alone.
Yes, only 160 overs left in the match.
Thompson round the wicket to Van Beek, who's forward, thick inside edge as it turns a little bit. Stopped at short leg by Donald.
Which at the current rate is about 2.5 days, isn't it? 160 overs, I'd have thought.
Thompson is in. Van Beek attempts some sort of reverse paddle,
no,
and it rolls up
grill.
and hits him on the. He says it hit him on the arm, but it did roll up and hit him on the grill. And the umpires are real sticklers for this.
Yeah.
Van Beek is absolutely A1 OK. So is the grill, but we have to go through this protocol. Go and make a cup of tea, folks, because we're going to be 5 minutes here.
Yeah, well, he's going to walk towards the physio, which is going to save a few seconds. We haven't seen the physio yet, but he is going to walk towards him. Is he making his way down there?
He's grabbing his bags, and here he comes. Well, run, Lloyd. Run. Thank you. Well,
Yeah, just take your time. Does your phone give you suggestions as what you should buy from a famous company? Oh, you probably don't use them, do you? That deliver things.
oh, no.
My phone's always giving me suggestions.
Okay. Does it begin with an O? Is that
No,
a famous company? Oh, no, not them.
No, an
Oh, okay. From whom you got your T-shirts, or?
A. No, that's a supermarket.
Right.
This is a.
Oh, I see. Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
when
Sorry,
you-
right. No,
when-
I don't know. I won't use them.
No, I didn't think you would.
Sorry.
They're saying
Pay your taxes.
they're recommending some good cheap stuff on there. Though. We thought you'd like a new bedroom chair or stool. I don't think I've ever looked for a bedroom chair or stool. I don't know what I would do with either.
Bedroom still is very Jane Austen, isn't it?
We thought you'd like a bedroom stool. Oh no, I can think of many things I would like, but that isn't amongst them. But thank you for the suggestion anyway. That's very good of you. It clearly shows that the phone doesn't listen to everything you say.
Sometimes it's a bit disconcerting, though, isn't it, when you do get something that
Yeah,
you
and
realise that it,
yeah.
despite having switched off every microphone that you're supposed to do on the various phones and what have you, that
I think they're just reading mine now.
yeah, probably. We've all got little things injected in us, haven't we now?
Well, that's what COVID was all
Chips.
about.
Thompson is in and bowls, and a nice delivery that comes off the pad of Van Beek, who looks up to see that good throw that hits the stump again from Caleb
Yeah.
Jones. So twice in 2 throws he's hit the stumps. On both occasions the batsman has been in his crease, although Van
Australian,
Beek
you
did
say.
have to hurry a little bit there. And it was just a leg bite.
There's all sorts
2 for 8.
of nations represented out there. Isn't Australia, Holland-ish,
America.
America, New Zealand, South Africa, Wales.
I'm going to say any Englishman. Thompson is in, bowls on off stump, just steered calmly by Holland out to point where Zach Chappell on the boundary comes in to field, and one is taken. Holland on to 83. 2 for 8.
Number of Lancastrians.
Any Yorkshireman
No.
looks around, thinks, in goes Thompson, swept down towards fine leg. Tickner puts in the dive. He's forever diving and not
Likes
quite
the
getting
dive,
there,
yeah, no,
Blair
likes the dive,
Tickner.
Blair.
He shows willing every time, but he never seems to quite get there. It is a long way down for him. Sprawling away to his right, and the ball just eludes him. 4 to Logan Van Beek. He moves on to 5.
Yeah, it looks like a sprawling dive. There's a lot of him to sprawl as well.
Thompson is in. There's a lone appeal. Guest echoes it in the end, having heard it echoing around the Derbyshire hills. because it was a good shout by Thompson, as in literally. It wasn't a really good appeal though, and it was turned down by umpire Pratt. 227 for 8. Young Mr. Morley's going to have another go, see if he can break his duck.
Yes, he's bowled 6 overs for 41, which means in the match he's bowled 22 overs for 107. Slightly disappointing. Zach Chappell's taken off his cap in anticipation of being called on to bowl. He's going to put it back on now at mid-wicket. The left arm off spinner. Bowls a couple of practice deliveries to Anairan Donald. And Ian Holland waits. 83 not out. Morley is in and bowls to him. That must have turned because he was trying to play it into the leg side. It's come off his pad and gone into the off where Blair Tickner does the fielding. Filled into the west. The cloud, that is. This next delivery is straight through Blair Tickner. The shot, that was, the delivery wasn't. That would have been absurd. And they come back for a second. He drove it. Tickner gets back to his feet. Holland moves on to 85. Leicestershire to 229 for 8. 438 in front now. Morley once again. Oh, how that hasn't bowled him, I have no idea. Holland's had a huge mow at that one, and it has turned prodigiously. That is a terrific delivery.
Turned too much.
But yes, who'd have thought? Morley again. This time it's a full toss, and it's swept out to Zach Chappell on the square leg boundary for a single. Holland moves to 86, 230 for 8. Do you think they'd declare when he gets to 100 to prevent Josh Hull from having to take any further part in this game? So I can't see him bowling much. Morley turned into the leg side by Van Beek. Single is taken. 6 now to the Dutch Kiwi, 231 for 8. Particularly white pads, Logan Van Beek. As Morley bowls, swept. Backward of square, a long run round here for Zach Chappell, and he won't get there, and Holland moves to 90. Again, the last ball of a Jack Morley over makes its way to the boundary. 235 for 8. He's going at 7 and over, Jack Morley. 235 for 8. Leicestershire's lead is 444, with Holland on 90 and Van Beek on 6. And out comes Martin Anderson with 2 S's. Not playing in this game due to a back issue, back spasm before the T20 match on Friday night. Forced him to miss that. Hasn't recovered sufficiently, but he's removed a helmet. And Alex Thompson the ball.
Around the wicket to Logan Van Beek, who is paddle sweeping around the corner, down to fine leg, where Mr. Morley is fielding.
His pads are particularly white, aren't they? Logan Van Beek.
They are, yes.
I mean, whiter than any other pads we've seen. I'm trying to find some points of interest really for myself. The whitest pads I've
brilliant white, almost bluey white.
Yeah.
In fact, do you know what it reminds me of?
The old Derbyshire kit.
Exactly that. Oh, and that's outside off stump in the end. An attempted reverse sweep, paddle sweep by Ian Holland doesn't result in an appeal, which I thought was going to echo around the ground. When nobody says a word, they've given up. 445.
They're not the only ones.
In goes Thompson, tosses it up, smash back to him, and he's caught it at the 3rd attempt. And Ian Holland goes for 90. He grabbed it 2 hands to his left. It just burst out because Ian Holland did clobber it, and they grabbed it on the way down. Caught and bowled for Alex Thompson, his 4th wicket of the innings, and declaration time.
I think that makes sense, doesn't it? I think that makes sense.
And it has come with the score on 236 for 9, which means that Derbyshire need to score 446 to win the game.
So have you just said that out loud? I think what really needs to happen is Leicestershire need to take 10 wickets. There are still 51 overs left today. Yes, thank you, Jane. 51 overs left today, which is incredible, really. So Derbyshire's slow over rate has come back to bite them, because they lasted 71 overs in their first innings. So who knows? We might get into tomorrow if we're lucky. What we will do is return in 10 minutes for the Derbyshire run chase, as some people are calling it, the Leicestershire march to a 6th victory in the County Championship, as others are referring it to as.
season. The all-rounder is going to open the bowling for Leicestershire from the city end, as you heard Jane announcing there. Brought one back to bowl David Lloyd. Happy to say that Lloyd is out there despite the blows that he suffered at short leg, one of which looked particularly painful. But he is going to be facing Ian Holland, knowing that Holland can bring it back and that he would be unwise to leave too many deliveries. In comes Holland and bowls to him. It does come back a little bit, but Lloyd is equal to it, just turns it away through square leg and jogs a single. Fletcher alongside me, he's just doing an update for BBC Radio Derby. He'll be with us, he'll be rejoining us shortly. Umpire Pratt runs across, it being a right-hand, left-hand combination. Caleb Jewell now will be on strike. The bowling of Ian Holland. Rishi Patel is at slip, Louis Kimber at gully, Sol Budinger at short leg. Rehan Ahmed is at short-ish extra cover, otherwise it's a fairly conventional field, including third man and long leg. Holland is in, Jewell is turning it on the bounce to Budinger. And there is no run. Plenty of dark cloud around, but it genuinely is tolerably light at the moment, although the floodlights are still on. Holland over the wicket to the left-handed Australian Jewell, who leaves outside off stump. A little bit of shape back in. A little bit of bounce as well, but it's all fairly gentle stuff. Heavy roller did go on the pitch between innings. Might just take a little bit of the life out of it temporarily. Holland is in and bowling. Jewell is forward, solidly on off stump. Ahmed runs across, doesn't pick up the ball cleanly, actually kicks it accidentally. So Liam Travaskis already warming up, so I would assume that they're anticipating the seamers only have a couple of overs each. Fletcher's back with us now as Holland very chest on comes in and bowls fullish. Jewell very correctly leans forward, plays the ball firmly out to Ahmed. And there is no run.
Yeah, well, Blair Tickner only bowled 2 overs at the top, didn't he? We didn't see Zach Chappell at all. Lewis Reese with his medium pace causing all sorts of issues initially. And throughout, really. 5 for 64, 10 wickets in the match. Then it was Alex Thompson with 4 for 81. Morley and Lloyd bowled 10 overs between them for 71.
Holland's going to try round the wicket to Jewell. Bowls very full. Jewell waits for it. He rather floats down towards him and carefully plays it back up the pitch to the Leicestershire all-rounder, who takes his cap from umpire Chantry. Being the end of the over, 1 without loss. 4 for 5 now. More runs needed.
All 10 wickets. 4 for 5. I did just say that in the update at 3 o'clock. Derbyshire need 445 to win. As though it was possible. Which it clearly isn't. And Logan Van Beek, formerly of this parish, and many others, is...
it wasn't that many, because we looked it up, there was only 6, wasn't there, in the end?
7, I think it was.
7, was it?
He's on to number 8 at the front of his number, and he started off with a 1. You could be right. I think it might be this. Leicestershire might be his 7th. Here he comes, bowling to David Lloyd, who's faced 1 delivery so far for his single, and he's beaten outside the off stump.
Netherlands, Leicestershire, Canterbury, Derbyshire, Wellington, Worcestershire. 6.
All right.
Of which Leicestershire is 1.
Staggered. genuinely staggered. I always get the impression that he's played for more teams than that. Clearly not. They might just be the ones he's admitting to.
One thing he wants to do before he dies, have a big family.
He bowls to Lloyd, who pushes this one out, recently married, into the offside. And there's no run. I hope his wife's aware of that.
I was going to say. Mrs. Van B.
Yes. That's going to have his own dance troupe.
Michael Jackson backup dancers.
Here he comes. He's a great bloke. Bowls to Lloyd, who goes back and cuts down towards the man at third man, wide third man really. Lloyd picks up his second run. He's now got as many as he got in the first innings. David Lloyd out for 2 from 5 deliveries. He's faced 4. And he also has 2 again. 2 without loss, Derbyshire. Steady start. As steady as you like. They're just moving the man, because it's left and right hand, of course, with the left-handed Caleb Jewell, but they're just moving. He's not really a third man, he's more of a backward point on the boundary. As Van Beek is in, and that one is chopped away straight to him. That's perfect placement of a fielder.
I don't know how many runs
Liam Travaskis
setting a third man all season has saved Leicestershire, but it's well into 3 figures.
Yeah, yeah. It would meet with the approval of Edward Bevan.
Yes.
He does like a third.
He does.
He's also played for the Brampton Wolves, which are a team in Canada, and Surrey Jaguars, who I've never heard of. In comes Van Beek. That's turned into the leg side by David Lloyd for a single. Brampton Wolves are definitely... I don't think he's put all his teams in that book, you know. I don't know who the Surrey Jaguars are.
Absolutely. The website. Oh, you've got it on the website, presumably, have you?
They're in Canada as well. So he's played in whatever that tournament they play in Canada's called. I'm not 100% sure what it is called. I'm fairly sure that's where the Brampton Wolves are from as well. Van Beek is in. That's left alone by Caleb Jewell, and then swings remarkably once he goes past the stumps, and is taken diving a long way to his right hand side by Peter Hanscom. Yeah. Wellington and Canterbury. Are they different? I've no idea. It says here he's played for New Zealand as well as Holland. Has he played for New Zealand? Anyway, he might have done.
Yes, he has.
How's he managed that? Well, he's born there, obviously, but...
In goes Ian Holland. Lloyd plunges forward, and he's there a little bit too soon, as more than one batsman has been in this game. Plays it okay, pushes it back down the pitch, but they might want someone in a little bit closer in front of the wicket. Says he started out playing for New Zealand, whom he represented in the Under-19 World Cup before switching to the Netherlands.
His granddad played for the West Indies and New Zealand as a wicket-keeper.
So there we go. Double internationaling isn't a verb, but you know what I mean.
They're all at it, aren't they?
He's in the family. Delay, of course.
Yes.
Because they've suddenly decided that they're going to have a close fielder, which means somebody needs to get a helmet, which could have been sort of left on the... it's Hanscom standing up to the stumps. Holland is in and bowls. Lloyd turns him away as the ball comes in out towards mid-wicket, but Budinger does well at mid-wicket, dives to his right to make the stop. And Hanscom has decided the pitch is so slow as well as unreliable. There's no point in having a slip at all.
Double whammy.
Pushed. Yeah. Rishi Patel to short mid-wicket. In goes Holland and bowls. That's 2 full and 2 leg side, and it is turned around the corner by David Lloyd. And Caleb Jewell has to hurry up a little bit as the throw comes in from long leg. Who is it out there? Lewis Hill is usually the case. I can't see. I think it is. Yes, it is. Good throw. And Jewell had to say had to suddenly accelerate as he realised he was running to the danger end. 6 without loss. Holland is in and bowls solidly played on the back foot by Lloyd out towards extra cover. Ben Green, long sleeved shirt, takes the ball and hangs on to it as he gives it a careful polish. Throws it to Travaskis, who throws it to Holland, who comes running in and bowls, bounces a bit on David Lloyd, plays it well. Bottom hand started to come off the bat, played it firmly back down the pitch, but there was for the first obvious time a certain amount of misbehaviour with the ball bouncing. As I say, the heavy roller did go on between innings, so it just might have had a momentary deadening effect. Holland bowls, comes back in a bit, but Lloyd very careful, everything behind it, playing it to mid-on end of the over. The third of the Derbyshire second innings, and they are 6 without loss. Only one vague alarm, I suppose, when Lloyd drove and missed it. And was beaten on the outside edge by Van Beek's first ball.
Are they 5 or are they 6? That's the big question.
Oh.
It doesn't really matter either way at this early stage. They're 6 because the other scoreboard has just added 1 on to David Lloyd's tally. He has 5. Interesting to see that Caleb Jewell has come out in a sleeveless top, so it must be warm out there. And Van Beek is running away from us towards the left-hander, who just guides it down to that man at backward point on the boundary. Travaskis, and they go through for a single. Jewell picks up his 2nd run. Yeah, isn't it that heavy roller by T, which incidentally is in a mere 16 overs time at about 4:10, which means if we get finished before 6:30. It will be very impressive as Van Beek is in and bowls. That's left alone by Lloyd to go through to Hanscom. Seems unlikely that we're going to get finished that early today, especially with Leicestershire being +10 on the over rate. They can basically have an hour off. Well, all right then, 40 minutes. I'd still only be level. Well, the umpires are supposed to hurry them up if that is the case, I'm told. Van Beek in again, bowls to Lloyd, who very, very compact defensive shot back to the bowler. All very chirpy out there, and each time either a wicket falls, if they start to flag a bit, the chirp will be back. England 41 without loss in reply to India's 358 in the test match up in Manchester. Here goes Van Beek, full delivery. Lloyd defends it. Tried to sneak one under the bat.
Get the spinners on, the messages arrive.
They'll be here soon enough. There's 47 overs to go after this. It's raining at Merchant Taylor's. Northamptonshire are 261 for 8. That won't have the drainage of a headquarters ground at all. So that might be interesting down there. Northampton Middlesex, as this next one is off the outside half of the bat, played to point where Sol Budinger fields. Gloucestershire now 350 for 7, trailing by 207 at Cheltenham College. So a little bit of work to do there. Kent now lead by 84 at Cardiff, 256 for 4 where the pitch has been replaced by just a slab of concrete. In goes Van Beek. Bowls to Lloyd, formerly of Glamorgan, of course. That one comes off the inside half of his bat. It's picked up by Green at mid-wicket. And the over comes to an end. 2 overs for 3. No, 2 overs for 4. Logan Van Beek. Are we going to see any spin yet? Or is Holland... He's going to have another one. 7 without loss after 4. 15 till tea. 15 overs until tea. When I was asked if 7:45 would be in plenty of time for this evening, it was a while ago. I said, yeah, oh yeah, well, easy be finished by then.
Well, if I was Repton, it's only about sort of 10 miles up the A50,
Yes,
isn't it? Something like that.
A38 from here, left a bit.
I was thinking of, yeah, when I went there, obviously bypass Derby. Holland is going to go around the wicket to Caleb Jewell, who is defending on the back foot. He has a slip now. Holland, and a gully, and a short leg. So Hanscom, rather like Wayne Madsen, inclined to make frequent changes to his field. Holland upon his toes to start his run is in and bowls. Pushed firmly back past him on the onside by Jewell. A rolling stop away to his right by Travaskis, who's quite seems to enjoy going to ground. Bowls clipped neatly down to fine leg by Jewell, and I think that will be 4. No chance for Van Beek to get around. You heard it thumping into the advertising hoardings below us. First 4 of the Derbyshire second innings, neatly scored by Caleb Jewell, just clipping Ian Holland's delivery off leg stump down to fine leg to the boundary, using the pace of the delivery such as it is. Holland is in and bowls. Same place, but it's played in the air by Jewell, just past Buttinger. One of those that probably needed to sort of go into his tummy, so to speak, for him to grab on, because it was played firmly, but at a very catchable height, just past the short leg. Needed on that basis, a sort of miracle reaction catch.
He didn't actually move, I don't think, did he? Because it was that quick.
Played pretty firmly, wasn't it? So he takes 1, moves on to 7. Lloyd has 5. 12 without loss. Holland over the wicket to David Lloyd. Bowls. Again, it bounces a little bit on him, but Lloyd is calm, just waiting on the back foot, nibbling it around the corner and taking 1. So at the moment, all is fairly comfortable for the 2 Derbyshire openers. 13 without loss after 5.
And this one.
Oh, there's another delivery. Beg your pardon.
After 5 balls at the over, you meant, didn't
In goes Holland. There's an appeal from Hanscom as it goes into the pad of Jewell. As a consequence of the appeal from Hanscom, there was an appeal from Holland, but he would not have appealed had Hanscom not appealed. I think we can be pretty sure of that because of the delay. Let's have a look. Hit him a long way outside the line. The suggestion from Hanscom again is that Jewell's bat was tucked in and he wasn't playing a shot, but I don't think it would have hit anyway. So, you know, even if the umpire had decided he wasn't playing a shot, didn't come back enough. Otherwise, spot on.
Yeah, fair shout.
13 without loss after 5.
Yeah, or 6 deliveries of that over.
As I was saying.
A beat from the racecourse, end bowls to Lloyd, who whips this away just backward of square on the leg side. They're only going to get a single as Travaskis comes around from long leg to do the fielding. Lloyd moves on to 7, joins Jewell on 7. Derbyshire 14 without loss.
He's finding form, clearly, David Lloyd. 446 already been reduced to 400 32.
Soon be down below the psychological 400 barrier. In goes Van Beek to bowl to Jewel, who pushes this out into the offside. He has a triple century, of course, as his high score, David. Like 313 not out. I was fortunate or otherwise to have seen that while he was playing for Glamorgan.
There you go.
May well have secured a move to Derbyshire on the back of it. Very fine innings down at Sophia Gardens. I can't remember when Ed Bevan started saying, well, they should declare now. In comes Van Beek, bowls, and that one's just guided into the offside again by Caleb Jewell. And there is no run. Not many in the covered stand today. People preferring to be in the outdoors. Not that you're really not in the outdoors in the covered stand. It only needs a slight breeze and the cover is ineffective. It's one of the more bizarre stands in county cricket.
The Geary stand I used to think faintly bizarre. Sort of 100 yards away, square of the wicket.
Van Beek bowls. Oh, and that one just nips back, and Van Beek slams his bat down, gets it off the inside edge down to deep backward square leg for a single.
Almost snuck through,
Yeah,
didn't
it did. Just enough nip. In fact, probably not quite enough nip, but if it had nipped any more and hit his pad, it would have been going down the leg side, I fancy. Had some promise for Van Beek. He seems to be clicking his fingers as he walks back to his mark.
Bit of syncopation.
Bit of
Rhythm.
Bit of jazz. Nice. Here he goes. In and bowls to Lloyd, who defends this one. Down into the ground, it bounces up and into the leg side. Green will field. And there's no run. Managed to use that once in the T20, that particular GIF, if they are GIFs. And Derbyshire won it. Headingley, having predicted that they couldn't possibly lose. In goes Van Beek, bowls to Lloyd. That was very much at the outer half of the bat. He defended that one with Lloyd. The over comes to an end. 6 gone, 15 without loss. 13 overs to tea. 430 the deficit, so Leicestershire, they still need 10 wickets. Derbyshire need fewer runs than they did when they started, but they're not going to get them. Well, if they do get them, it would be astonishing, because they've been behind in this game since the 8th ball of day 1. And Josh Hull's going to come on to bowl. Interesting. Of a fashion. I call it interesting-ish. I thought we might be seeing some spin. Dom Sibley's got to 1,000 runs in the championship.
See the first?
I think so. I can swear to it.
Looked like Wayne might have been, but not to be on this occasion.
Oop.
Short bouncer, pulled around the corner. I thought I was at this end.
Well, you did Holland's 5 ball over and then did the 6th.
Right.
I
Is
just
that
didn't
why?
Van Beek.
Okay.
I'm happy to.
It's all right.
I'm very easy. I just didn't want to take one away from you.
Wasn't in complete control there.
No, we
Caleb
weren't, were we
Jewell.
really?
We weren't, certainly. I wasn't. Certainly you were fine. But no, I'd completely lost control. And helped around the corner as much as pulled around the corner by Caleb Jewell, but wide of Van Beek. Hull is in again. Bowls on off stump. Jewell leans forward and respectfully plays it out towards green. That extra cover, 19 without loss. Jewell into double figures with that semi-controlled pull. Moves on to 12. Lloyd has 7. Rishi Patel's presence at slip is no longer required, Peter Hanscom tells him. Going at leg gully, almost backwards square. Hull chases in and bowls on off stump off the back foot. It's forced away by Jewel to Hill, who's out there on their point boundary, or nearly on the point boundary. And Jewel takes 1, moves on to 13, 20 without loss.
It rather depends when Saif Zaib got to 1,000. He's on 1,001. Ben Compton 977, Wade Madsen 908. Second division. In the first division, it's obviously Sibley, followed by Adam Lythe, who was on 875, I think. So Saif Zaib could have been first to 1,000 runs this season. Lewis Reese is now the leading wicket taker in second division.
I think he was. I saw on one of the newspapers live streams, he was described as the batsman of the year, Saif Zaib, or the batsman of the season. In goes Hull, bowls outside, off stump, and a very sort of belated and odd jab at the delivery from David Lloyd. That was
Well, it went inside, didn't it? It went in between
it swung back on a bit, but it was still a very odd.
He didn't need to play at
shot. It didn't at all. It was the latest of late reactions from Lloyd. Unfortunate, perhaps, not to get a little sort of inside tickle through to Hanscom. Hull runs in and bowls very wide. Well, not very wide, as in wide, to which the umpire extends his arms. It was sort of between the blue line and the white line, and it was ignored by Lloyd. I'm having a bad few minutes here. Just got out of rhythm. Just need to get a few out the middle. I'll be all right.
It is about this time. Well, normally we'd be just thinking about tea, wouldn't we? What we are thinking about is another 12 overs after this, but
which is, probably the best part of 45 minutes away. Hull in past umpire Chantry, bowls, and a nice stop at gully, diving to his right by Louis Kimber as off the back foot, guided nicely by Lloyd using the pace of Hull. But as I say, Kimber diving away to his right, very clean stop. Make sure he doesn't pick up the single that he would otherwise have had. Lloyd stays on 7, Jewel has 13, and after 7 overs, Derbyshire have proceeded without alarm to 20 without loss.
I hadn't realised that Lewis Reese would be the leading wicket taker in the second division, but he is.
What's he on now then?
34.
Holland 30.
Yeah. Van Beek is in short delivery, bails out. Does
Van Beek 30?
I believe so, yes. Ryan Higgins, Calvin Harrison also on 30. George Balderson up at Lancashire, he has 30. Holland's got 29, according to this.
Yeah, believe it.
Ben Green has got 29 and Van Beek has got 30, which rather explains why Leicestershire are doing as well as they are, with 3 bowlers around about the 30 mark. Van Beek is into bowl to Jewel, who edges this one down to third man for 4. All the way along the floor, it should be said, but edged nonetheless. Down towards the bar, moves to 17, 24 without loss. Derbyshire's next best is Zach Chappell with 26.
Spinners are warming up now.
Yeah,
Kimber's.
get them on.
Absolutely.
I might send you a message in a minute, just in case you haven't had enough. So get the spinners on. It makes sense.
It very much does.
As Van Beek is in, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. Rather dies on Hanscom. He's on his hands and knees as he takes that one. Did well to take it as cleanly as he did, really. And Jewel remains on 17. Only 422 more runs to win. I don't know when I'm going to get excited. As Van Beek is in, and that's played off the back foot out into the offside by Caleb Jewell. Fielded there by Saul Budinger. And there's no run. Trying to work out how they got to +10 on the over rate, but because he bowled 71 overs. It is entirely beyond me. Unless they've won a bonus number. As Van Beek bowls wide of the off stump, Jewell leaves it alone. Now that's beaten Peter Hanscom. Apologies, I thought he'd taken it. He just couldn't quite take it. It was an awkward one for him down low, and it actually thudded into his left leg, I think. And goes away for a bye. 25 without loss. No. Dead ball because he didn't play a shot, and it must have hit his pad. What's going on here? It's just a dot ball. Yeah. 29 without loss. 28 without loss. I think it remains. In goes Van Beek and bowls to Jewell, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. It's the last ball of the over as well. And well, it says 29. I'm not sure that it is. Either way, it makes little odds. I think the score is immaterial. There's a lot of confused looking, well, two of them, confused looking people next door. And 29 without loss it remains, according to both scoreboards, so I'm going to stick with them. But I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to see it again.
I think that might be it for Van Beek. 4 overs, none for 10, judging by the amount of work Kimber's getting through in terms of warming up. Hull continues from the city end, bowled, a little bit short of a length. Solidly played by Lloyd.
Yes, I can't imagine. The quicks are going to get too much work, are they?
They shouldn't. Ahmed too is sort of swinging his arms, hopefully. I think he's going to start with Kimber though from this race course end.
Well, Ahmed got all his wickets from the city end, didn't he?
Hull runs in and bowls outside off stump, little bit short, a little sort of swatty pull from David Lloyd, not really timed, sort of bottom part of the bat. It runs out towards wideish mid on. What have you spotted?
They swapped ends again. The ball actually hit the helmet. So my apologies for not spotting that. 5 penalty runs were awarded, which is why it went up to 29. That's why I got all confused in the previous over. I think it ricocheted off Hanscom's leg.
Hull bowls outside off stump, punched away nicely, but only as far as Ahmed at point. Who doesn't take the ball cleanly, but he got plenty behind it, so it bounced back off him out towards Ben Green at extra cover.
I'm disappointed I missed that really, because I do like a penalty run.
Kimber touches his toes, but his knees are slightly bent. That's not
count,
cheating,
doesn't
Louis.
count. No, I can touch my toes if I bend my knees. Still quite an effort.
Hull in bowls side off stump, and Lloyd seems to have a lot of time. It isn't a quick pitch.
No.
It's many things, but it isn't quick.
Your coach is pretty laid back, isn't he, in the dugout?
Yes, he looks
Those shorts are
insouciant.
the requisite length, otherwise he'll be doing an Alan Partridge. Pop those boys back in the barracks.
Hull in bowls outside of some better length, but wrong direction again. So Lloyd can and does leave. Charging in Josh Hull, generating as much as pace as he can in the circumstances, but not a paceman's wicket. In fact, has a pace bowler taken? Well, Holland, well, he's not pace, is he? So
I'll let you
no.
speak to Lewis Reese.
Yeah. Hollis in and bowls neatly turned off middle-hand leg by David Lloyd down to, I'm guessing behind the pillar lurks Lewis Hill. And the single is taken. Kimber removes his sweater. So yes, Van Beek's work consisting of 4 overs with the new ball and having taken the lacquer off it, but hopefully having left the seam still prominent.
To bowl for the racecourse end, Louis Kimber.
He gives way to Kimber.
Just been alerted by David Griffin to the fact that Lewis Reese's figures 11 for 120 in the match are the best. Oh no, I'm not having that stat at all, Griff. I'm not having it at all. The best by a left-arm pace bowler.
I was about to say.
I think that's niche in the extreme. Well done. Oh no. That's since George Walker took 1,213 against Surrey in 1886. That's not bad.
Hasn't Mark footed? Because he blew us away twice.
No, didn't take 11 for 120. They are the best figures though. For Derbyshire at Derby since Paul Aldred took 13 for 184 in 1999. So the best figures, match figures, for Derbyshire here this century. That's the one
good.
that I saw. Yeah.
There's Alfonso on screen at the moment.
He ought to have a plaque.
Stern of face, stern of visage.
Louis Kimber. Yeah, Mick Wood's right. He sent me an email about 5 penalty runs. Kimber then bowls to David Lloyd, who drives. Doesn't really time it. There's a lot of space out there, though, so they'll come back for a second as Josh Hull has an enormous amount of territory to patrol on the offside. He says, is this a record season for the ball hitting the helmet in Derbyshire games? He thinks it's at least 3. I know it's certainly 2. There were 5 penalty runs in the T20 as well for Mohamed Ghazanfar throwing the ball at a player and hitting him when he was bowling. It was at Northampton. He also conceded 4 overthrows in that match. As this next one is almost getting through David Lloyd's attempt to cut it.
Turned very sharply.
He looked alarmed even from this distance, David Lloyd.
Not surprised.
But he survives. And Kimber is in again, and that one is defended into the ground. Budinger under the helmet, of course.
Rehan is doing all sorts of calisthenics at mid-on.
Yeah, won't be long, will it? Won't be long. 41 overs left in the day. Kimber bowls, back goes Lloyd. Fielded once again by Budinger. Short leg. And Logan Van Beek is moving from, that wasn't really fine, but short fine leg, to leg slip without a helmet. So he'll have to stand a certain distance back for insurance purposes. As Kimber bowls, forward goes Lloyd, smothers the spin, plays it straight back to the bowler. He almost breaks into a trot on the way back to his mark. Kimber hasn't got far to go. Last ball of his first over. And Lloyd defends it into the ground. And the first over of spin has been survived by Derbyshire. 32 without loss after 10 overs. 41 left in the day. Can they take the game into day 4? They ought to be able to.
Just having another look at that one that spun sharply back into David Lloyd. Really did rag, as the players sometimes say. Not an expression that was in use when I was playing club cricket.
Or perhaps you just didn't do it.
No. Spinners have returned the ball. What
On the screen, next man in, Harry Kane, sitting on the balcony, away to our left-hand side, alongside somebody short who we can't see, must be Alex Hughes surely, and an Aaron Donald.
Rahan Ahmed then from the city end is going to go around the wicket to Caleb Jewell. Bounces in and bowls Jewell googly to start with, I think, as well. Jewell went back and it was outside off stump, went away a little bit and cut it away. Picks up a single.
Alex Thompson took his 100th first-class wicket for Derbyshire today. Griff.
Congratulations to him. Rishi Patel rearranges the helmets behind Peter Hanscom, who is still moving his fielders around.
Yeah, soon be down to +9 if he carries on like this.
Lewis Hill on the mid-wicket boundary, the subject of his attention, as over the wicket goes Ahmed and bowls to Lloyd, a leg spinner, but outside off stump, and Lloyd steps forward and lets it go through. Ahmed in, bowls, that stays a little bit low. Might have gone on with the arm on the back foot. Lloyd just calmly pushes it out into the offside. Great start here, Ray. Those are the tones of Saul Budinger, who's at a sort of short third. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Nice loop, but again a little bit too wide, and Lloyd can ignore it. Steps away. Steps back in. Ahmed is in and bowls. Lloyd is a little bit tentatively forward, but solidly enough. Thick outside part of the bat pushes the ball out towards Travaskis at extra cover. Ahmed is in, bowls. Lloyd forward to a straighter delivery. Well, they all pitched and nothing much wrong with the over, but a little bit of turn, but not too much at this stage. As I say, it could be that the heavy rollers just might take a while for the effects to wear off.
It should have worn off by now, shouldn't it?
They usually say about an hour, don't they?
It's closer
Well,
to
we had
half.
11, so it's not far off. Yeah, it should be beginning to. 33 for non-off 11. 40 remain to be bowled today, potentially.
But with spin at both ends, it might just, well, it might not.
What's the over rate going to be at the end? Plus 18,
Yes.
plus 20?
Get extra points.
I believe so.
Yeah. If that was the case, Derbyshire would win the championship with Wayne Madsen bowling from one end. Here's Louis Kimber in to bowl to Caleb Jewell, who gets a ball that he tries to turn into the leg side, comes off a leading edge along the ground to Saul Budinger at backward point. I don't know how many pitches like this Caleb Jewell's ever seen. Probably when he was playing for Doncaster last year, he would have seen a few, and that one is...
Was it a chance? I thought it came off the pad.
I didn't think it came off anything.
Oh, it must.
But it clearly has come off something,
Yes.
but I couldn't. It's come off his bat. It's been.
Oh, well, that was a chance then.
There is no signal. The slip went leaping Rishi Patel
Miles to his
through
left.
the air. That's a remarkable place to get the ball.
He was looking to turn it into the leg side, wasn't he? And it.
Second one of the overs that's completely bamboozled him. Kimber's in now to Lloyd, who defends.
Patel
Might wait till the end of the over for a replay of that. That would be the most sensible option.
got his hand to it, didn't he?
Jake's
slip.
Jake's on the money. I knew he would be. Kimber comes in and bowls. Defender cuts, of course, if a wicket doesn't fall. In the next two deliveries, that was pushed straight back to the bowler by David Lloyd, who's got a short leg, a leg slip and a slip along with the wicketkeeper for company. That's Kimber over the wicket again, bowls to Lloyd, turns it backward square on the leg side. They're going to get one. Lloyd will think about two and then think again as Travaskis gets to the ball and throws it into his skipper. Lloyd on to 11. Jewell has 19, 35 without loss. Remember, they had a decent stand. It was the second wicket, a century stand in the first innings, and then folded like a pack of cards.
They do now have 2 slips, which they should have had really for the off-spinner to the left-hander.
How will he cope with this one? He goes back and defends it perfectly straight back to Kimber. So the over comes to an end at 35 without loss, but the major talking point will have been that second button. That would have been the pied wagtail. Been the second delivery. Yeah, no, not that one.
Not that one.
No, not that one. And Jake was doing so well. That one, he's tried to turn it into the leg side. He's just basically come off the edge of his bat. And
nearly this one.
Nearly this one, but we'll see how far away from Patel it was. Well, he dived away to his left and couldn't get there.
Would have been a sitter for a second slip.
Yes, it would. It would. But 35 without loss after 12 overs, 39 to go.
Zach Chappell doing some sort of stretching, sort of dancing.
He does that quite a lot. He'll be doing the crucifix on the top of the stairs in a minute.
Ahmed is in, bowls outside off stump. Ball doesn't do very much, but into the gloves of Hanscom it goes.
Looks like he's thinking about it now, with his sleeveless Derbyshire sweater on and nothing, just showing his muscles off.
Ahmed bowls, it bounces a bit, it's lobbed in the air, should be caught by Josh Hull, and it is. Well, we've seen a couple of dismissals like that. It bounced and sat up, and Lloyd, who was sort of looking to pull it, went through with the shot instead of dropping his hands. It came off the bottom part of the bat and lobbed to Hull at mid-on, and Leicestershire have the breakthrough they were looking for. Lloyd, who'd looked fairly solid up to that point in going to 11, has to go. Caught Hull, bowled Ahmed, and that is Ahmed's 7th wicket of the game.
Yes, well, it's David Lloyd. Derbyshire supporters have seen it so many times this season. He looks in and then gets out, and he's done it again as David Lloyd. Harry Kane comes out to bat as he did in the first innings, slightly later than he did in the first innings. It was the 6th delivery. He came out for, and it was he and Caleb Jewell who gave Derbyshire the hope that it might be slightly easier to bat than everybody had made out. But once Harry came, who was out to a very similar shot to that.
Yes, he was. Missed time to call both. Yeah,
Ian Holland taking the catch. Once he was out, it all started to go south. Wayne Madsen followed soon after. Then we had T, and then it all fell in a big heap. So Derbyshire have got to be very, very careful here if they're to take this into a 4th day. I have to take it into a 4th day and bat all day tomorrow, and you can find that difficult to believe they could do, in all honesty. That seems to have gone out of the game almost, doesn't it, batting for an entire day to save a game. I can't remember the last time I saw it.
So Buddinger's gone in at a very, very silly mid-off. Almost with a foot on the pitch as Ahmed is in and bowls to Kame, who plays it past Budinger on the bounce. Buddinger's cross with himself for not being able to stop that, but given that he's approximately 4 feet, no more than that from the bat, in goes Ahmed and bowls Kame thick outside edge, squeezes it past first slip. Green runs back, puts in the slide, and Kame picks up 2. Patel leans back out of the way as the throw comes in to Hanscom. I think given the number of runs they have to play with, the second slip might be in order for the new batsman. In goes Ahmed and bowls, and Budinger does stop that one inadvertently. It stays a little bit low and outside off stump. The leg spinner was a bit short, and Kane went back, tried to biff it into the leg side, didn't time it, hit it down into the ground, and it hit Budinger in the chest. In goes Ahmed and bowls, and reaching forward, looking to play the ball is Kane, thick outside edge along the ground, all the way to green. So applause for Ahmed, who has picked up the first wicket of the Derbyshire second innings. 1 for 3 from 2 for Rahan. That ice cream van's getting a good bit of exposure today on the stream. Trying to see what the prices are. I was going to reach out and make them bigger. It doesn't work there, does it? Good value?
I've no idea.
You've never tried them?
No, it's too far away, isn't it? Look, if they came round the back of here.
We should have sent Ms. Farrell out to get them.
37 for 1. Caleb Jewell on 19 on strike. Louis Kimber bowling with 2 slips, and that one goes past the edge of his bat, and Hanscom whips off the bails.
I wish he wouldn't do that every time.
No, he doesn't just whip them off though, does he? He absolutely. They almost go to the umpire at square leg.
Jack Shantry will have to start wearing a helmet.
Yeah. He really whips his arms through. He waits now, and Jewell defends this out into the offside. He actually doesn't have his hands level when he's behind the stumps.
Was it one of the Pakistan wicket keepers who was hit in the eye by a bail, which was knocked off? I think.
Boucher was it Boucher?
Was it Mark Boucher? Yeah, you could be right.
He retired because of that, didn't he? Didn't that same not happen to Keysvetter as well? That one is played into the offside. Tumbling stop by Holland, possibly. No. Lewis Hill. What's he doing there? He swapped sides. I think Keysvetter got hit in the eye. Here comes this next delivery from Kimber, defended into the offside once more by Caleb Jewell. Ben Green does the fielding. We're going to get somebody else close in. Saul Budinger is going to go in at silly mid-off by the look of it. He's in front of the bat. So there's 2 slips and a silly mid-off now for Caleb Jewell. Tasmanian waits as this next delivery is sort of on leg stump or just outside leg. When it pitches and turns a little bit, that enables him to turn it up to Josh Hull at it was towards mid-wicket by the time he picked it up. Jewell moves to 20, 38 for 1. He's actually fielding at mid-on to Jewell. We're going to have a slip and a leg slip here because the helmet is being put on by Logan Van Beek. And the protector is going in as well. On. That was in his helmet, which I always find slightly unhygienic. Put that on your head now. Here's Kimber. Last ball of the over, bowls to Kane, who turns it into the leg side. Sticking out a left hand is Logan Van Beek to just parry it into the ground, and the over comes to an end. 1 from it. 38 for 1 now after 14. 5 until tea. So they have speeded up a touch. It'll be about 10 past, won't it? With the spin at both ends, assuming that there isn't a clatter of wickets.
Yeah. 15:15 maybe.
Which means 6:30 finish-ish. A little bit later, possibly.
Ahmed round the wicket to Jewell, who is back on his stumps, playing it down into the ground. It trickles backwards, and Hanscom picks it up and offers it to the stumps, but even he doesn't take the bails off this time, as Jewell had both feet back in the crease. In goes, caught behind, no, caught at square leg, no, off the pad as that span back in to Jewell. Came quickly off the front pad. Two-handed catch by Budinger at short leg, but very much off the pad. Ahmed in, bowls, gives it some air, reaching out, just about gets to the pitch of it. Caleb Jewell steers it out into the offside, and it's going to be 3 longer chase around. Ben Cox out there, who's gone off.
He did well actually, because he got to the ball, he stopped it, but of course his momentum took him running over the rope, so he had to sort of slam the brakes on and come back. Whoever is replaced, he'll be a better fielder than him, I would suggest. There you go. Even though he is a wicket keeper.
Ahmed back over the wicket to Harry Kame, and it's on to leg stump, so Kame can calmly push that out to Cox, who's out there on the mid-wicket boundary to the right-hander. Picks it up and underarms it back to Ahmed. 42 for 1. Jewell 23 now facing Ahmed around the wicket, tosses it up nicely, almost oversteps himself there, Jewell, and could have squeezed under his bat, but he just waited for it and jammed it out into the offside where Ben Green is the fielder. Ahmed is in, another leg spinner. Jewell back on his stumps and blocking it out to mid-wicket where Travaskis is the fielder. 42 for 1 after 15.
Nick Buxton's unimpressed. I'm sorry, but that shot wouldn't look out of place in a third 11 match on a park on a Saturday morning. I believe he's referring to David Lloyd. Dreadful decision given the circumstances. He's not a red ball opener. Well, he didn't open an awful lot for Morgan over the years. And was always a reluctant captain, we were told, when he signed as Derbyshire captain. It's been an unhappy few months for David Lloyd. His replacement out in the middle, Harry Kame, is waiting now as Louis Kimber begins a new over. Bowls a full delivery that Kame turns into the leg side. It's fielded by Green and there's no run. Here comes Kimber once more. Past the umpire, bowls to Kame, who rather thrusts the bat at that one. Outside the off stump. Proper bat twiddler, Harry Kame. Twiddles it 3 times. And now waits. Flex of the knees a couple of times. Kimber's delivery is in and it's turned into the leg side, into the ground. Budinger sticks out a left hand to parry it. Thinned out a little inside the county ground. The central co-op county ground, as Kame uses his feet and then defends the ball to Green once again, who's a sort of hybrid straight mid-wicket. Kimber's going to go around the wicket for the penultimate ball of the over. Rattling through them at the moment. Kimber in, bowls to Kame, who again thrusts the bat at that one. Off an inside edge and fielded by Budinger once more. The tension broken only by the laughter from the scorer's box next door. Here comes Kimber. Bowls Kame again, uses his feet and turns that into the leg side. This time it's Lewis Hill who does the fielding, and the over comes to an end. 42 for 1 with 3 overs to go until tea. 16 gone in the innings. Jewell has 23. Kame has 3. I think the umpires are asking for more lights to be turned on. If only. They've been together nearly 4 overs, these two, for the 7 runs that they've added so far.
Tis gloomy.
Yeah, but getting through to tea, which they singularly failed to do last night, is their number 1 priority. It's not dangerous.
Round the wicket, bowls to Caleb Jewell, who wants the single. It was never there in a million years, and he is rightly sent back by Harry Kame.
And he's studiously avoiding the gaze towards Harry Kane. Now he does look at him. Harry Kane must have been thinking, what are you doing?
Ahmed bowls, and there's an appeal, or stifled appeal, as he stretches forward. He was outside the line of off stump.
Only by another set though.
Spun back in, but not by that much. Ahmed is tossing that one up. Again, there's a little bit of turn and forward went Jewel, but this time getting plenty of bat on it as it pushed it past Budinger, slightly wide of Travaskis, and a single is taken. Fletch does his unplugging and replugging in different sockets, which means that it's time for a BBC Radio Derby update. Hanscom tells Hill, assuming it'll be Hill out there behind the pillar, to go wider at on the square leg boundary. Kame is not caught behind down the leg side. There's lots of hands on heads out there. That turned down the leg side, and Hanscom took the ball, but not off the bat, says umpire Chantry. Ahmed is in and bowls, came forward on off stump, plays it down into the ground, picked up again by Ahmed. You can anticipate with the pitch the way it is and the light the way it is, he's going to bowl most of the evening session as well. Bowls, and Kame is forward defending, getting to the pitch of it, playing the ball back up the pitch to Rahan Ahmed. He's bowled 4 overs, has 1 for 8. Kimber 4 overs, none for 5. And we have 2 overs until tea. They do get through them quickly. Oh, just seeing the replay of the appeal for a catch down the leg side. Well, Louis Kimber hands his cap to umpire Pratt. Can Leicestershire pick up 1 more before tea? If they do, they'll still feel it's possible to maybe win this in 3 days, but a lot of work to do either way. Kimber round the wicket, bowls to Jewel, it turns and takes a thick outside edge. There's hesitation between the batsmen, but this time Kame takes charge and calls Jewel through it, having gone behind square on the offside. Hill runs round to field, and there always was one there.
Best one of the day so far.
What were your 0.34 of a second over?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Poor.
I'm happy with that.
20.34 seconds.
That's an update. Not sure I actually said much. Should I do the rest of this one?
Yes, by all means.
Kimber around the wicket to Kame. Just lunges forward, pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. Just before tea, wasn't it? Wayne Madsen out yesterday. Harry Kame for 56 and Wayne Madsen for 5. As this next delivery is played off the back foot this time by Kame, pushes it into the ground. There's a short leg and a silly mid-on now. The silly mid-on is Rishi Patel under the helmet. Leg slip as well, who isn't wearing a helmet. As Kimber bowls, that one is fullish outside the off stump and just pushed into the offside by Kame. Target 446 notionally. The 402 therefore required notionally, as Kimber is in and Kame pushes it out into the offside. They scamper through for a quick single, and Harry Kane moves on to 4. 45 4-1. David Lloyd's interest in the game finished before tea on day 3. Well, no, his interest in the game.
Participation.
That's exactly the word I should have used. You're right. As Kimber bowls, and that one is defended by Jewel. Long stretch forward. And that's the end of the 18th over. 45 for 1, 4 to Kame, 25 to Jewel. And this will be the final over before tea. So they've clawed it back a touch. Goodness knows what the over rate will be when we come back after tea. I'm going plus 12, I'll go.
Well, there is a record. I imagine records are kept of that sort of thing. Down with that sort of thing.
Well, it shouldn't be told to anybody, really, but... And if it is told to us, it should be explained.
Ahmed is into Kame, very full. Kame is not inclined to try and drive it, just get on top of the ball and squeeze it out towards backward point where Ben Green fields. In he goes and bowls, and he's caught behind. Kame went for the attempt to, well, I don't know what he was quite attempting to do there. It was the leg spinner. It bounced a little bit. It was wide. He could have left it in the over before tea. He gestured at the ball, got a faint edge, was taken by Hanscom, and Leicestershire have their second wicket, and Harry Kame leaves the field with his head down. Why did he try and play at that ball, let alone play that particular shot?
I have absolutely no idea. He shouldn't have been anywhere near it. Shouldn't have been anywhere near it. 45 for 2 at tea then, Derbyshire, with 32 overs and 4 balls remaining in the day. They're still trailing by 400 runs, and Harry Kame has just played a shot that he shouldn't have even contemplated at any time, let alone in the final over before the interval. He did, though. Derbyshire will start with Caleb Jewell and Wayne Madsen when we return in just under 20 minutes time. to the Central Co-op County Ground in Derby, where Leicestershire are in a very handy position. 45 for 2 Derbyshire in their second innings, still 400 runs away, or otherwise known as having to bat for the remaining 32 overs and 4 balls and the whole of tomorrow to survive, and that seems unlikely, although the pitch hasn't necessarily been at fault for the 2 wickets that have fallen so far, I would suggest. Wayne Madsen is the new batter. That's because Harry Kane was out to the final ball before tea, and Madsen whips this one into the leg side for 4. Gets off the mark straight away. That's the way to do it. There we go. Crisis, what crisis?
It's just David Lloyd might take issue. I think the pitch had a bit to do with his dismissal.
Do you think?
He did stop and sit up, and he went through with the shot, or attempted to go through with the shot.
Well, if you either don't play the shot or you play it properly, surely.
But the
Ahmed bowls. That's a wide. It is a wide. Came out all wrong. Went to Rian Ahmed's hand. Over 8 plus 11 now. Marching on together. It's wide of the off stump. Madsen says no, no, no.
That's the Legion United theme, isn't it?
Yes. Apparently. Yeah. Leads. In comes Ahmed again. That one is driven by Madsen straight to the man at extra cover. Liam Travaskis, nicely fielded by him. A gentleman walking around with a jacket, a white shirt, and a white cricket hat in front of the grandstand. It looks most peculiar, but because he's also wearing shorts. Next delivery from Rian Ahmed is pushed up to mid-off by Wayne Madsen, and there is no run. So that over, which was only 4 deliveries, as he completed the over that ended with the wicket of Harry Kane before tea. 50 for 2 Derbyshire. That's why there was extra applause, presumably, because they got to 50. They only need another 8 50s from here to win the game, which they probably won't do. 4 sessions, 400 runs. What could be simpler?
To bowl from the racecourse end, Louis Kimber.
Eh?
In terms of working it out, very straightforward. In terms of achieving it,
Impossible.
not impossible, but unlikely.
We've gone unlikely.
Unlikely.
Okay, gone unlikely.
50 for 2. Louis Kimber will go, of course, round the wicket to the left-handed Caleb Jewell with a first slip, a second slip, and a silly mid-off. Steps in and bowls. Jewell is forward. Does turn, not quite enough to take the thin edge. Takes the outside part of the bat, but runs along the ground. Lewis Hill runs back to sort of a backward-ish point as Kimber is in, very full, steered by Jewell. 2 point. Hill comes into field, and there's no run. Green is at extra cover. Ahmed at mid-off. Hull at a wide-ish mid-on. Travaskis is out on the point boundary as Kimber is in. Jewell is forward, pushing it out towards green. No, 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 says Jewell, as and rightly, as Madsen came running down towards him. Kimber bowls. Jewell forward again, and he's not a great runner, Caleb Jewell, because he took a step forward and then, and as he did so, his hands were raised interrogatively towards Wayne Madsen. It was sort of Jewell's call, you would have thought, square-ish of the wicket, but I guess Madsen would have been running to the danger end. Anyway, they didn't go in the end, but there was a certain amount of hesitation. In goes Kimber and bowls, and forward goes Jewell, getting to the pitch of it, pushing it out to green. Nobody at mid-wicket saying, go on, hit across the line if you like. Have a whack. I don't think Jewell will. As Kimber is in, Jewel is forward, again pushing it into that gap, again taking a step forward, and then again deciding there wasn't a run to be had. End of a fairly respectable over, but well played by Caleb Jewel. Kimber 6 overs, none for 7. He's been very accurate for someone who isn't regarded really as a frontline spinner. Bowled a bit during the T20s. Bowled a maiden actually at one point. I was up at Headingley, I think.
A lot of maidens at Headingley.
In the T20s?
Yeah, good so far bowled too.
Fair enough. Then got clobbered.
No, 4 overs, 2
No, Kimber got clobbered.
Oh, Kimber got clobbered.
after his maiden.
Oh, okay. No. Rehan Ahmed from the city end to Wayne Madsen. Full delivery that he just guides up towards Josh Hull at mid-on. And Northamptonshire have been bowled out for 261 at Middlesex, 364 behind. No news yet on a potential follow-on. And goes Ahmed again. That one spins a lot, but it started quite wide, bounced and went wider.
It's sort of what happened that accounted for Lloyd, but
shouldn't have played the shot, should he?
no.
Here comes Ahmed again. That one's wide as well. And Madsen has nothing to do with it. You've got to show a lot of discipline out there as a batter. Ice cream being delivered to the Leicestershire changing rooms by the look of it. As Rehan Ahmed is in again wide. Wayne Madsen lets it go. One in each hand for 2 people walking up the steps. It's a tough life, isn't it? They play too much cricket, of course, so looking how big moves into catching mid-wicket. Rehan Ahmed bowls on his chops where he was fielding originally, out towards the cover boundary. They're going to come back for the second as well. That's Kimber out there. And they do get 2. Madsen moves to 6. And Derbyshire to 52 for 2. And just as Northamptonshire are bowled out, it starts raining in London, so we won't find out for a while. As that one is defended by Madsen onto his stumps. Rehan Ahmed's got another one. He's played on, and off he goes. He makes 6 in the second innings, having made 5 in the first, and Derbyshire are 52 for 3, just 7 wickets away from victory now, Leicestershire. With Derbyshire a long way from saving this match, and virtually no chance, you would have thought. 52 for 3, another wicket for Rehan Ahmed, 3 for 15.
9 wickets in the game for Rehan now. Lewis Reese got the first 4 in the Leicestershire second innings, didn't he? Ahmed the first 3 in the Derbyshire second innings. So far, out comes a towel and a drink for Caleb Jewel. And drinks for the Leicestershire team.
It's
presumably
broadcast.
Guest
Yeah, it
will
is
be
broadcast.
the boundary. Here he comes.
Tell by the he goes to the boundary's edge and then bends down forwards and stretches everything out. We ought to swap ends really, so that you're commentating on Rehan Ahmed while he just goes through and gets all 10.
If that becomes a genuine possibility, that would be nice. But
well, it's a possibility.
He's the sort of player who you can imagine it. Who you can imagine doing it, can't you? He's just he attracts the limelight. He doesn't necessarily want to be in it, but he revels in being in it. If
attracts but doesn't seek.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Things happen.
He's one of those rare talents.
He makes things happen. Kimber round the wicket to Caleb Jewel. It does turn, but not markedly. Jewel on the back foot blocks it out towards point again. Budinger claps his hands at that silly mid-off position. Kimber is in. Julie's forward, sort of following the ball a little bit, and again steering it towards that backward point. Assuming Cox is no longer on the field anywhere, can't see him. Kimber steps in and bowls. Nice loop to it, but stretching forward, gets to the pitch of the ball. Jewel blocks it out into the offside, whipping through the overs. Leicestershire at the moment. Kimber in. Oh, that's a bit of a drag down, and a little bit short as well for the first time, arguably, in his spell. Jewel doesn't really take full advantage. He makes sure he gets on top of the bounce and steers it as much as punches it out to backward point, deep backward point, where Travaskis is the fielder. And for the first time, that means Jewel won't be facing Kimber for a while anyway. For the first time, he'll be bowling at a right-hander since this partnership began. First ball then for Brooke Guest. Slip, leg, gully and short leg as Kimber goes in. He turns it down into the ground wristily off the back foot, bounces off Budinger. No run. Green from mid-wicket lobs the ball to Kimber with his shirt hanging out of the back of his trousers. Steps in and bowls, gives it one some air, but Guest is correctly forward, and it having been played correctly, he holds the pose for a while, just the single off the over, and Kimber continues to bowl with great accuracy. Absolutely. 7 overs, none for 8. We haven't seen the full tosses and the...
No, there isn't that 4 ball at the end of every over, is there? I just mentioned that we didn't know whether Northamptonshire are following on or not, 364 behind Middlesex.
I'm guessing they will be.
Gloucestershire are following on against Lancashire. They're 14 without loss in their second innings, 162 behind at Cheltenham College. Lancashire on the charge. Rehan Ahmed to bowl to Caleb Jewell, the left-hander, who goes, he goes neither forward nor back in the end. Just sort of stands up and plays that one into the offside, which is fielded by Green.
I forget you're a Lancastrian sometimes. I don't know why.
But I have no real affiliation to anybody. I grew up watching that Lancashire side, but from a distance, that one strikes the pad. Possibly a bit of bat as well. It's a stifled appeal. I'm from Cheshire, which is a posh bit. No, I'm not from the posh bit. That's the deal. I'm from the Wirral, the very north of the Wirral, as this one is down the leg side. He goes for the big heave into the leg side. Jazz hands from Peter Hanscom. Very impressive in the appeal. The full jazz hands behind the stumps. I like that. Not out was the response. Ahmed's in again.
Oh.
That one turns and bounces on Caleb Jewell, who was looking to turn it into the leg side initially. That'll be the googly.
It was.
Thank you very much. That's the first one I've picked this season. I'm not very good at this kind of thing. As he's in again, and that one strikes him on the pad and not out straight away, says umpire Chantry. He will have to commentate on Rehan Ahmed at some point, because he's going to go through this Derbyshire batting lineup.
Every ball is
like
an event with him at the moment, isn't
butter.
it?
Yeah, a hot knife, that is. Not a cold one, a hot one. In comes Ahmed again, and the sweep is brought out by Caleb Jewell. There is some cover down there, just to our right. Louis Kimber does the fielding. Caleb Jewell gets a single and pinches the strike with the run off the final ball of the over. He moved on to 27, 54 for 3. With 28 overs left today, can they take it into a 4th day? Can the weather forecasters be hopelessly wrong? And can Derbyshire get what would be a draw that would be entirely undeserved? With Leicestershire so far on top, they're almost at a different postcode in a different game.
Kimber around the wicket to Jewel. Bowls on leg stump. Doesn't really turn that much. But Jewel is obviously in careful defensive mode. Just pushes it back down the wicket. 27 off 61 deliveries for Caleb Jewel. Kimber bowls. A little bit of turn there. Off middle towards off. But Jewel can adjust as he stretches forward and steer it towards about third slip, stepping across. Van Beek makes the stop. Kimber is in, gives it some nice air, pushed by Jewel though, off leg, Midland leg, gently out towards Holm. Because it's gentle, Holm is quite a long way back at mid-on. There's a fairly straightforward single to be taken. 54 for 3. Back over the wicket goes Kimber to Brooke Guest, who is forward a little uncertainly. It's a sort of combination, I think, of bat and pad that pushes the ball out towards backward point, where Ian Holland is the fielder, not wearing his sun hat today. And Rishi Patel comes out from slip with a helmet and goes in at almost silly point, silly mid-off. Kimber is in, bowls to Guest. It does turn back in to him, but from slightly short of a length, and Guest on the back foot can wristily work it behind square on the leg side. Travaskis, the fielder. And Kimber decides he's going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Guest. Patel hops across the pitch and goes in at second of 2 short legs, really. Kimber is in, Guest is a forward on off stump. Plays the ball back down the pitch too. Louis Kimber, 8 overs, none for 9 for Kimber. 55 for 3 from 24. 27 overs left to be bowled tonight.
6 runs off the last 5 overs. Derbyshire ground to a halt, largely due to the accuracy of the Leicestershire bowling. Hardly playing a shot in anger. I imagine some of them must be quite angry. Short leg, silly mid-off and a slip for Caleb Jewel facing Rahana Ahmed. And he sweeps, and his trap leg before, is he no? Outside the line again?
Getting close, lads. They are actually. That was I think it was outside the line. Let's have a look, see. Yeah, it was.
This next delivery's turned into the leg side. Yeah, I thought it. Well, it can be.
But it hit the back pad. It was probably going to hit, but it hit him outside the line. He's playing a dangerous game when he's sweeping at those.
Just as a little walk into the leg side as the field is changed. On the leg side now, there's a short leg, a short fine layoff. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary who I just emerged from behind my television screen. And 2/3, 3/4 of the way back at long on, as Ahmed is in. Back goes Caleb Jewel, and he might get 4 runs for this. Holland is chasing around. He gets there, stops it, rolls over the boundary, and they only get 2. Which is poor running, really. Ian Holland making good ground, running around the boundary's edge. Good piece of fielding as well. Managed to release the ball before he crashed into the rope. As Ahmed is in once more, and that one is pushed into the offside. Rishi Patel then throws the ball towards the stumps from about 2 yards and misses, and everybody goes ooh. 57 for 3, Jewel on 30. Ahmed is in once more, and this one is sort of guided down to the vacant third man area. Holland's got some more work to do here because I don't think the ball's got enough revolutions left on it to get to the boundary, and it doesn't, and this time they do come back for a third. And Jewel moves to 33, 60 for 3. There's that pigeon that was here yesterday. Looks the same. Flies past the window. Not an awful lot of wildlife knocking about at the moment for some reason. Freddie managed to capture the pied wagtail earlier. On camera, that is. There's Ahmed over the wicket to Brooke Guest, who just plays it into the ground and out into the offside. And there's no run. 60 for 3 at the end of the over then. Rehan Ahmed, 8 overs, 3 for 21. Guest has yet to get off the mark after the facing 6 deliveries. Caleb Jewell has 33. Dries his hands. It always makes me chuckle, because whenever a batter dives in to try and avoid being run out, they need new gloves. But he takes his gloves off and dries his hand on the pitch and then puts those gloves back on. Can't quite work that out, but I'm sure he knows what he's doing. He's been doing it most of his career, I would have thought.
We are going to have a change. Kimber has bowled pretty well, 8 overs for 9, but we're going to have a look at Liam Travaskis, who will come over the wicket to Brooke Guest. A lot of rough to bowl into in that respect. But of course we'll have a delay while Peter Hanscom sets his field. Short leg and slip, and almost a short mid-wicket. Well, it's a short mid-wicket as in goes Travaskis, as does turn in to the left-handed Caleb Jewell. Jewell, not Guest, apologies. Pushed out towards Green, who's at a sort of conventional mid-wicket. As Travaskis is in a little bit flat. And again, Jewell can go back and push it out to mid-wicket. No run. Kimber's at the conventional mid-wicket. Green, in fact, is at the short mid-wicket. Travaskis is in, gives that a little bit more air, but again, not that much. He's quite a short man, Travaskis, stocky, and it's not a particularly high arm action. Steps in and bowls, gives that a little bit of loop and air, but it's a little bit too full, clipped on a very made it into a low full toss, Jewell, but he didn't try and hit it hard, just clipped it firmly out towards mid-on, where Hull made the stop at the second attempt. Travaskis is in, that one stays a bit low. Jewell went back, dangerous, managed to get his bat down on the ball in time and squeeze it out into the offside. Light has improved slightly, it's still a bit odd out there. In goes Travaskis and bowls. Jewell is forward, thick inside part of the bat, plays it down into the ground. So perfectly respectable over to start with from Travaskis, but didn't hold a huge amount of threat. Even so, gets a low 5 from his captain. Always best to respond in those circumstances. If your captain offered you a low 5.
Absolutely.
Was a maiden. 25 overs remain and it's 10 to 5. That's usually 2 hours, but with these two bowling, it, well, spin from both ends, it shouldn't be much more than an hour and a half.
Rehan Ahmed from the City end bowling to Brooke Guest, who gets one that just sits up, pushes it back of a square on the offside, where it's fielded by Green, and there's no run. 8 runs off the last 5 overs now, as Ahmed bowls. That one just discomforts Brooke Guest. Again, going back rather than forward. A big smile on his face, Rehan Ahmed, unsurprisingly. He's in again and bowls a full delivery to Guest, who pushes it up to mid-on, where it will be fielded by Josh Hull when it eventually arrives at his feet. They are just not scoring any runs at the moment, Derbyshire, and it's a mindset that is very difficult to get out of once you're in it, as he defends this next delivery straight back to the Leicestershire leg spinner. 3 for 23, all 3 wickets to go so far. Lloyd for 11, Kane for 4 and Madsen for 6. He's in again now, bowls. That one's cut out to the cover boundary for a single. Kimberfields. Guest finally off the mark at the 11th time of asking. Derbyshire move on to 61 for 3. They've now faced more overs than there are remaining in the day. That'll be a triumph in itself. There were 51 overs left for Leicestershire to try and force another 3-day win when they started. There are now 24 and 1 ball to be bowled by Rehan Ahmed, who, well, I'm not sure what he's appealing for there. Whatever it was, he was the only one who was interested. Even Peter Hanscom wasn't interested on this occasion.
I think the howl was from Budinger or Patel rather than Ahmed. He just started to raise his arm, but he's not a massive sort of appealer, so to speak.
So what will they get excited about then?
They just do every time. If Pad gets involved, or involvement in the game, if you like.
Have a word with themselves.
Theatre.
They need to have a word with themselves. 61 for 3 at the end of the over. Because the poor listener will be going, oh, what's happened? Well, nothing, really. The gentleman there in his bucket hat reading the paper.
Yeah, I'm just thinking which paper it is.
Oh.
Traskis is going to go around the wicket to Brooke Guest with, that's silliest of mid-offs and 2 slips. Should have 2 slips to the right hander. It should turn away. Steps in and bowls, well, full on leg stump after all that, and Guest can just lean across and poke the delivery out towards mid-wicket. Ahmed has to trot up from mid-on to field, and an easy single is given by Travaskis. 4 and 5, yeah. That is definitely Budinger. As over the wicket to the left-hander goes Travaskis. Bowls very full. Thumped back down the pitch towards him by Caleb Jewell. Taken two-handed by Travaskis, and as Guest was scrambling to make sure his bat was back in his ground. Travaskis in again. Back goes Jewell on his off stump, dropping it out into the offside. Hanscom, his compatriot, comes out to field. Travaskis bowls, that's a nicely flighted delivery, and it turns from off towards middle. Bit of an inside edge, and Pad keeps it out from Caleb Jewell. Fire engine goes down Sir Frank Whittle way. As Travaskis bowls, jammed out. Big puff of dust as the bat forces the ball down into the ground.
Only seen Bradders once this season. I always remember Bradders with Sir Frank Whittle. But we didn't commentate together because it was for a T20.
Leg slip is now silly mid-on, as in goes Travaskis and bowls on off stump, and that silly mid-on is now lying on the pitch, carefully, looking not to upset the umpires as he reached towards the ball that was pushed back up the pitch towards Travaskis. A perfectly, again, respectable over. Just a single from it, but not particularly threatening.
Just how we like it.
Ahmed has been threatening.
He certainly has. 9 overs, 3 for 22. He's going to have a long bowl here, as long as it takes, you would have thought. Short leg, silly mid-off slip with the wicket keeper, Rehan Ahmed, who is in now. Pulled into the leg side by Brooke Guest for his first boundary. Out toward the straight mid-wicket area. He moves to 666 for 3. The first boundary since tea, I think. A couple of balls have gone close. But that was nicely played by Derbyshire's wicket-keeper, who waits now as Ahmed is in again, and he turns it past the edge of his bat. Bales, of course, whipped off by Hanscom. One almost flew to Sol Budinger at short leg. Van Beek helping to direct the traffic, and bends down now at slip. As Ahmed bowls another one that's on the leg stump and too full, and clipped away nicely again by Brooke Guest, who moves on to 10 with his second boundary of the innings, and a little touch of bat, a punch of gloves with Caleb Jewell. 70 for 3. Quite got his line right on the 2 of the 3 balls that he's bowled. The one in the middle was a beaut, and now we've had another slight alteration to the field as Ian Holland comes in off the, if it is him, I think it is, off the square leg boundary to sort of go to backward square leg, and that one is on off stump from Ahmed, and Travaskis fields in the offside. Northamptonshire have been asked to follow on by Middlesex. In comes Rehan Ahmed again. He tried to drive it. There was a leap in the air from Rishi Patel for fear of being hit. It came off the toe end of Brooke Guest's bat and dribbled into the offside. Last ball of the over is pulled again into the leg side by Brooke Guest. A chase on here for Josh Hull, who puts the slide in and then hurls it back, but 2 more for Brooke Guest, who took 10 runs off that over from Rehan Ahmed. Moved on to 12. Jewell has 33. Derbyshire 72 for 3 with 22 overs to go today, and 96 tomorrow. Nobody of Leicestershire persuasion should panic.
Ahmed's match figures are 9 for 84, which are and will remain, in terms of the number of wickets taken, his best first-class match figures. Are previously 7 for 137. So whatever happens, he's going to have his first-class best match figures. Travaskis is into Caleb Jewell, thick inside edge, as that one's turned back into the Australian from off stump. Squeezes it past the 2 silly mid-ons and takes 1. He moves on to 34. It's going to go round. Travaskis to the right-handed Guest. Bowls. Does turn, but a little bit short and a little bit slowly. So he's able to stand up and just push it out into the offside. Defensively, essentially. He remains on 12. Travaskis bowls. So good line and off stump. Forward went Guest. Back down the pitch went the ball. Trevor.
That's slightly better.
Is in and bowls. Oh, that turns beautifully. Bounces as well. That was sharp and very, very difficult to play. Guest plunged forward and the ball shot past his outside edge. Climbed past his outside edge. Travaskis bowls again, much fuller this time. A cautious Guest waits for it and jams it back down the pitch to the Cumbrian. Steps in and bowls again, a touch short. Guest goes back, doesn't turn sufficiently to beat the firm push out into the offside. Green fields end of the over. We're going to see a replay of the one that ragged past the outside edge. We are.
And he would have whipped off the bails, but unfortunately he missed them.
Well, should we give him the benefit and say that for once he decided it was a gesture, gesture
No.
rather than a failure.
He does it at every opportunity. This is our opportunity to get you on Rian Ahmed, because I'm going to do an update.
Okay. Van Beek swinging his arms a little bit, perhaps just to keep limber, as in goes Ahmed, and bowls very full, driven away through extra cover for 4. Just in the last over and this one, the last couple of overs, he's either dragged down or over pitched a couple of times, having been pretty good up to this point. It is his 9th and this 10th over the previous one. This now his 11th, so might just be getting a touch tired. Goes in and bowls. That's a much better line and length, and a careful duel went forward and blocked the ball to Budinger, who's at silly point. No, he's not. He's at short leg. Silly point is Patel. Van Beek's at slip. Ahmed goes over the wicket. 2 Jewel bowls outside off stump and invites the drive. Jewel tries to deliver, but sort of thick inside edges it, and it goes nowhere. The ball, Patel steps in to pick it up. Budinger claps enthusiastically as Ahmed is in, bowls on leg stump, and Budinger is in the game as it's pushed to his left. He picks up and fields and throws the ball to Green, and Ahmed didn't like that, so he's going to go back around. Green holding things up by polishing the ball a little long, as in goes Ahmed and bowls, and what's that? Missed everything. Bounces through everybody and runs down to the boundary. Travaskis is in hot pursuit, throws it back, and it is in fact a leg by, so came off the pad, bounced up and over almost Hanscom. The leg by is taken. Again Van Beek does a few stretches, suggesting he might be about to come back on and bowl, as Hanscom decides to ring the changes. Back over the wicket to the right hander goes Rehan Ahmed. Bowls outside off stump. It stays a bit low. Guest goes through with the attempt to cut it away. Has to reach for it a little bit. Rather smears it out towards deep backward point, where Kimber is the fielder. They've got through another Ahmed over. Hanscom has a word with him.
You can't take him off now that you're on him.
I think he might be. Van Beek's been doing quite a lot of warming and continues to warm up, so it might be. Yeah, he's so enthusiastically or so vigorously now. It looks pretty certain he's going to come on and replace Ahmed, who's bowled 11 overs and taken 3 for 37.
All that effort. Travaskis from the racecourse end bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes it out to Green at extra cover. First ball of his 4th over. Only conceded 2 runs so far. He bowls again. He's still only conceded 2 runs, as that one is defended by Guest. Fields at the end of his follow through, such as it is. 2 slips to that. It's almost a point, isn't it? But it's like a silly point. As Travaskis bowls, and that one is pushed to the covers once again by Brooke Guest. The crowd has thinned out considerably. Derbyshire supporters have probably had just about enough. As Travaskis around the wicket drags one down and gets punished, as Brooke Guest pulls it into the leg side for 4. He moves goes to 17, 83, 4-3. Hasn't dragged it. That's the first, probably the first one he has dragged down. Guest was on it very quickly. Out towards the advertising boards. Rehan Ahmed is running back with the ball rather than throwing it to Travaskis, just to give everybody time to take stock at +11. Guest waits as Travaskis walks past the umpire and then bowls. Defended. Both pads pointing down the pitch towards the bowler. And the final ball of the over is defended by Guest back to Travaskis. 19 to go, 83 for 3. We won't, but we will if, as is going to happen now, Logan Van Beek comes back on. But they have. I'm not surprised they're +11 at the moment, because they are rattling through these overs with the spin at both ends, and there's been a lot of spin in the match.
23 of the 32 overs have been bowled by spinners, and they're quick spinners, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they rattle through, don't they?
They do. Van Beek doesn't.
No.
He's going to replace Ahmed at the City end. Message arrives telling me that it's been 50 years since the making of Jaws. Why? I wish to know that. Who knows?
Oh, excellent.
I remember my family going to see it. It was big at the time.
Yeah, it was.
And I wasn't allowed to go.
Oh, I went. There's only one really scary bit in it.
Beginning?
No, that's when
it's a bit silly at the end, isn't it? When the fake
blow him up.
Yeah.
But there's a bit where they're down at the ship and they're searching this ship, and then a head pops into the like the porthole. It was the only bit that really scared me.
Head of a shark, or
no, the head of a person.
Van Beek round the wicket, bowls to Caleb Jewell, who defends off stump out into the offside. Budinger runs across and picks it up, and there's no run.
I think after 50
head
years
that had met the shark under unfortunate circumstances.
Possibly, or he might have just gone down with the ship. But yeah, there was a head. But I mean,
so nothing really to do with the shark.
Well, it might have
implied.
The plot, such as it was, I can't really remember. It's not really a spoiler after 50 years, is it?
In goes Van Beek, and defending on the back foot, the straight ball is Caleb Jewell out to mid on. Well, in terms of the scare, it was sort of like Duel, wasn't it? It's all about the anticipation and
yes, yeah. Amity, the town where
yeah, Stephen King book, isn't it, Jaws?
Peter Benchley.
Benchley, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Who wrote? Was it Duel a book?
Yes,
It might have been.
June was a book.
Van Beek with a sweatband on his left wrist bowls, and may have stayed a bit low from short of a length, because Jewell on the back foot sort of jumped into the air and then had to push his bat back down quickly as he pushed it out into the offside, and then wanders off towards short leg. A picture of concentration, Caleb Jewell. 38 off 89.
A picture to gladden your heart, I would have thought.
Scarborough in with the blue sky.
Yeah.
Bless it. The moors in the distance. Oh no, it's from the other side, isn't it? It's looking south. As pushed out into the offside, that one by Jewell from Van Beek, and Patel is the fielder.
I imagine.
That's St George's, isn't it?
Yeah.
That side. And North Marine Drive there.
Trafalgar Park. Is it Trafalgar Park?
Peazone Park.
Peazone Park. They did the Trafalgar reenactment thing in the...
No, it's the Battle of the River Plate.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Always the Battle of the River Plate. I don't know why, but no, they're dread. If those boats had been at Trafalgar, it would have been a massacre.
Yes, of course, yes.
In goes Van Beek,
good
and
shout.
back foot pushed off. That would be a shock for the French and Spanish sailors, wouldn't it, in their galleons, if these grey monster dreadnoughts had shown up
that's a
off Cape Trafalgar,
that's a fair point.
blown them out of the water from a mile and a half away.
Yeah. I give it my mate Pete, who's there.
This is not fair. Sacre bleu. Round the wicket comes Van Beek and bowls very straight, and Jewell has to be respectful as he has throughout the over. Good maiden over from Van Beek, bowling straight, giving Ahmed the break. And again, I've come back to this so many times this season. If they're not taking wickets, Leicestershire, they don't tend to give away runs.
Well, then give
Which
them out.
means when they do start, they're taking wickets again. If they do, you know, they're still in a very strong position.
I think they almost certainly will. Yeah, 2.5 and over, isn't it? Which is
It pretty much
superb.
throughout the end. If you
Yeah.
look at the bowling averages, all the top guys, they haven't gone for 3 and over.
It's been a bit of an issue for Derbyshire. Batting has been generally okay, although on the evidence of the first innings and so far in the second, there might be 1 or 2 question marks, which I'm surprised what pressure can do. But the bowling has been questioned. The ability to take 20 wickets. Travaskis begins a new over, bowls to Brooke Guess. Might have been the toe end of his boot first. There's certainly some bat after that, if not before. Big appeal from Travaskis. Well, big-ish. It wasn't one that had as much conviction as some. As this next delivery played off the back foot, punched, nicely fielded by Ahmed, sliding after Travaskis failed to intercept it himself. 83 for 3. 17.5 overs or thereabouts to go today, as this next one is played off the back foot again by Guest, again with both pads pointing straight at the bowler, legs spread apart. Two slips and a silly point as the next ball a little bit shorter and guided to backward point. There is a fielder. It's Louis Kimber just rolling his arms over a deep back or backward square leg as Guest defends the next delivery from Travaskis straight back to him. Final ball of the left armer's 5th over. Again played off the back foot, played into the ground and straight into the hands of Green. Cover, and the over comes to an end. 17 to go. Derbyshire 83 for 3. Leicestershire needs 7 more wickets. And they have, well, I can't do the maths, but it's well over 100. 113 overs still to go. The two batters are going to have a wipe down with a damp towel. It's been brought out by Harry Moore in his whites with the Dayglow tabard as he brought up. He's brought the right gloves out for Caleb Jewell. Sadly, we won't see Harry Moore bowl at all this season with his back issues, but good to see him in and around the first team, the England under-19 international. Goes off slightly slower than he came on.
It's a very fluorescent tabard, isn't it?
Quite a big one because he's a very tall young man. Taller than me. Just needs to widen out a touch or fill out. Fill in, fill out. Both probably.
Interestingly, I don't think I've ever seen Peter Hanscom keep wicket or do anything without a cap on. But he is at the moment. In goes Van Beek and bowls outside off stump, slightly short of the length. Jewell up on his toes, trying to force it away through the offside. A little bit too straight. And all he can do is hit it down into the ground, out into the offside. Kimber fields.
If the ball might stay on, we might have to ask him to put his cap on. The glare off the top of his head might...
You can tell him, you can ask him. On that basis.
I think I'm qualified.
Van Beek bowls outside off stump, and Jewel actually has, for the first time arguably, had a little feel for one. His first really poor shot for me. He's faced the best part of 100 deliveries, 94 now. That was the first time that he came within a whisker of getting himself out
Yes,
unnecessarily.
He'd been annoyed, wouldn't he, had that gone through to the keeper.
He would. Van Beek is in, bowls to him, straight, full, blocked out to mid-off. The 83 has come off 34.5 overs.
Nice and steady.
I mentioned it really just to illustrate the point we were both making about the reasonable accuracy of the Leicestershire bowling, as Van Beek is in and almost finds it. Well, he does sort of find the outside edge, but it's a controlled outside edge from Jewel. There's a little bit of shape away, but he does manage to steer it just about, as I say, in control of the ball as it runs through gully down towards third man. And he takes one, moves on to 39. 84 for 3. Hanscom adopts the pose of the thinker almost, with his sort of chin in his hand as he looks around him. Rishi Patel's in a really strange position at second slip. He's well in front of the keeper with the helmet on the basis it's a slow pitch and may or may not carry it otherwise. We've got Kimber at, in fact Patel's going elsewhere now, it looks like to short leg. Kimber's at a short wide mid wicket. Green is at a short-ish, wide-ish mid wicket. So slightly funky field as over the wicket comes Van Beek and bowls two guests turned towards Green, who dives away to his right. It's a big chap, Green, as I've probably said more often than I should. But it's in admiration because, size notwithstanding, he's very athletic, and diving away to his right made a good stop.
Well, that ball had gone past him by the time he grabbed it in, hadn't it? Almost.
He was diving sort of backwards on the diagonal.
Yeah, terrific piece of fielding.
As Van Beek is in again. Two guests, it's going to be not leg before because I think bat was involved. Well,
there was
either
a
way,
noise. There was a noise.
Just sounded a bit wooden to me. Van Beek can't believe it. It did come back. You'd think it was bat that had to be involved to save him there, unless it did too much. Goodness me, that was close. Goodness me, that was a good shout.
It's at the Jack Chantry end, which rather...
He's a bit of a not-outer, is Jack, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't mind that in this particular innings. Yes, he is, for a bowler.
Yeah. I suffered. You're going to suffer now.
He should be just sending people on their way.
Hulk Hogan is no more.
Really? Well, they're all going this week. What's going on?
With Aussie.
Aussie, yeah. Hold on, just before kick-off at the Burton game on Tuesday, got a message about Aussie. Travaskis over the wicket to the left-handed Jewel, who pushes it out into the offside and then does that thing as you described earlier. Sets off 2 paces and then holds his bat up and says no. But yeah, there's almost a shrug as well as that. Well, it's there if you want it. Well, it isn't, is it? The last thing we want is a run out. Travaskis bowls again. Doesn't offer a potential single this time because the ball barely goes a couple of yards in front of him.
I suspect Hulk Hogan imbibed as many illegal substances for different reasons as Aussie at some stages.
Because, well, you can't libel the dead, can you? As that one is, or even slander them. That one is turned into the leg side off a pad.
I don't think either would have taken issue with that. Aussie certainly wouldn't.
No, indeed. Travaskis, 84 for 3, bowls to Jewel. A a long way forward in defence. Fielded by Rishi Patel, who leaps the pitch once and then sort of leaps it the second time, but actually lands in the middle of it. He looks fairly light on his feet, though. Rishi Patel is not. He's not a heavyweight, is he?
Alfonso Thomas is up and moving now, trying to walk another wicket.
There are two members of the Leicestershire backroom staff or non-playing members still in the dugout as Trebaskis around the wicket bowls to the left-handed Caleb Jewell.
32.
Turns it into the leg side.
These two have added now.
In no time at all. Just the 89 deliveries. 7 runs in the last 5 overs. Trebaskis bowls, and there is going to be runs, or there are going to be runs here, because that's been driven out towards the cover boundary. Rian Ahmed is chasing it down, and I think they'll just get the 2. They do. That's an excellent piece of work. He releases the ball early. I'd love to ask him which end he was aiming at, because it was pretty much in the middle of the pitch, but because he released the ball early, kept them down to 2. Guest has 17. Jules moved on to 41 now. 86 for 3 with 15 overs to go. Pick it up, turn round and throw it, and you will almost certainly deter the batters from taking the extra run. The 12th man's on again. Ben Cox. It is Ian Holland. Is it Ian Holland or is it Lewis Hill? It's Lewis Hill, who's just having a short break.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Holland bowling again soon. Hull is doing some stretches as well. He's had the word, hasn't he? Van Beek, meanwhile, from the city end, is in. 2 Brook, Guest outside off stump, pushed firmly down into the ground. There's no run. Still got those 2 short mid wickets in. It's a curious field, to say the least.
Holland stretching out now down at fine leg. Just a little smile. I'm getting the word. It always makes me smile.
Alfonso Thomas giving instructions to Hull as well. You can see out there as Van Beek comes in and bowls 2 Guest, who is forward on off stump. Not quite getting to the pitch of it, but on top of the bounce. Pushing it out behind point where Trebaskis is the fielder. Volumes increase as the coach walks over. Woody's catching his eye.
Buttinger is a designated
He is the cheerleader. Very much as Van Beek bowls 2 Brook Guest forward. Again, Guest. He looked as though he was going to try and drive at that one. It wasn't quite there to drive, so wisely Brook Guest checked the shot. Beginning to look, we will definitely go in 2 tomorrow. 14.
Definitely.
Well, beginning to look as though we are more likely than not to go in 2 tomorrow. 14. A lot can happen, as we've known, in 14.5 overs, but need to break this partnership quickly as that one is turned just in the air, just past short leg by Brook Guest out towards long leg. Ian Holland, as mentioned by Fletcher's down there.
I draw everybody's attention to my prediction yesterday. If you're predicting that it will definitely go into tomorrow after I said that they'd get them out for less than 400. Was that yesterday or was it the day before?
Yes.
I can't remember.
Yes, because I mean at the start of the day it was
Well, they looked like they were going to get 600.
357 for 3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was
The target.
17, 18, 19, 20 wickets ago.
Yes, yeah.
Van Beek round the wicket to Jewell. Grunt of effort, shout of effort almost from Van Beek as he bowls full and straight, but Jewell blocks it out towards Kimber, who is the straighter of the 2 short mid wickets. Hull continues to stretch away at mid-on. Van Beek is in, bowls outside off stump. A little bit of shape to it away, but a good lead from Jewell. It's been a good little sort of second burst from Van Beek in that it's been extremely accurate. And he's had a couple of decent, well, one very decent shout for leg before turned down. And he's given away very little. 7 overs, none for 12.
Josh Holt
His
time.
figures. Yeah, Travaskis not doing enough really to justify his staying in the attack. Clearly the thoughts of Hanscom.
6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 8.
No, I didn't give too much away, but didn't really look too threatening, and Leicestershire clearly want something to happen before the close.
And Kent are now 9 down. They lead Glamorgan by 187 at Sophia Gardens. So the team at the bottom of the table looks like it's going to lose to the team that will be in second place at the end of this round of matches. Glamorgan, Middlesex have got Northamptonshire 26 for 2 in their second innings following on, trailing by 338. So they will leap up the table, you would have thought. And Lancashire, they've got Gloucestershire, well, they have gotten them, but Gloucestershire are 78 without loss following on, 98 runs behind. So a bit of a tighter contest at Cheltenham College. And here is Josh Hull, going to bowl around the wicket, half century for Ben Charlesworth for Gloucestershire, to Brooke Guest. He's in now, and Guest leaves the first one alone outside the off stump. There were a couple of deliveries that he bowled in his first 2 over spell. He only went for 6, but Josh Hull bowling a little bit too wide, really.
And going well, 161 without loss.
That's Liam Travaskis, you can hear. He's one of the closest fielders to us at mid-off. Holland at mid-on. As Hull with just the one slip goes in and bowls. That's driven, but straight to the man at cover by Brooke Guest. A stylish looking shot for no runs.
Gloucestershire making a better fist of their second innings.
It's a half century for Charlesworth. They weren't too far off the first time around, were they? So it was always going to be a bit of a gamble by Lancashire to try to force the win.
I suppose they had to really, with only day and a half
Yes,
to go.
yeah, they won their last match, of course, at Chesterfield. Was that the match before? That one is short outside the off stump and just punched into the ground towards Budinger at point. It was the last match, because they've got 3 successive games on out grounds, Lancashire, which invariably produce results, but were thwarted by Kent at Blackpool, and then beat Derbyshire at Chesterfield very handily. Now they're at Cheltenham College. In goes Hull once again around the wicket. Bowls to Guest, who cracks this into the offside once again, but again straight to the man at cover. Travaskis likes it.
I'm surprised we haven't seen Green yet, or Holland bowl a little bit more than he has. He's only bowled the 3 overs.
It's that the lack of pace. That, with the greatest of respect, Lewis, if you're listening, you won't be, but somebody will tell you that Lewis Reese has enabled him to take 11 for 120 in the match. They now have a deep back or a deep square leg. Kimber has gone out there as Hull comes in and bowls shortish, and it's cracked by Brooke Guest straight to Sol Budinger at point on the bounce. Ben Cox fielding at cover. Rehan Ahmed is down at third man. Still practicing that bowling action. He never stops. Never stops. He might even have a ball in his hand when he's doing it. He's just dropped something beyond the boundary rope. In goes Hull again to complete his third over, and it's defended by Brooke Guest. So Josh Hull bowls his first maiden, 3 overs for 6, his figures, and after that brief burst from Logan Van Beek, Rehan Ahmed is back from the City end. 87 for 3 Derbyshire, Caleb Jewell on 41, Brooke Guest on 18, 13 overs left in the day's play. Jack Morley, the unmistakable sound of Jack Morley walks past. He's just been for a net with Alex Hughes and Ben Aitchison walking down below. 12th man and analyst and number 11 bat.
So Rehan is back at the City end, round the wicket to Caleb Jewell, who stretches forward, and it is a stretch to get to the pitch of the ball, but it is a successful stretch. Ahmed bowls. Jewell didn't have to stretch quite so far that time, and he was able just to close his wrists on it and push the ball out towards short mid-wicket.
I do like that you can jinx a batter from this distance at Old Trafford.
Ahmed is in. There's an appeal for leg before on the basis that, well, it hit him on the body basically. He went for the sweep and it was the googly. It bounced and turned, and it was fairly straight. But again, umpire Chantry explaining why he wasn't prepared to give it out. Let's have a look, see. Wasn't a bad shout again. And goes Ahmed and bowls, and oh my word, that spins back in to Jewell on the back foot, and he sort of keeps it out. Well, he does keep it out, but it's a messy job, and it's down at his feet and not quite sure where it's gone. Ahmed is in. Jewell is getting to the pitch of that one, pushing it out into the offside. Zach Chappell on the boundary, chuntering away to Lewis Hill. They will be very familiar with each other. Remember, Chappell started his career at Leicestershire a long time ago now. In goes. Oh, that's another decent shout. He's got him this time. Ahmed has got the 4th wicket at about the 5th attempt in terms of appeals. Jewell went back, it spun back into him, hit him on the back foot, and umpire Chantry thought about it. Let's have a look, see. The only question in his mind might have been, had it done too much, because it did spin back markedly. But that is a big breakthrough. Jewell battled away, and he did a pretty good job in going to 41 from 110 deliveries, but the partnership is ended, and it is 87 for 4.
Yes, that's a big wicket. That is a big wicket. Caleb Jewell he's walking off exceptionally slowly. Now we're going to see.
And that is 10 wickets in the match for
Rehan
Ahmed. Should have said that straight away.
We're going to see an Iron Donald come out. He gets a good hand as Caleb Jewell. I'm sure Rehan Ahmed will receive some of that applause as well. But an Iron Donald, who, be careful, isn't renowned for his defensive work. Or hasn't been in recent years, certainly not since he joined Derbyshire. Very much a big hitting opener in white ball cricket and middle order batter in red ball. This is his first game of the season. Still 12 overs to go today. Yeah, he managed to get poor old Zach Crawley out. England are going well. Next ball, Crawley's gone.
10 for 88, his match figures at the moment, to go with 141 runs, Rehan Ahmed.
So he could finish with much better figures, or better figures than Reese, 11 for 120. You'd expect him to, probably. Josh Hull is going to continue from the racecourse, and that was the last ball of Rehan Ahmed's 12th over, 4 for 37. It's a pat on the back from the 12th man, who goes off to fill his bottle. As Hull comes in and bowls to Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. How Donald goes about this is going to be fascinating. Scary, but fascinating. Because the three, I mean, runs are almost immaterial, but I'm not sure whether he should go into his shell. But then again, if he starts taking on Rehan Ahmed, it could be very messy.
I don't think it'll end well.
No, I'm fairly sure you're right. Hull past the umpire, bowls to Guest, who crashes this down towards Rehan Ahmed at third man on the bounce. Picks up a single, moves to 19, 88 for 4. Just the one slip for Josh Hull. There's a gully. The two close catches, really. There is a man in at cover. Point, third man, mid-off, mid-on. Square leg on the boundary and a long leg as well. That's Logan Van Beek all the way down there in front of the bar. As Hull comes in, bangs one in short, and it's taken on by an Aaron Donald. He pulls it around the corner for his first run. The plan is to offer him the big shot. He took it on, gets off the mark. 89 for 4. 11.5 overs left today. Derbyshire's first task to take it into tomorrow, should they wish to accept it. Hull in again around the wicket. Oh, and he flashes at that one. Brooke Guest through to Peter Hanscom. Goes the ball without a touch. It's be quite tricky for a new batter with the lights on. It's not perfect light out there by any manner of means. Tomorrow looks really nice, so there should be no concerns tomorrow, if indeed there are any today. I don't think there are at the moment. 25 degrees at its hottest. As Hull goes in, and that one is cracked into the offside. He's played 2 or 3 glorious shots like that, and each one has gone, if not straight to a fielder, close enough to a fielder for them to effect the stop. That was Ben Green this time. Sol Buddinger has stopped 1 or 2. Yeah, 25 degrees tomorrow. Wall to wall sunshine. Well, not quite, but certainly brighter than it is at the moment here in Derby. Final ball of Josh Hull's 4th over. Just the 8 runs conceded so far. And he's decided to go over the wicket to Guest, who leaves that one alone as he tries to push it across him. And he goes through to Peter Hanscom. 11 overs to go then today. And Aaron Donald will be on strike, oh gosh, for the next over, which will be bowled by Rehan Ahmed. Brooke Guest has 19, 89 for 4, 356 behind. Nothing can save Derbyshire now, you wouldn't have thought.
Except the weather.
That's not going to happen, sadly.
Looks unlikely.
Yeah, glorious day tomorrow. Little bit cooler on Saturday when we're
11 to go. I mean, if they were to take 2 more wickets, would they take the extra half hour?
No.
6, 7 down. Has to be 7.
It's got to be 7, isn't it? Nobody wants an extra half hour when they've got food at
sorry, I forgot you.
8.
I forgot your dinner
I'll
booking.
be out there. Hang on a minute.
They'll
lads.
keep it hot for you.
Well,
You could go.
oh, gosh, no.
Damn it, there's a steak with my name on it.
For work, I'm happy to miss a couple of hours for an evening meal. I think that's a bit much.
Ahmed is in over the wicket to an Iron Donald who jerks backwards as that bounces on him, but he still manages to get his bat on it and steer it through the gully and take 2. So he's on to 3. 91 for 4. Just looking to see who is out in case he does go for the big shot. In goes Ahmed, bowls to him. He reaches forward and turns his wrists on the defensive push, pushing the ball out to Ben Green at mid-wicket. Hull is halfway back, more or less, at mid-off, as is Kimber at mid-on. In goes Ahmed and bowls again. Similar delivery. Bounces on Donald, but although he jerks his head back, he does manage to steer it down through gully. Lewis Hill, capless, goes sprinting into field, again demonstrating his very good fitness for a relative veteran. Lewis Hill, sporting a quite nutty beard at the moment, is Lewis.
Don't mind that.
Jogs in to a conventional backward point as Ahmed goes in and bowls, and it bounces on Guest, but Guest drops his hands, plays it well by not playing it. Hanscom gestures to Budinger to go from silly point / mid-off to second slip as Ahmed is in. Bowls forward went Guest, and it sort of popped a bit on him, and he managed to still angle the bat down and keep the ball going down, although it was in the air for a couple of feet on its way back to Ahmed, who is in. Bowls outside off stump, chopped away as it turned away, but Travaskis made the stop at extra cover. End of Ahmed's 13th over, 4 for 40. His figures to go, remember, with 6 for 51 in the first innings. And the umpires are going to have a chat here.
You might ask for Josh Hull to be taken off, possibly.
Could be about the light.
I can't imagine it's about anything else. A couple of fielders are in the vicinity.
Yeah, Hull is waiting to find out. Well, it's not really a big issue for, you wouldn't have thought, Leicester. I don't think they'll go marching off in high dudgeon if there is a
Hull is now
suggestion
being approached by Neil Pratt. Takes his cap, so
Oh, he's
obviously
okay.
they're happy. If they're happy, we're happy. Kent have been bowled out for 360 in their second innings, which means that Glamorgan will require 189 to win that game at Sophia Gardens. Third placed Glamorgan, soon to be second placed Glamorgan. As Josh Hull begins his 5th over, 92 for 4 Derbyshire. Hull is in and bowls to Donald, who defends into the offside. Van Beek picks the ball up. Northamptonshire 38 for 2, still 326 behind. And Gloucestershire 94 without lost out, trailing Lancashire by 82 still at Cheltenham College. They'll have to bat until tea tomorrow, probably, you would expect. One slip for Hull, who bowls to Donald, who has taken this on out towards the square leg boundary, where Lewis Hill does the fielding, picks up another single, moves on to 5, 93 for 4. So it's third man, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg on the boundary, long leg. Just Rishi Patel alongside Peter Hanscom. Oh, he goes for that one, Brooke Guest. Down on one knee, playing a flashing drive to a ball that wasn't really there to be driven. And it goes past the edge of his bat through to the keeper. I'm not quite sure what he was.
It was an ambitious shot.
What he saw there in the split second you've got to make a decision. If it had,
bit of width, I suppose.
but if it had stood up, it's more of a cut shot, really, isn't it? Than a. He was sort of down on one knee trying to drive. What will he do this time to the Hull delivery? Will he leave it alone outside the off stump to go through to his skipper Hanscom, or Leicestershire skipper Hanscom? And he's going to come around the wicket now. And Aaron Donald swaps sides. Logan Van Beek, rather than throwing the ball to him, passes it to him, so he's obviously got some words, perhaps words of advice. The England man. He's on his way in again now. At 93 for 4, bowls 2. Brooke Guest wraps him on the pad, going down leg side. And they pick up a leg by to move to 94 for 4. Brings Donald back on to strike. Will he try another short one? Van Beek is definitely in conversation with Josh Hull as he walks back to his mark. He's going to go over the wicket, is he? Well, Van Beek is now changing the field. No, he's not. He's asking for the ball. That makes more sense.
See this ball?
Well, it was still with Ben Green as they both walk back to Josh Hull's mark.
He does hang on to it for a bit too long for my liking, Green, sometimes.
He's the polisher, is he?
Mm-hmm. Not one of them.
There goes Hull then into bowl to an Aaron Donald, full delivery, and it's clipped up towards the vacant mid-on area, and he asks Brooke Guest if he fancies a second. He doesn't, and quite right too, as it's fielded by Holland, which means that Donald will be on strike for the next over from Rehan Ahmed. 9 to go. 95 for 4 now. Derbyshire. Guest has 19. Donald has 6. They only trail by 350 now. That's quite a lot. It's an awful lot.
Hanscom dons the helmet. Ahmed sheds the sweater.
No, I'd probably. I mean, I'm no captain. Now we're on the screen. Look, thank you, boys. That's the new T-shirt.
I can see
Look,
you.
It looks nice, though, doesn't it? Why do you want to wear a bright?
I blend into the
You
background.
need to wear a
rather than-
brighter T-shirt. That's what it's all about.
Apparently, they're quite cheap at a supermarket at the moment, aren't they?
I know where I can get you one for £4.
Ahmed then
Who is that? Is that Freddie? I'll have him later.
has to wait. Well, Hanscom directs traffic. In he goes, over the wicket to Donald, who is beaten on the outside edge. And, of course, Hanscom takes off the bails, but, goodness me, groping, I think you would say that. And Donald might persuade him to go on the offensive sooner rather than later. Ahmed is in. Bowls edge just short of first slip. Patel falling away to his right. It bounced and sort of went into his wrist as he reached down with his right hand. Genuine edge though, so beaten twice in 2 balls really. Donald, as Ahmed is in bowls. That's better from the batsman's point of view. He plays him off the back foot, carefully out into the offside where Green fields and hangs on to the ball and then throws it to Travaskis. Gets it to Ahmed. Can't complain too much when the overrate is +11. In fact,
You can ask why it's +11, but you can't complain when it is +11
No.
now.
second slip Green is being brought in now. Budinger goes across from mid-wicket and they say to Donald, look at all that huge empty acreage at mid-wicket. You biff it over there, why don't you? Hit against the spin, potentially. Ahmed is in and bowls, and well, for me, that ball was in the gloves of Peter Hanscom before an Aaron Donald curtain railed his bat back inside the line. Louis Kimber starting to warm up as well.
No question, by the way, no question.
Ahmed is in, that one is onto the leg stump and is swept successfully by Donald, but Van Beek is down there at long leg, gets his throw away, doesn't do Hanscom too many favours, lands well in front of the stumps. Hanscom running out, tries to whip it up one-handed on the half volley, doesn't take the ball cleanly, but it is of course a single to Donald. He's on to 6. Guest has been battling away for some little time out there, 59 balls for his 19. Leg slip goes in. Holland, Patel and Green very close together at first and second slip as Ahmed is in, bowls a little bit short, bounces up and Guest pokes it out into the offside where Hill fields at backward point, rehearses a much more forceful attacking shot. Brooke Guest, but that is the end of Ahmed's 14th over, 4 for 41. His figures, 96 for 4, the Derbyshire score, doesn't seem to have gone anywhere very fast recently.
No.
350 more runs will win them the game.
Yeah.
43 overs. So what's the run rate now? It's 2.2.
2.23.
To bowl for the racecourse end, Louis Kimber.
Louis Kimber's back with 8 overs to go, so this might be useful in terms of increasing that over rate from +11. They've only bowled 114 overs in the match, Leicestershire, and yet they're +11. That makes no sense.
Because they bowl them quickly.
Well, they do bowl them quite quickly, but to make up 10%, to be 10% ahead of where you're supposed to be. Anyway, 96 for 4, and Louis Kimber's bowling to an Aaron Donald. First delivery goes back and just pushes it into the offside for a single. There are only 3 fielders, including a slip in the offside. Josh Hull, Lewis Hill, and the slip is Rishi Patel. Leg slip goes in with the helmet on now for Brooke Guest. It's Van Beek who's gone in there. Sol Buddinger's at short leg as well. Ben Green is well, catching mid-wicket really. The Wayne Madsen position, we'll call it. He's scored a couple of catches, if not more than that there in this match. Green is dancing around, and now he settles, as does Guest, and Kimber is in over the wicket and bowls to him, and he just pushes it up to mid-off where Josh Hull does the fielding. 97 for 4 it remains. I wonder if that's the same noisy motorbike as the ball comes off the inside edge of Brooke Guest's bat this time. Is it the same one as we've heard most days? It can't be. There can't be 2 of those, surely to goodness. Back out at Merchant Taylor's. As in goes Kimber and bowls. That one is pushed into the offside by Brooke Guest. There was a slight hesitation from Guest, but no hesitation at all from an Aaron Donald. He wanted to get back to the striker's end. 2 balls to go of Kimber's over. Same field. They lose the leg slip. There's a man there waiting for the sweep that pops up into the air. Oh, and Aaron Donald.
Did that not go on the stumps?
It might have hit the off stump. I don't think it did, because it was going sufficiently quickly to have knocked the bails off, but it missed the off stump by an absolute fraction. If it didn't hit it. He went to play the shot, played it into the ground and just past the off stump. Wayne Madsen wasn't quite so fortunate earlier as he played on. Donald avoids that ignominy and goes back to the next delivery, thumps into his pad outside the line of the off stump, bounces down, and he may well be regretting racing down to the striker's end. It's the end of the over though, 7 to go today, 98 for 4 Derbyshire, Guest has 20, Donald has 8 from 15.
Umpires again having a chat. It is gloomy, but it's certainly not dangerous. But they may take them off, and if they do take them off...
Donald is looking longingly at the umpires here. Brooke Guest is sort of looking away from them. Long conversation, isn't it? Very long conversation, this. We've got spin at both ends.
And we're off.
And they didn't need asking twice. So bad light stops play with 7 overs to go at 5 to 6, which could be terminal.
Yes, it's not going to get any better, I don't think, folks.
With Derbyshire on 98 for 4. Still 347 runs behind, which is immaterial. But the weather forecast for tomorrow, Leicestershire supporters, fear not, is for a very pleasant and bright day. And at some point tomorrow, they will complete their 6th win of the season, I have no doubt at all. But Guest has provided some stiff resistance, 63 balls for his 20. And Aaron Donald, well, his strike rate is about 50, which is almost unheard of. He's got 8 off 15. And they're meant to fall since tea. Wayne Madsen for 6. And Caleb Jewell for 41. All 4 wickets to Rehan Ahmed, who's got 10 in the match. 4 for 41 in this innings. Great effort. Really good effort from Rehan Ahmed. And the ground staff come out to join the umpires in the middle. The conversation between the 2 match officials goes on. Josh Hull, bless him, has left his sweater on the far side of the ground. The applause is for the Leicestershire players as they climb the steps. And we just wait for any official word really now. But bad light delays play, as it says on the official on the website. Elsewhere, Glamorgan 4 without loss in their pursuit of 189 to beat Kent down at Sophia Gardens. Gloucestershire 96 without loss, still 80 runs in arrears against Lancashire at Cheltenham. Northamptonshire 50 for 2, still 314 behind Middlesex, having been asked to follow on. Worcestershire in the First Division have got an opportunity because they set Warwickshire 393 to win at Edgbast, and they're already 12 for 1. Surrey, who were replying to Yorkshire's 517 for 6 declared, at 263 for 3. It's raining at Hove, where Sussex are 245 for 7, just still 55 behind Essex, and Hampshire are 323 for 5. Trailing Nottinghamshire by 255. Well, the umpires are making their way off as well now. Peter Hanscom is in conversation with his coach just beyond the boundary rope. And we wait. Nothing official as Jane shakes her head next to me. So I think the best thing we can do is, if there is any more play, and we still have 7 overs to go officially, we will return. If we don't return this evening, we'll probably come back tomorrow at 11 o'clock. That seems the most sensible option at this stage. Unless, well, Richard looks like he's going to have to update his computer, so that could take forever. With Derbyshire on 98 for 4, Rehan Ahmed 4 for 41 doing most of the damage. Nobody else has gone for more than 12 runs. Rehan Ahmed has bowled a lot more overs than everybody else, unsurprisingly. The ground staff wait in the middle. The gloom doesn't look like it's going to clear in time for us to get any more play. So what we'll do is we'll say goodbye for now on the BBC Sport website and app, and on Sky And we're not on Sky, on Sports Extra. I was going to say Sky Sports 2.
You wish.
On Sports Extra 3. Well, we may or may not be back tomorrow, who knows, but thank you for listening today. If we don't speak to you again, and if we don't, we'll see you tomorrow.
Night, night.